Chapter 440. No, Changshan, I want you. Guyao's voice was loud and clear. Under the illumination of the bonfire, her eyes shone brightly, gazing at Feng Yuan with deep emotions. Changshan, you are the hero of the great grassland. Everyone knows of your name. You are a man worth entrusting my life to. Age is not a problem. Back then, when old ancestor Giant Sun was 1,000 years old, didn't he still marry countless young girls every year? Feng Yuan's expression sank. All right, stop fooling around. Guyao stomped her feet, raising her voice. I am not fooling around. Changshan, after following you for so long, my heart has been deeply attracted to you. Just now, I discovered that I have completely fallen in love with you. I am willing to give myself and my everything to you. Please accept it. Young lady, I already have a wife. Feng Yuan sighed, his expression complicated. Guyao immediately shook her head. Your wife has already remarried. Even if you take her back, I don't mind. I don't want the position of the main wife. I can be your concubine. Old ancestor Giant Sun had hundreds of thousands of concubines, but he only had one main wife. But Feng Yuan's rejection was firm. I will not marry again. My heart has already fallen silent, just like this poisonous grassland. You are too young. You cannot understand this feeling. During the days in the belly of the wolf, I could not move at all. I felt extreme pain. When my soul drifted on the vast grassland, I drifted from place to place, but my mental state gradually improved. I recalled my past. I witnessed the life and death of many people. The sufferings and happiness of my past life could no longer enter my heart. I will start a brand new life. I am the new Changshan. I will not even return to Chang tribe. Then come to my good tribe. Guyao's eyes brightened. She was very sincere in her invitation, but Feng Yuan still refused, showing no signs of being moved. Changshan, is your heart made of stone? Are you still doubting me? Don't tell me you want me to be like that golem and dig out my heart for you to see? Guyao pleaded softly. Her eyes were red. She was so sad that she was about to cry. Roar. At this moment, the sound of a pack of wolves charging could be heard not far away. A large pack of poison-beard wolves was attracted by the flames and rapidly approached Feng Yuan and Guyao. However, Feng Yuan's wolf pack was also resting beside the bonfire. The two packs of wolves quickly collided, entangled with each other, and started a fierce battle. This is 1,000 wolf pack. Guyao's attention was drawn over, her expression solemn. In the past, the two of them would choose to retreat when they encountered such a large pack of wolves. But now, Feng Yuan sneered, it doesn't matter. Today is different from the past. We also have the help of the wolves. Guyao, I'll need your help to restrain the 1,000-beast wolf king. My Zhen Yuan has been depleted. Once I've replenished it, I'll come back to help you. The young girl nodded, but she didn't move immediately. Instead, she stared at Feng Yuan with a burning gaze. Feng Yuan looked at her. Hurry up and go. However, Guyao pursed her lips and remained motionless with a determined gaze. Feng Yuan could only soften his attitude and said warmly, All right, let me consider this matter. But I want to know the answer now. Guyao immediately replied. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, but on the surface, he sighed and suggested, If you can kill this 1,000-beast wolf king alone, I'll agree to marry you. Really? Hee. Once a northern plains man says it. Even a fierce wind and a horse can't chase after it. At this moment, Guyao's eyes shone brightly, just you wait. The young girl was filled with battle intent. She rushed into the battlefield and went straight for the 1,000-beast wolf king. Looking at her leaving figure, the smile on Feng Yuan's face quickly disappeared, and his gaze turned cold. He didn't expect that Guyao would be so moved by him. It was simply a matter of deep love. However, love was something that couldn't be reasoned with and couldn't be predicted with common sense. When Guyao climbed Chengbai Mountain in the desolate Yin, he was pursued by the Stone Man. According to U003 CU003C, the Legends of Ranzu 003 EU003E, Ranzu failed to save his eldest son, verdant great son, and at the final juncture of his revival, he failed and was swept into Luopa Valley by Reverse Flow River. His second daughter, Guyue Desolate Een, knew of this news and tried to save her father. However, to enter the door of life and death, one needed the help of Courage Gu and Faith Gu. But these Gu worms were with her father, Renzu. Guyue Desolate Een couldn't enter the door of life and death, but she wanted to save Renzu. She couldn't think of a method, so she could only ask Cognition Gu. Cognition Gu told her two methods. The first method was to enter the space cave and open the space door, directly arriving at Renzu's side. Then, through the space cave, she could escape the door of life and death. But this method could only save Renzu's soul. It couldn't revive him. The second method was to climb to the peak of Chengbai Mountain and find that one and only Success Gu. As long as she made a wish to Success Gu, Guyue Desolate Een would be able to save Renzu and revive him. Guyue Desolate Een knew of the existence of the space cave long ago, but she couldn't find a way to enter it. Moreover, she wanted to revive her father, so she came to Chengbai Mountain. Chengbai Mountain was not tall. It was just a small mound. It was very special. It was made up of billions of pebbles. These pebbles were actually failure Gu. There was still one and only Success Gu. It was at the peak of Chengbai Mountain. Guyue Desolate Een came to the foot of the mountain and started to climb Chengbai Mountain. Her movement woke up the nearby Love Gu that was sleeping. Love Gu was disturbed from its beautiful dream. It was furious and wanted to take revenge on Guyue Desolate Een. It used its unique power to enlighten a rock. The rock gained life because of love, turning into a rockman. The rockman was tall and mighty. His body was covered in gold, silver, copper, and iron. It was very beautiful and dazzling. After the rockman was born, the first thing he saw was Guyue Desolate Een. He was shocked at her heavenly immortal appearance and was immediately subdued by her beauty. He followed Guyue Desolate Een all the way. Looking at her graceful back, his heart was filled with love. Finally, he could not hold back anymore. He ran in front of Guyue Desolate Een and stopped her, shouting loudly, "Beautiful lady, your appearance is so dazzling, your figure is so elegant, your temperament is so noble. The moment I saw you, I was subdued by you. You are my love. Please be merciful and accept my love for you." The rockman had a majestic body, completely blocking Guyue Desolate Een's path. Guyue Desolate Een frowned slightly. She sized up the rockman in front of her, saying coldly, "Love, what is that? You want me to accept your love, but where is it?" The rockman immediately took the iron pieces from his body and handed them to Guyue Desolate Een with both hands, saying, "Beautiful lady, these are my unyielding spirit. I am giving them to you. This is my love for you." Guyue Desolate Een shook her head in disappointment. She was not interested in these iron pieces at all. The rockman was stunned. He also took off the copper pieces on his body and piled them on top of the iron pieces. "Beautiful lady, these are my stubbornness. I am giving them to you because this is my love for you." Guyue Desolate Een was impatient. "Please move aside. I am not interested in your love. I still need to save my father." The rockman saw that the goddess in his heart was not moved. He could not help but panic. He knelt on the ground and made up his mind. He also took off the silver pieces on his body and piled them on top of the copper pieces. "Kind lady, these are my dignity. I am giving them to you. This should be enough to express my love for you, right?" Guyue Desolate Een frowned even more. "Listen, I don't have time to waste with you." The rockman became even more anxious. He also took off the gold pieces on his body and piled them on top of the silver pieces. "Lovely lady, these are my confidence. I am giving them to you because they represent my love for you." Guyue Desolate Een sighed deeply and said, "Rockman, in order to express your love, you are no longer unyielding. Put down your stubbornness, threw away your dignity, and even gave up your self-confidence. But what I see is an extremely ugly rockman. Get up. I will not accept your love for me. I still have more important things to do." It turned out that the rockman had lost his gold, silver, copper, and iron decorations. He had become gray and even somewhat comical. He was no longer as gorgeous and mighty as before. The rockman began to cry. He begged Guyue Desolate Een, "Then how can I obtain your love?" Guyue Desolate Een was anxious, but the rockman refused to get up no matter what. She changed her mind and smiled. "Rockman, Since you love me so much, then show me your true heart. The Rockman did not hesitate to open his chest, offering his scarlet-red heart to Guyued Desolate-een. Guyued Desolate-een received the heart and immediately kept it. The stone man hurriedly called out, "Can I get your love now?" Guyued Desolate-een shook her head. "Even if you give your true heart, you will not be able to exchange for love. Changshan-een, look at what this is." Guyao was covered in blood and wounds. She was panting heavily. She held the head of the Thousand Wolf King in her hand as she stood in front of Fang Yuan. After losing the Wolf King, the invading wolf pack was fleeing in panic. Fang Yuan slowly stood up. He nodded and admitted, "You killed the Thousand Wolf King." Guyao performed exceptionally. She was heavily injured. Her face was covered in blood. Her primeval essence was also depleted. She stared at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze. "Changshan-een, you are a hero. You won't go back on your words, right?" "Of course not. Your love has moved me. From today onwards, you are my wife." Fang Yuan looked at Guyao with deep emotions. He then walked closer step by step. He stretched out his arms and hugged the young girl. The young girl let go of the Wolf King's head and threw it on the ground. She passionately hugged Fang Yuan back. Her breathing was rapid. Her heart was beating rapidly. She was actually more nervous and excited than when she was fighting the Wolf King to the death. In Fang Yuan's warm embrace, her heart was filled with happiness. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned red. Suddenly, there was a soft sound. The young girl's expression froze. She struggled to break free from Fang Yuan's embrace. She lowered her head and looked at her chest. There was a sharp dagger stuck there. A fatal blow, whether it was to the body or the soul. Why? Guyao looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Her delicate body swayed. Her eyes filled with anger, hatred, shock, and doubt. Fang Yuan looked at the young girl and spoke expressionlessly. He said the story in The Legends of Ranzu. The Rockman saw that desolate Guyue had kept his true heart and could not help but feel anxious. He said, "Heartless girl, your coldness makes me despair. Since I can't exchange for your love, then please return my sincerity to me. Without it, I will die." But Guyue did not return it to him. She watched as he slowly died. "Why? I love you so much. Why do you want to kill me?" Before the Rockman died, he shouted in confusion. Desolate Guyue looked at him pitifully. Her voice was still calm. "Oh, Rockman, I did not want to kill you, but you blocked my path to success." "Path to success?" Guyao heard this reply and could not hold on anymore, collapsing on the ground. The dense aura of death caused her body to rapidly turn cold. The young girl raised her head, revealing a swan-like graceful neck. She looked at the dark night sky and laughed miserably. She only laughed 3 times, but her face was filled with tears. Then she looked at Fang Yuan. Her gaze was still as affectionate as before. "Changshan-een, I do not know how I blocked your path to success, but even if you kill me, I will not hate you. Maybe you want to take revenge? I will leave all my goo worms to you. I hope they can help you in your path to success." Cough, cough, cough. The young girl coughed out blood. She laughed miserably, pleading to Fang Yuan. "I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace." But Fang Yuan did not move. He looked at the young girl coldly. He looked at the young girl, seeing her expression harden bit by bit, her life slipping away bit by bit. In the end, the flower-like young girl turned into an ice-cold corpse. Fang Yuan looked at Guyao's face and fell into a long silence. Chapter 441. Even though it was daytime, the poison grassland was gloomy. Thick dark clouds blocked the light of the sun. Behind the low mound, a humpback wolf was quietly lurking. The hump wolf was huge, comparable to a warhorse. Its entire body was covered in black and long wolf fur, and on its back were 2 thin humps. A pair of wolf eyes shone with a faint light in the darkness. It laid on the mound, motionless, like a stone statue. Even its breathing was extremely slow. At first glance, it looked like a piece of black metal. Suddenly, the hump wolf's long and slender ears trembled. Under its gaze, a gray rabbit came out of a cave at the foot of the mound. and started to look for food. Even though there were lush weeds around the cave, the gray rabbit did not care and rushed out to look for grass in the distance. Rabbits do not eat the grass around their burrows. If they did, the cave they lived in would be exposed. When the hump wolf saw the gray rabbit leave, its eyelids drooped even more, covering a large part of its eyes, leaving only a slit. The gray rabbit ate the grass, while its ears perked up. Once there was any movement, it would agilely raise its head and look around, extremely alert. The hump wolf was very patient. The gray rabbit was happily eating, but it did not move, as if it was dead. The gray rabbit continued to eat, immersed in the delicious food. When it was full, it started to walk back. At this moment, the hump wolf suddenly moved. It jumped out from the mound and attacked the gray rabbit. The gray rabbit's path back was blocked by the hump wolf. In its shock, it could only turn and run. Its speed was extremely fast. When it ran, it was as if it had turned into a gray bolt of lightning, moving through the grass. It actually surpassed the hump wolf's speed and quickly created a distance between them. But after running for a while, it slowed down. The gray rabbit's explosive power was strong, but its endurance was not as good as the hump wolf's. The two of them chased each other on the poison grassland, life and death at the speed of light. The most common scene in the grassland, the game of death between the predator and the prey. The hump wolf gradually got closer. Seeing that the gray rabbit had already landed in front of it, the hump wolf leapt out and pounced. But at this moment, the rabbit suddenly sped up, its entire body scurrying to the side. He immediately dodged the fatal attack and pulled away from the hump wolf. This gray rabbit was very cunning. The exhaustion just now was just a disguise, and it still had some energy left. The hump wolf missed its target and continued its pursuit. Soon, the distance between the two gradually shortened. The hump wolf pounced again, but it still missed. After 3 or 4 times, the rabbit was exhausted and was finally killed by the hump wolf. The hump wolf panted heavily and lay on the ground for a long time before slowly standing up. In this cruel competition, the predators didn't have unlimited glory. Instead, there were many hardships and hardships. Hump wolf didn't enjoy the gray rabbit that it had painstakingly caught. Instead, it held it in its mouth and returned to its lair. In the den, there was a female hump wolf and a few newborn wolf pups that needed to be fed. At that time, when the hump wolf rushed back to its lair, it only saw bloodstains and cold corpses. Howl! It threw down the gray rabbit's corpse and roared angrily. The fur on its neck stood up, and its eyes turned red with hatred. A large group of poison-beard wolves surrounded it from all directions. On a hill far away, Fang Yuan crossed his arms, looking down at the battlefield from a high vantage point. He, a male wolf, came after all. He smiled lightly, feeling that his luck had turned for the better. Hump wolf was an outstanding mount in northern plains. Although Fang Yuan had Changshan Yin's rank 4 wolf sprint goo, it expended a lot of primeval essence. It was much faster and more convenient to ride the hump wolf. When Fang Yuan accidentally found this wolf den, he killed all the weak female wolves and their pups, and obtained a rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. He was not in a hurry to leave, but hid the poison-beard wolf and waited for the male wolf to return. The battle between the hump wolf and the poison-beard wolf group had reached its climax the moment it started. The hump wolf's body was huge, and its anger made it even more ferocious when it fought. It waved its claws, and ordinary poison-beard wolves were not its match. But under Fang Yuan's command, the poison-beard wolves were extremely crafty. They did not fight head-on, but cooperated with each other, advancing and retreating, wearing down the hump wolf's battle strength. After an hour, the hump wolf was gasping for breath. It was no longer as valiant as before. Beside it, there were over 60 poison-beard wolf corpses. These were its glorious battle achievements. Of course, if Fang Yuan wanted to kill it, with Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainment, he would only need to pay the price of 30 poison-beard wolves. But Fang Yuan wanted to capture it alive. Thus he could not help but feel his hands and feet being tied in battle. The time is about right. Fang Yuan looked at the hump wolf's trembling limbs in the wind as he slowly walked down the hill, getting closer carefully. Right now, Most of his goo worms had been moved to Hu immortal blessed land through moving perspective cup goo. When he was 200 steps away from the hump wolf, Fang Yuan flicked his finger, activating the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo. Wolf enslavement goo exploded, turning into a light smoke that covered the hump wolf. The hump wolf quickly retreated, but the light smoke followed it closely. The hump wolf howled, charging towards Fang Yuan, but it met with the obstruction of the poison-beard wolves. After a few breaths of time, the light smoke completely fused into its body. The hump wolf laid on the ground weakly. Its body was covered in bleeding wounds. Its bloodshot eyes no longer looked at Fang Yuan with hatred, but showed a sense of submission. 100-man soul is indeed useful. If I did not use guts goo, I would need to expend some effort to enslave this hump wolf. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly before activating the wolf smoke goo in his aperture. Wolf smoke goo flew out, turning into thick smoke that enveloped the hump wolf and most of the injured poison-beard wolves. After a while, the smoke dispersed. The hump wolf's wounds were completely healed. It even grew new fur. The injured poison-beard wolves also recovered their vitality. However, even though they were uninjured, their battle strength was not at their peak. What affected the beast group's battle strength was not just their injuries, but also their hunger. The wolf group had to display their greatest battle strength. They could not be too hungry, or they would become weak. They could not be too full, or their battle strength would be affected. When the hump wolf hunted earlier, why did it wait patiently for the gray rabbit to return after it was full? It was the same logic. Only when the wolf group was in a half-starved state would they be able to fight more fiercely and cruelly. After fighting for such a long time, be it the hump wolf or the poison-beard wolves, they had expended a lot of their stamina. They were hungry. Fang Yuan willed, and the poison-beard wolves started to eat the corpses on the ground. The camel wolf swallowed the gray rabbit into its stomach, and then under Fang Yuan's forceful command, it also ate the dead female wolf and cubs. Fang Yuan stood on the spot, taking out his rations and eating them with cold water. 3 days had passed since he killed Gu Yao. Gu Yao was bound to die. The moment she saw fixed immortal travel, she was destined to die. Furthermore, she had seen Fang Yuan arrive naked in northern plains and saw him bury the immortal Gu, as well as the scene of him using moving perspective Gu. She knew too many things. In Fang Yuan's heart, she was a target he had to kill. But Fang Yuan had just arrived. His battle strength was weak. Gu Yao could be of help to him in poison grassland. But Gu Yao could not live. Her naivety could be used by Fang Yuan, and others could make use of her as well. Such a burden, with the soul of a normal person, as long as she was hit by someone else's mind-reading Gu or memory Gu, Fang Yuan's arrangements would become a joke, and the secrets that he had been hiding would be exposed to the public. Fang Yuan's killing was premeditated. As Gu Yao charged through the sea of ghost-faced sunflowers, the earth-drilling rat group, the shadow crow's obstruction, and found Changshan Yin, changing his skin, finding the snow-washed Gu, and burying the earth treasury flower king Gu, her value was gradually decreasing. At the same time, her threat level was also increasing. Her love for Fang Yuan made Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Changshan Yin, feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a dagger on his back. A woman in love would naturally try to understand the person she loved, including the present, future, and past. What would happen when she found out the truth? Furthermore, she had a tribe behind her. She was the young miss of the tribe. Being in love with such a person, no matter how low profile Fang Yuan kept, he would become the center of attention. Don't forget that Man Tribe's second young master, Man Duo, was extremely infatuated with Gu Yao's beauty. If Fang Yuan returned with Gu Yao, he would definitely become the target of Gu Tribe and Man Tribe. Why should he attract so much hatred for a burden? Fang Yuan was not afraid of hatred, but he did not come to Northern Plains for a holiday. His time was tight. It was a race against time. Danghun Mountain was dying step by step. Spring-autumn cicada was recovering step by step, but his cultivation was still at rank 4 peak stage. He had to succeed. There could be no failure. Once he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Not even his bones would be left. The path he walked was destined to be lonely. There were only 2 outcomes, either success or destruction. Thus, when the two got close to the periphery of poison grassland, Fang Yuan took advantage of the fact that there were few people around and it was convenient for him to kill. After killing Gu Yao, Fang Yuan ordered the poison-beard wolves to eat her up. Her soul was not spared either. It was swallowed by the soul burial toad and was now in the blessed land, completely destroyed by Dang Hun Mountain. The traces left by the bonfire were also carefully removed by Fang Yuan, not leaving behind any hidden dangers. In short, Gu Yao had completely disappeared from this world. The only trace left was probably the excrement of the poison-beard wolves. He. The so-called beauty, in the end, was just a handful of dirt. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Beautiful young girls were like fresh flowers in this world. They would either be stepped on by the roadside, or wither away as time passed, becoming ugly fertilizer to nourish the soil. Without eternal life, even the most beautiful things are just an illusion. The value of their existence is just for a moment of beauty. The more Fang Yuan experienced, the more he realized the cruelty of the world. Without eternal life, even the most valuable things would be worthless. The so-called immortal reputation, infamy, is just the shallow thoughts of those grandchildren. The so-called immortal spirit is just a tool used by the younger generation to prove themselves. Can people really only prove each other? On Earth, so be it. In this world, even if there is an extremely faint possibility, I will still pursue it. Even if I die on the path of pursuing, and die 1,000 times uglier than Gu Yao, I will not regret it. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to die. However, only by dedicating his entire life's energy to his pursuit could he die without the slightest bit of regret. Who could understand the heart of a transmigrator like Fang Yuan? The path he walked was destined to be endless darkness, destined to be incomparably lonely. The direction of his pilgrimage was only the light in his heart, eternal life, a tiny possibility that did not exist. In this world, no one could understand him, and him. Chapter 442. After the wolf group finished eating, Fang Yuan got on the hump wolf's back and continued his journey. These days, I have been following Gu Yao's directions. I am almost at the edge of poison grassland. If I go any further, I will see signs of human activity. Hump wolves were natural mounts. The two humps formed a comfortable saddle. Fang Yuan sat between the two humps, inspecting his aperture as he traveled. There were only about 10 gu worms left in his aperture. Other than spring-autumn cicada and moving perspective cup gu, there were only northern plains gu worms. The gu worms that came from southern border and central continent were all sent back to Hu immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan. Not even a single primordial stone was left behind. Southern borders Yuan stone could be used in northern plains, but it was different from northern plains Yuan stone. Gu Yao did not notice it because she was too young and naive. In fact, any Gu master with a bit of experience would be able to sense it. It is a pity that moving perspective cup Gu is rank 5, but it is suppressed to rank 4 in northern plains, and can only store rank 4 Gu. If I can use it to send fixed immortal travel to the blessed land, that would be perfect. Sigh, I hope my arrangements are effective. If fixed immortal travel Gu was taken away by other Gu immortals, it would be a huge loss to Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had no other choice. He had already done his best to the best of his abilities. The aura of the immortal Gu lasts for about a month. If there are no problems during this period, then fixed immortal travel Gu will be safe. Next, I will meet Northern Plains Gu masters. I cannot be careless. It is best to subdue 1,000 Wolf King during this period of time. I can increase the number of wolves to over 2,000. Sometimes, humans were scarier than wild beasts. A wolf group of over 2,000 could intimidate most small fries. Right now, I only have one rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and one rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. I need to use them carefully. From now on, I will use Chang Shan Yin's identity to travel in northern plains, and mainly enslavement wolves. This way, there is another obstacle. I do not have the recipes of rank 3 and 4 wolf enslavement Gu. But beast enslavement Gu were all expendable Gu. After it explodes into smoke, whether it succeeds or fails, it would dissipate. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave 1,000 wolf king. Rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu could enslave myriad wolf kings or mutated beasts. Without these two Gu recipes, Fang Yuan would not have large numbers of wolf enslavement goo. Without these wolf enslavement goo, Fang Yuan's wolf group would only be a few thousand at most. It would not be a big deal. With the hump wolf as a means of transportation, the speed of the next formation was at least 3 times faster. Fang Yuan traveled day and night. The dark clouds above his head gradually thinned. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the poison grassland. In the sky, the dark clouds scattered into pieces. Rays of sunlight seeped through the gaps in the dark clouds, forming beams of light that sprinkled down. In justice, the green grass was flourishing. Blue, purple, and yellow wildflowers bloomed one after another. The low-lying hills seemed to be rendered in pure green, without any lines to outline them. There was also a small river beside the hill. Under the illumination of the sun, it flowed slowly and sparkled like a silver necklace. I'm finally going out. Fang Yuan sighed. Riding on the hump wolf's back, poison-beard wolves surrounded him as he walked into the sunlight. The poison-beard wolves were in an uproar. They were suitable for hunting in dark environments, but under the sunlight, their battle strength was greatly affected. Fang Yuan did not mind. These poison-beard wolves were just a transition. They would be eliminated sooner or later. Fang Yuan looked back. The poison grassland was still covered in dark clouds. The light was dim and the wind was chilly. On the poison grassland, there were purple-black poisonous grasses growing in strange shapes. Compared to the grassland where the sunlight shone, it was a stark contrast, as if they were 2 different worlds. The eastern part of Hu Immortal Blessed Land is also covered in thick clouds. If I do not deal with it in time, that area might develop towards the direction of the poison grassland. Poison grassland, I will return. Fang Yuan muttered. As he spoke, his body suddenly felt light. Ever since he entered northern plains, he had felt uneasy, as if there was a formless restriction shrouding his body. Now that this restriction had been reduced by a portion, Fang Yuan immediately felt that he was closer to this vast world. His aura also rose, from rank 3 peak stage to rank 4 initial stage. Fang Yuan could not help but laugh heartily at his joyous mood. His body was gradually adapting to northern plains. His cultivation was recovering. This was a great help to his future plans. Northern plains, I am coming. Fang Yuan shouted, his legs squeezing the wolf's abdomen. The hump wolf started to run, leading the poison-beard wolves into the distance. Kill. Battle cries reverberated on the hill. Dozens of Gu masters and over 1,000 wind wolves were engaged in an intense battle. The battle had already been going on for 15 minutes. These damned wind wolves. Leader Gu Guang cursed. His expression was malevolent as he waved his saber, beheading a wind wolf in front of him. But after chopping down, his saber broke into 2. The half-blade in Gu Guang's hand had long since curled up. Howl. A wind wolf suddenly jumped, pouncing towards Gu Guang. Young tribe leader, be careful. Spiral water arrow. The Gu master behind Gu Guang shouted anxiously. Hearing this shout, Gu Guang, who had developed a tacit understanding from years of battle, didn't even think before he suddenly bent down. It looked like he was offering his head to the wolf's mouth. The wind wolf that was jumping in the air opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. Just as it was about to bite Gu Guang's head, a blue water arrow with a strong spiral force shot towards Gu Guang's back. Next, this spiral water arrow fiercely shot into the wind wolf's mouth, killing it instantly. Using this chance, Gu Guang squeezed the wolf's abdomen, urging the hump wolf to retreating into everyone's defensive circle. Saber Gu. He clasped his hands together, squeezing out the last trace of primeval essence from his aperture, before injecting it into the saber imprint on his palm. Swoosh! Gu Guang swung his right hand fiercely, and a brand new saber formed in an instant, which he held tightly in his hand. Die! He roared, his voice already hoarse like iron. The new saber was extremely sharp, drawing a cold light in the air, directly cutting a wind wolf into 2. However, this small victory could hardly have a positive impact on the overall declining situation. Damn it, I don't have enough primeval essence. There are too many wind wolves, at least 3,000 of them. Young tribe leader, we are completely surrounded. There is no hope in fighting to the death. Why don't we break through towards the east? The defense there is the weakest. The surrounding Gu masters shouted one after another. Gu Guang's tiger eyes shone with divine light as he sized up the area, resolutely rejecting. No, there is a puddle in the east. The defense seems weak, but it is actually a facade created by the Wind Wolf King. Once we enter, we will be walking into its trap. Then what should we do? Everyone asked. Gu Guang gritted his teeth, making up his mind. Turn around, we will go back and break through towards the west. But we still haven't found Lady Gu Yao. If we return like this, how will we report to Lord Tribe Leader? Gu Guang snorted. Although Gu Yao is my sister, for her own selfishness, she disregarded the entire Gu tribe situation and ran away from the marriage. For a mere girl, she is sacrificing us good men. It is not worth it. Send the order. We will break through. Let those dirty slaves stay behind to guard the rear. It is time for them to sacrifice their lives for master. Yes, everyone quickly conveyed the order. Northern Plains tribes fought all year round. Some of the defeated Gu masters became slaves. Slaves had low status, and when necessary, they would be mercilessly discarded as cannon fodder. Soon, the Gu masters split into two groups. A pair of slaves stayed on the slope, using their lives to obstruct the enemy. The other group, under Gu Guang's lead, started to break through towards the west. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Guang charged at the front line, riding a hump wolf as he waved his saber, wild and brave. Protect young master. The Gu masters behind him were all tall and sturdy Northern Plains men. They rode hump wolves and closely gathered around Gu Guang. Swoosh. Suddenly, a huge three-leafed wind blade shot over. Young master. A loyal Gu master shouted in warning, being the first to react. He did not have a trace of primeval essence in his aperture, so he rode the hump wolf to the front, using his body to block the wind blade. Without any surprise, he was cut into two by the wind blade, dying instantly. The wind blade weakened to two leaves, but still slashed towards Gu Guang. Gu Guang reacted, quickly raising his saber to block. Bam! The wind blade exploded, the saber shattered, and Gu Guang vomited a mouthful of blood, falling down from the hump wolf's back. Young tribe leader. The Gu masters behind him quickly protected him, but this way, they failed to break through the encirclement. An endless stream of wind wolves surrounded them from both sides, once again firmly surrounding them. The wind wolf group quietly opened up a path, and the vigorous and beautiful Wind Wolf King slowly walked along this path, arriving in front of everyone. Thousand Beast King. Its body was huge, like a warhorse. Its body was covered in neat dark green wolf fur, and its eyes were like emeralds. As it slowly walked, it actually gave Gu Guang and the others a feeling of elegance and nobility. At this time, the slave Gu masters guarding the top of the hill had already been exterminated. Large groups of wind wolves attacked from behind. The Gu masters had already exhausted their primeval essence, and the Wind Wolf King's arrival caused a commotion. Someone wanted to drag Gu Guang back, but Gu Guang swung his arm and struggled to stand up, shouting, "What are you afraid of? Even without primeval essence, I still have my fists and teeth. Warriors, don't let these beasts look down on you. Use our blood to prove that we are brave Gu tribesmen." Everyone was encouraged by him, and their morale rose, as they all had the will to die. The Wind Wolf King slowed down, and suddenly turned its head, looking towards the east side of the battlefield. Chapter 443. The Poison-Beard Wolf Group did not stop. They charged towards the Wind Wolf Group. Poison-Beard Wolves. Soon, the Gu Masters saw the Poison-Beard Wolf Group. They raised their heads and looked. Strange, don't Poison-Beard Wolves only live in poison grassland? Why are they outside? The Gu Masters were puzzled. They should be driven by a Gu Master. Gu Guang clenched his fists, looking at the approaching Poison-Beard Wolf Group. His eyes that were filled with despair started to shine with hope. Young Master is wise. Look over there. There is someone. A few breaths later, a Gu Master pointed far away and shouted. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf and appeared in everyone's vision. We are saved. Everyone cheered. Not necessarily. Gu Guang squinted. He was clear-headed. There are less than 1,000 poison-beard wolves. It will depend on this person's wolf enslavement skill. With his reminder, the Gu Master started to worry. This person should be an enslavement path Gu Master, but he does not have many poison-beard wolves. Not good. The poison-beard wolves are under sunlight. Their battle strength is weakened. They are slightly weaker than the wind wolves. Oh no, this enslavement path Gu Master does not even have 1,000 Beast King with him. With only a few hundred Beast Kings, how can he block the Wind Wolf King's charge? Gu Guang suddenly spoke. No problem. As long as this Gu Master gathers the poison-beard wolves at one spot and charges through the formation, there is a chance of saving us. These words greatly alleviated everyone's worries. But just as their hope was ignited, Fang Yuan willed, and the entire poison-beard wolf group was like a bucket of water that was poured out, crashing onto the ground and scattering. This. Many Gu Masters were tongue-tied. It's over. He's digging his own grave. Some people simply closed their eyes. Idiot. He wasted such a chance. Some Gu Masters stomped their feet in anger. They were extremely disappointed. They cursed. Some even started to hate Fang Yuan. Gu Guang's expression turned pale. As long as there was a chance to live, who would want to die? Fang Yuan's appearance gave everyone hope. But this person destroyed this hope with his own hands. The Wind Wolf King howled, and the entire pack of wind wolves launched a counterattack. Just as the two wolf packs were about to clash, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a long howl. He was a human, but at this moment, he howled like a wolf. The cry was desolate and wild, like a bonfire swaying in the night wind. The wolf howls covered a radius of 800 steps. All the poison-beard wolves within this range went berserk when they heard the howls. They suddenly exploded with twice their fighting strength. Ah, this is a rank 4 wolf howl Gu. It can raise the battle strength of a wolf group. It is an extremely rare Gu. This person is actually a rank 4 Gu Master. Fang Yuan's wolf howl could be said to be earth-shattering, causing the Gu Master's expressions to change. Hope blossomed in many pairs of despairing eyes once again. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were two different concepts. Rank 3 was Clan Elder, Rank 4 was Clan Leader. Even Gu Guang was only at Rank 3 upper stage. After recognizing Fang Yuan's cultivation, no one cursed him anymore. Northern Plains Gu Masters might be brave, but they were not arrogant and unruly. They were filled with respect towards the strong and humility towards strength. The poison-beard wolves were originally weaker than the wind wolves, but now that their battle strength rose, they were even stronger than the wind wolves. In just a while, the wind wolf group was forced to retreat, and there were large numbers of wind wolf corpses on the battlefield. Often, 10 wind wolves would die. Only one poison-beard wolf would be sacrificed. What kind of exquisite wolf enslavement skill is this? Such a casualty ratio made Gu Tribe's Gu Master's eyes pop out. Unimaginable. This is the attainment of a beast enslavement master. Who is this person? Many people looked at Fang Yuan as if they were looking at a monster. I've never heard of such a hidden expert in the vicinity. Everyone was naturally surprised and overjoyed. Fang Yuan's strength made the Wind Wolf group focus their attention on the poison-beard wolves. They only surrounded Gu Tribe's Gu Masters and did not attack, giving these people precious time to breathe. The Wind Wolf King has moved. Gu Guang suddenly spoke. His words made everyone nervous again. The Wind Wolf King had extraordinary intelligence. It howled and quickly gathered a large number of elites. Soon, with the Wind Wolf King as the shoulder, this group of elites shot into the formation like an arrow, charging towards the center and attacking Fang Yuan. Enslavement Path Gu Masters were most afraid of beheading the leader tactic, and this Wind Wolf King was 1,000 Beast King. Now that it was charging with the elites of the wolf group, it was simply unstoppable. Fang Yuan's subordinates, however, only had a few hundred Beast King poison beard wolf kings. But Fang Yuan was not shocked. Instead, he was happy, smiling lightly. As expected, they could not hold it in anymore. The Wind Wolf King's intelligence far surpassed other wolves, but it was still a wild beast. It could not compare to humans. Against other wolf groups, Fang Yuan had to charge himself. But against the Wind Wolf King, Fang Yuan created such a formation, luring the Wind Wolf King to charge. Swoosh! The charging Wind Wolf King suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a three-leaf wind blade. The wind blade flew up, breaking through the wolf group and carving out a path of blood, slashing towards Fang Yuan. Careful! A Gu master on the mound could not help but shout. The others' hearts were in their throats. Fang Yuan did not move. Only when the wind blade was about to reach him did he maneuver the hump wolf to dodge, easily dodging it. The green wind blade brushed past his body. Expert. Fang Yuan's fearlessness in the face of danger and his calm demeanor made the Gu masters think of this term. Fang Yuan willed. Several poison-beard wolf kings were already prepared. They ran over and formed a battle formation, blocking the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King was fast, had strong attacks and sturdy defense. It was stronger than any of the poison-beard wolf kings. But no matter how it charged, it could not break through this obstacle. Fang Yuan used his exquisite command to win against the strong, restraining the Wind Wolf King until it could not do anything but howl in anger. Terrifying. The mighty Wind Wolf King has been completely toyed with by this man. This person's beast enslavement skill can match Jiang Baoye, Yang Puing, and Ma Zun. Another top-tier enslavement path expert has appeared in Northern Plains. If the wolves under his command were several times stronger, he could even fight against a small and medium-sized tribe by himself. Who is this person? He looks quite old. Gu Guang looked at Fang Yuan manipulating the Wind Wolf King, feeling dazzled and awe. Everyone shook their heads, making guesses. This gave Fang Yuan another layer of mystery. It's about time, Fang Yuan muttered. He had the entire battle situation in his hands. Seeing that the Wind Wolf King wanted to escape, he knew it had lost its fighting spirit. Rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu, go! Fang Yuan willed. His only rank 3 Wolf Enslavement Gu flew out, turning into a light smoke that enveloped the Wind Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King howled. Its soul struggled and actually held on to the light smoke, not submitting to Fang Yuan's pressure. Humph! Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He had 100-man soul. He was not afraid of this contest of souls. As expected, the Wind Wolf King resisted for a while, losing and submitting to Fang Yuan. This person's soul is so strong. He might have 100-man soul. Someone exclaimed. With such enslavement path attainment, it is not strange for him to have 100-man soul. Someone retorted, like Jiang Baoye, Yang Puing, Ma Zun, they all have 1,000-man soul. After successfully planting the Wolf Enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan obtained his first 1,000 Wolf King. The Wind Wolf King howled. The wolf group immediately stopped moving. The noisy battlefield suddenly quietened down. The remaining 1,000 or so wind wolves changed their allegiance and joined Fang Yuan's side. This way, Fang Yuan's wolf group doubled in size, reaching over 2,400. My luck is good this time. If not for these Gu masters restraining me, I would have to pay an even greater price to subdue this Wind Wolf King. Fang Yuan rode the hump wolf, slowly walking towards the hill. Gu Guang's group held their breaths. This person in front of them would decide their life and death. As Fang Yuan got closer, Gu Guang stepped out of the crowd and covered his chest with his right hand, bowing deeply to Fang Yuan, saying loudly, "Respected expert, I admire and fear your strength. Right now, our lives are in your hands. Whether we live or die, we will listen to you. We have no objections." He, young warrior, I have seen your battle earlier. You are as valiant as a stallion. It reminds me of myself when I was young. Fang Yuan sat on the wolf's back, laughing heartily and looking at everyone warmly. You are the first batch of people I saw after leaving Poison Grassland. I am very happy to be able to return to this land. Don't worry, I, Changshanin, am not a ruthless person. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, the Gu masters laughed, completely relaxing. Their primeval essence was lacking. If Fang Yuan wanted to kill them, they would not be able to retaliate. Sometimes, humans were more dangerous than wolves. If they met a demonic Gu master, their outcome might be even more miserable. Right now, everyone was rejoicing. They felt that they had met a righteous expert. Benefactor Chang Shan Yin, I am Gu tribe's young tribe leader. You saved my life. Please give me a chance to be grateful. Let me invite you to our tent as a guest. I will do my best to entertain you. Gu Guang invited sincerely. Of course, Gratitude was a part of it. The other part was because of Fang Yuan's strength. The chance to make friends with such an expert was not only good for Gu Guang, but also for the entire tribe. Good tribe? Fang Yuan pondered for a while. All right, I have used up all my Yuan stone. I also need to replenish my Gu worms. I need to rest for a while. He expressed his needs in his words, hinting at Gu Guang. Chapter 444. Fang Yuan followed Gu Guang's group towards the west. They had hump wolves and their speed was not slow. Along the way, the group's atmosphere was harmonious. On one hand, Fang Yuan wanted to get close to them. He had some ulterior motives. On the other hand, Gu Guang wanted to befriend them. He had respect in his heart. Northern Plains people were brave and fierce, but they were straightforward and forthright. If you did not have strength, Northern Plains people would look down on you. It would be hard to befriend you. But if your fists were strong and hard, Northern Plains people would respect you. When you were angry with them, their passion would let you understand what was called regret not having met earlier. In just 2 days, Fang Yuan and Gu Guang were on good terms. Fang Yuan wanted to use Gu tribe as a springboard to truly integrate into Northern Plains. After all, Changshan Yin had disappeared for over 20 years. He had to let the people accept his sudden return. At the same time, he lacked Yuan stone and defensive Gu. He needed to trade for them. Fang Yuan did not find any defensive Gu worms on Changshan Yin's corpse. It should have been destroyed in the battle with Ha-Tu Gu. Gu Guang was also filled with gratitude, reverence, and curiosity towards Fang Yuan. Gratitude because Fang Yuan saved his life. Reverence because along the way, Fang Yuan controlled the wolf group and displayed top-notch attainment. Moreover, his casual pointers were able to break through Gu Guang's cultivation bottleneck. He had the demeanor of a senior and the bearing of an expert. Curiosity because Fang Yuan's words touched on the past. His tone was filled with emotions, and his gaze was filled with the vicissitudes of life. He was evidently an expert with a story. Gu Guang naturally had the desire to investigate, but he did not dare to ask. 5 days later, the group returned to Gu tribe's camp. The camp was huge. There was a row of thick mud walls erected on the periphery. The mud walls were 6 feet tall. It was lush and green. Dark green vines intertwined and spread, and under the large leaves were clusters of purple grape-like fruits. These were not fruits, but would path divine confusion Gu. When attacked by a group of beasts, these purple grapes would explode into liquid. When the liquid fell on the bodies of the beasts, they would lose consciousness and their bodies would sway. They wouldn't even be able to stand properly, let alone attack and fight. Behind the earthen wall was a towering watchtower. There were usually 3 Gu masters stationed on the tower, 1 defensive Gu master and 2 investigative Gu masters taking turns to keep watch. The camp's gate opened and many Gu masters came out to welcome them. The young clan head is back. The young clan head is back. Young clan head just left a few days ago, and he's already back? I heard they encountered a wind wolf pack and almost lost their lives. Luckily, they had enslavement path experts to help them. Is that the middle-aged man? All these wolves were following him. Amazing. I wonder which tribe's expert is he from. Before Fang Yuan and the rest even got close to the camp, they met a patrolling Gu master. Therefore, someone had already gone back to report in advance. Because of this, the news was leaked, and many people pointed at Fang Yuan with great curiosity. Some children shouted excitedly and jumped at the back of the group. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf's back, looking at Gu Guang waving to the crowd. Every time he waved, the crowd would cheer. It could be seen that this young man had great prestige in Gu tribe. From the conversations along the way, Fang Yuan had thoroughly understood Gu Guang. He was Gu Yao's elder brother, a typical Northern Plains man. He was forthright and loyal. Regarding honor and glory as more important than life, he was courageous and brave. At the same time, the traditional concept of men being superior to women was deeply ingrained in his bones. Thus, he was extremely angry and disgusted with his sister's escape from the marriage. But this anger and disgust did not mean that the brother-sister relationship was shallow. On the contrary, if he knew that Fang Yuan was his sister's murderer, even if he had no primeval essence, he would use his teeth and limbs to take revenge on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had lived in northern plains for 500 years in his previous life and had a deep understanding of northern plains people. The group walked along the main path towards the center of the camp. There were many tents around, similar to the Mongolian yurts on Earth. These were the houses that mortals lived in. Many people heard the commotion and lifted the curtains. When they walked out and saw the wolf group beside Fang Yuan, their expressions changed. When they saw the young tribe leader, they quickly covered their hearts with their right hands and bowed to Gu Guang, greeting him loudly. In the southern border, mortals would kneel when they met Gu masters. But in northern plains, brave men only kneeled to heaven and earth, their ancestors and elders. Normally, they would not easily kneel, even if they met the tribe leader or elders. These people were all wearing ordinary leather robes. Some had better family circumstances. The women wore jewelry, while the men had gold or purple threads embroidered on their clothes. Some had worse family circumstances. Their clothes were tattered and even patched. But this was much better than being a slave. Along the way, Fang Yuan saw that the people kneeling on the ground were all slaves. Most of these slaves did not have proper clothes. Their faces were sallow and their bodies emaciated. In northern plains, these slaves had very low status and their lives were miserable. In the hearts of northern plains people, raising slaves was equivalent to raising cattle and sheep. Slave trade was the most popular in northern plains. In northern plains, those who lived in tents were mortals. The tents were distributed outside the camp, while the inner area was where the Gu masters lived. If a beast group attacked the camp, the mortals would be the first to suffer. After Fang Yuan's group walked past the tents, they arrived at the Gu masters' area. The Gu masters on the grassland did not live in tents, but in Gu houses. A Gu house was a house made from Gu. A simple Gu house was just a Gu. A more complex Gu house was built by combining many Gu together. In the southern border, large caravans that traveled in the mountains and forests also had Gu houses. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Jia clan's caravan carried a Gu house, using a wood path Gu, 3-star cave. It was 18 meters tall, a giant tree that reached into the sky. The tree roots were thick and strong. The branches were like entangling dragons and snakes. A small portion was exposed on the surface, while the rest were deeply rooted in the ground. The tree trunk had 3 layers, and on the surface of the trunk, there were windows. Its defense was not something a tent could compare to. When used, the logistics Gu master would plant it and infuse it with primeval essence, causing it to grow. When reclaimed, it would form a seed. But in northern plains, ordinary Gu houses were all towering trees like 3-star cave. Such a tall tree could easily be struck by lightning during a thunderstorm. Thus, the first Gu house that Fang Yuan saw was the most commonly seen house lizard Gu in northern plains. This was a rank 2 Gu. It looked like a lizard with different colors, the most common being dark green, sky blue, and milky white. Its body was huge, comparable to a bus on Earth. The 2 eye sockets of the lizard were made into windows. The 2 sides of the lizard also had windows. The lizard was lying on the ground, opening its mouth and revealing a door. After pushing the door open, there was a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were rooms. At the end of the corridor was a toilet, temporarily storing excrement. When the tribe set off, the lizard would crawl up and move forward with its thick limbs. When there was too much excrement in the toilet, these lizards would defecate, raising their tails and exposing their anus, excreting all the excrement. The families living in the Gu house had at least 1 Gu master. The living environment here was clearly of a higher level than the tent area. At the entrance of the Gu house, there were often big stomach horses with the reins coiled around the lizard's huge teeth. A few families even had hump wolves. After Fang Yuan and the rest passed through these lizard house Gu, they saw the Gu house mushroom forest. This Gu house was formed by planting a large number of mushroom room Gu. Every house was a giant mushroom with a fleshy gray conical roof. It could slide down the rain without attracting lightning strikes. It was also very stable in the strong wind. The mushroom's thick cylindrical roots were the white walls. There were also windows on them. Several mushroom room Gu were placed together, forming a unique small courtyard. Dozens of mushroom room Gu were planted together, forming a grassland, forming a small garden. Those who lived in the mushroom forest were mostly clan elders or wealthy Gu masters. Hearing the movement of Feng Yuan and the rest, the windows of these mushroom rooms opened, revealing the faces of Northern Plains women and children. Some lively children even ran out and touched the fur of the wind wolves or poison-bearded wolves. They were much bolder than the children of mortals. Benefactor Chang Shan-in, our Gu tribe's main tent is in front. Gu Guang spoke. The group came to the center of the camp. There were hundreds of mushroom room Gu here. An old man, who looked very similar to Gu Guang, led a group of Gu masters and welcomed them. Feng Yuan guessed that he was Gu tribe leader, and to show his courtesy, he got off the hump wolf. The old tribe leader quickly walked to Feng Yuan. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed deeply to Feng Yuan. Esteemed expert, you saved my son. That is equivalent to saving the future of our Gu tribe. Please come in. We have prepared high-quality horse milk wine. The cows and sheep are also being roasted. We will also have people to feed your wolf group. All right. Feng Yuan nodded, following Gu tribe leader into the largest mushroom forest. In the mushroom forest, in the largest mushroom room Gu, everyone sat down. The fragrant horse milk wine was placed in a leather bag, held by a beautiful young girl, standing behind everyone. Large amounts of delicacies were served on the table. Not long after, there were people carrying roasted whole sheep and cows to the center of the room. Gu tribe leader personally got off his seat, coming to the center of the room. He used a dagger to cut off the eyes of the cows and sheep, then cut off the meat on their backs and chests. Next, he placed them on a golden plate, holding them with both hands, and personally brought them to Feng Yuan's table. Benefactor, please. Gu tribe leader raised his wine cup, standing in front of Feng Yuan, toasting him. Northern Plains people respected good men the most, and were very hospitable. In Northern Plains, if the host toasted to the guest, and the guest drank it all, it was a sign of respect to the host. On the contrary, if the guest did not drink, it was a sign of disdain. When Feng Yuan drank the whole bowl of horse milk wine, everyone in the room cheered loudly, and the atmosphere started to heat up. After Gu tribe leader toasted, it was Gu Guang's turn to toast, and Feng Yuan drank it all in one gulp. Next, it was the other elders' turn to toast. Feng Yuan drank it all, showing a heroic spirit that made everyone even happier. After 3 rounds of toasts, the atmosphere in the room was already heated up. Benefactor Chang Shan-in, your name sounds familiar. Are you a member of the Chang clan? I have acquaintances in Chang tribe. My second daughter is married to Chang tribe. Maybe we are even relatives. Gu tribe leader put down his wine cup. His face was slightly red, but his eyes were shining brightly. Gu tribe leader, I know what you want to ask. I am from Chang tribe's Yuan Feng branch, the Shan generation, the only son in the family. My father is Chang Shengchun, and my mother is Chang Chui. Feng Yuan sighed, replying in a melancholic tone. Gu tribe leader's eyes opened wide, looking at Feng Yuan in shock. You are really warrior Chang Shan-in. Chapter 445. When old Gu tribe leader heard Chang Shan-yin's name from his subordinate's report, he was puzzled. Now, at the banquet, after getting confirmation from Feng Yuan, he was very excited. The group of elders also let out exclamations of admiration. Chang Shan-in? Gu Guang sat at the side, speaking in a puzzled tone. You are still young. It is natural that you do not know. Gu tribe leader sighed, instructing, Son, quickly toast to Chang Shan-in. He is not only your benefactor, he is also the hero of our northern plains. Old tribe leader. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly, putting down the wine cup in his hand. I am not a hero. I am only a wanderer in dire straits. Maybe it is the blessing of longevity heaven that allowed me to escape from the brink of death. But after sleeping for 20 years, when I woke up, everything had changed. I am an unfilial son. I have no face to return to the tribe. Saying so, Feng Yuan's tears flowed down. The elders sighed. Old Gu tribe leader quickly consoled him. Benefactor Chang Shan-in, what are you saying? If you are not the hero of our northern plains, then who else is? In the past, Hatu Gu's bandits were so savage, countless tribes were robbed by them. The weaker tribes were even slaughtered by them. Not even their cows or sheep were spared. You killed them. You got rid of a huge threat for Northern Plains. Your mother was harmed by scoundrels. It was not because you were unfilial. On the contrary, your virtue and righteousness are widely known. We all know about it. Your return is a blessing for our Northern Plains' righteous path. Lord Tribe Leader is right. To think that Sir is Changshan-in, it is our honor to see the hero today. That's right. The hero Changshan-in has returned. It is a great blessing for our righteous path. The clan elders praised him one after another. Ge Guang's eyes shone. Only now did he know that Feng Yuan had such a huge background and so many stories. This further increased his admiration towards Feng Yuan. Let bygones be bygones. Everyone, it is fate that we met. Let us drink. Feng Yuan did not want to talk about this. He knew about Changshan-yin's past, but it was best to avoid it. He had a melancholy air about him. Everyone observed his expression and did not mention the past, only talking about the banquet. After confirming Changshan-yin's identity, Feng Yuan was warmly received. The banquet lasted from morning until late at night. Many elders were drunk. If not for Feng Yuan pretending to be drunk, he would not have been able to get away. On the second day, Gu tribe leader invited Feng Yuan to a banquet. Benefactor Changshan-in, this is a small gift to thank you for saving my son's life. Before the banquet started, the old tribe leader gifted Feng Yuan 1,000,000 primeval stones. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. He did not expect there to be so many gifts. Gu tribe was only a small to mid-sized tribe. They were financially strapped. This could be seen from the layout of the camp and the clothes of the people. He was poor now. These Northern Plains Yuan stones could solve his urgent need. He immediately accepted it. Gu tribe leader, I did not save Ge Guang for this money. But to speak the truth, I have clean sleeves and am lacking Yuan stones. I will not stand on ceremony. I will definitely repay Gu tribe's kindness. Hearing Feng Yuan's last sentence, Gu tribe leader, Ge Guang and the elders laughed. To be able to befriend an expert like Changshan-in, to have a relationship with such a hero, it was something that small to mid-sized tribes like them had always wanted to do. The banquet continued. The atmosphere was even more lively than yesterday. Yesterday was the first time they met, but today, both sides were familiar with each other. Feng Yuan toasted everyone, remembering the names of every elder. This made all the elders feel flattered. They felt even closer to Changshan-in. During the banquet, some were curious about Feng Yuan's experiences. Feng Yuan said the words he had already prepared, in front of everyone. It was probably the same words he used to deceive Gu Yao, but it was more accurate than deceiving a young girl. The main point was his cultivation. Because of his injuries, he had fallen from rank 4 peak stage to initial stage. There were no flaws in his words. Everyone exclaimed and sighed. They felt even more admiration towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, was sighing. He did not care about his past achievements. His gaze was filled with vicissitudes and his tone was melancholic. Good tribesmen saw that the legendary hero had such a painful side. Such a side. They felt sad and sympathized with him. They felt even closer to Feng Yuan. On the third day, Gu tribe continued to invite guests, showing great enthusiasm. An unfamiliar elder appeared at the banquet this time. He was in charge of Gu tribe's intelligence. When Feng Yuan came to the camp, he was ordered to lead a group to search for Gu Yao. Sigh, it's all my fault. I have an unruly little girl. I have spoiled her too much. This time, she actually ran away from the marriage. Gu tribe leader sighed. That's right, big brother Changshan-in. You have returned from Poison Grassland. Did you see my sister on the way? Ge Guang asked. Feng Yuan had no hesitation. His expression was very natural as he replied. Apologies, I had wolves as my companions along the way. You are the first batch of people I met, so I feel very close to you. Ge Guang was only asking casually. He did not have any expectations. Furthermore, Poison Grassland was so big. It was normal that Feng Yuan did not meet her. Even if he did, it would be a rare thing. There is no news of my insensible sister now. I really don't know where she escaped to. Sigh. Now it is troublesome. Man tribe leader's second son Manduo is the one who asked for her hand in marriage. Now that she ran away, Manduo will not be able to get her. He will probably vent his anger on our Gu tribe. Ge Guang frowned. sighing deeply. The other elders' expressions also sank. These days, Man tribe had been pressuring them more and more. What they did not know was that Changshan, whom they had warmly received for the past 3 days, had already killed Gu Yao. Trees die when moved, but people live when moved. Brother Go, why are you so reluctant to leave this place? There is only over a year left until the blizzard. Your tribe can move to the north, participate in the Heroes' Assembly, and attach to the Huangjin tribe. That way, you can hide in Imperial Court-blessed land when the blizzard arrives. Fang Yuan urged. It was not easy to survive in the Gu Master world. The environment was cruel. In southern border, people set up villages and easily attracted beast tides. But northern plains had no mountains to rely on. It would be baptized by the blizzard. Every 10 years in northern plains, there would be a huge blizzard that engulfed the whole of northern plains. At that time, for several months, the sky would turn dark and snow would fall everywhere. The cold wind was biting cold, like a knife. Pure white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. The whole grassland would freeze into a world of ice and snow. Every time there was a snowstorm, a large number of living beings would perish. Wolves, foxes, eagles, flowers, and grasses, as well as humans, were not spared. Especially in the blizzard, large numbers of wild beast Gu worms would be born, possessing great offensive power. Often, after a blizzard, a large tribe in northern plains would be reduced to a medium-sized tribe. When a medium-sized tribe was reduced to a small-sized tribe, the losses in population and casualties would be huge. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Brother Shan, I am already old. I no longer have the ambitions I had when I was young. Attaching ourselves to the Huangjin tribe will drag our Gu tribe into the whirlpool of war. It is fine if we succeed, but if we fail, the consequences will be too severe. Our Gu tribe will have difficulty moving forward. We cannot afford it. The struggle for the imperial court is not something a small tribe like ours can participate in. Actually, the environment here is not bad. The land is fertile and the plants are plentiful. Especially in the vicinity, there is a Hongyin Valley that is spewing out earth fire. During the snowstorm, my clan will move into the valley and we will be able to get through this. But Hongyin Valley was tightly controlled by the overlord force here, Man tribe. If Gu tribe wanted to enter Hongyin Valley, they would have to discuss with Man tribe. Man Duo's marriage proposal from Gu Yao was a very good opportunity. For the benefit of the entire tribe, sacrificing a daughter's happiness in marriage was a very good deal for old Gu tribe leader and Gu Guang. For the sake of the collective, sacrificing individual benefits, this was the most common phenomenon in the system. But now that Gu Yao had escaped the marriage, there was no news of her. Man tribe had been pressuring for her, but Gu tribe could not hand her over. Fang Yuan heard Gu tribe leader's words and immediately understood the other party's intention. He wanted Man tribe. He understood this very well, but felt pity in his heart. The Heroes' Assembly was his next destination. If the other party migrated, he could still travel together, and the risk would be much lower. At the mention of the blizzard and the Man clan, everyone's spirits dropped. Brother Shan, do you really not want to return to Chang tribe? Old Gu tribe leader asked. Of course not. If I return, wouldn't my impersonation be exposed even more easily? Fang Yuan thought this, but he said, Sigh, with my current situation, I have no face to face my fellow tribesmen. Old Gu tribe leader nodded, expressing his understanding and also some sympathy. Chang Shanin slept for 20 years. When he woke up, everything had changed. His mother died. His wife remarried his brother. Chang tribe became his sore spot. It was normal for him to not be able to face them now. At the banquet earlier, Fang Yuan had mentioned that he wanted to go to the Heroes' Assembly and at the same time, recover his cultivation. Brother, if you really want to participate in the Heroes' Assembly, just the wolf group in your hands is not enough. Why don't you stay for a few days and rest? The old tribe leader suggested. Fang Yuan nodded, not being polite. I have the same intention, but I will have to trouble everyone. Not at all. It is our honor that you can stay here as a guest. The old tribe leader laughed, expressing his welcome. Gu Guang also laughed. In a few days, it will be the good day for the nearby tribes to open their markets together. Uncle Chang can go take a look. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed. A few days later, the Gu tribe broke camp and headed towards the southwest, meeting up with the other large tribes. A huge market was quickly formed between the tribes. Chapter 446. Come, come, come. Have a taste of this fragrant rice cake. Selling tea, top-grade tea bricks. Asu family's horse milk wine, 10 years old. Anyone who drinks it will know. Messy stalls were set up everywhere, and the air was filled with fragrances. The sounds of shouting and bargaining rose and fell one after another. Fang Yuan walked among them. The surrounding people were rubbing shoulders with each other. The festive atmosphere was intense. Not only did they sell food, they also sold robes. There were ordinary sheepskin robes, dogskin robes, and slightly higher quality cowhide robes. There were also beautiful fox snow robes, and the wolfskin robes that soldiers often wore. Children lingered around the food stalls, while men squatted in front of the stalls selling ironware to bargain. Women chose agate, gems, pearls, and jewelry made of gold and silver. Continuing to walk inside, Fang Yuan saw a hastily built plaza. In the plaza, there were huge wooden cages filled with people. Outside the cages, there were specialized Gu masters guarding. A fat man with a fat waist was shouting with all his might, selling slaves, 5 male slaves for half a yuan stone. Fang Yuan took a glance and knew this was the popular slave trade in northern plains. These people were the other tribes that were annexed after the war. After being captured alive, they lost their freedom and became goods. Inside the cages, there were children who were as skinny as sticks, and men who were chained and kneeling with their heads lowered. Of course, there were women. The fat man shouted for a long time. His forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing that everyone was just watching, he rolled his eyes and opened the wooden cage, pulling out a woman with a face full of dirt. Quickly look, this is a good woman. With a ripping sound, he tore the woman's tattered robe, revealing her breasts. Look, what a plump chest. Next, he turned the woman around and slapped her, but in front of everyone. And look at this, what a fat butt. It can give birth. If I buy it, I can give birth to babies and even do manual labor. During the whole process, the woman's expression was numb, like a puppet being manipulated by others. The fat man shouted with all his might, finally causing a commotion among the crowd. Someone shouted, "How much is this woman?" 3 taels of primeval stones, only 3 taels of primeval stones. The fatty immediately raised 3 thick and short fingers. 3 taels of yuan stone was not even half a yuan stone. However, the person who had just asked the price shouted, "What? 3 taels? Are you trying to rob me? If I had this money, I might as well save another 2 taels and buy a horse with a big stomach." Fatty's oily face immediately trembled and he spat at his feet. Bullshit. Buy a woman to ride on the bed. Buy a horse with a big stomach. Although you can ride it, can it give birth to a baby? Pauper, if you don't want to buy, then scram. The fat man was a rank 1 Gu master, while the person who was scolded was a mortal. He immediately shrunk his head and slipped away. Fang Yuan took a few glances at it with interest before withdrawing his gaze. The slaves that the fatty was selling were only mortals, so of course they wouldn't fetch a good price. But if it wasn't inhuman, it would be much easier to sell. If it was a Gu master, it would be a high-level slave with the highest price. Looking at these slaves, Fang Yuan could not help but think of Ma Hongyun. This person was born as a slave and had heaven-defying luck. First, he participated in the battle as a slave. In the end, his tribe was routed, and he saved the young tribe leader by a freak combination of factors while escaping. Thus, he made a great contribution and was given the surname Ma, no longer a slave. He became an ordinary mortal in the Ma clan. To make a living, he went out to hunt, but because his skills were not good, he had no gains. On the way back, he tripped over a rock. He smashed the rock fiercely and found a white-silver relic Gu under the rock. He offered the Gu worm to his tribe's young tribe leader. The young tribe leader needed this white-silver relic Gu and was overjoyed. Not only did he heavily reward Ma Hongyun, he even gave him a chance to cultivate. Ma Hongyun opened his aperture and had great aptitude, but he did not have any powerful Gu worms. He was often bullied by the surrounding Gu masters, and once was kicked into the river. In the end, Ma Hongyun, who did not know how to swim, was filled with water and floated downstream along the rapid river. Downstream, Shang tribe leader's third daughter, Shang Ling was bathing and was seen by Ma Hongyun. According to Shang tribe's tradition, the beautiful Shang tribe female genius Gu Master had no choice but to accept her fate and become his wife. Ma Hongyun obtained great help from Shang Ling and never lacked Gu worms and Yuan stone. Shang Ling even stole the tribe's treasure Gu for him and raised his aptitude to a grade. After this matter was exposed, Shang tribe leader did not want his daughter to marry such a poor lad, and secretly sent an expert to kill Ma Hongyun. In the end, this expert had a dispute with someone on the way, and was killed by another expert. Ma Hongyun and Shang Ling became husband and wife, and was placed in an important position. Shang tribe members were jealous of him, and plotted against him. He had no choice but to escape to poison grassland, and when he was about to be killed by the poison-beard wolves, he found Changshan Yin. After he saved Changshan Yin became his loyal subject. Just like this, relying on his shocking luck, Ma Hongyun climbed up step by step, and even became the lord of the imperial court. After He Lolan's death, he became the overlord of the imperial court for over 100 years. Afterwards, he obtained thieving heaven demon Venerable and giant sun immortals' inheritances, and became a Gu immortal. He was even given a blessed land by a Gu master. When the flames of war burned the world, Ma Hongyun became one of the pillars of northern plains, resisting the central continent army, and was in the limelight. At this time, Ma Hongyun should be 13 years old already. It is a pity that I do not know his true identity. Ma Hongyun is only a name given to him by Ma tribe after he saved Ma tribe's young tribe leader. Ma tribe is one of the Huang Jin bloodlines left behind by Giant Sun, and in order to fight for the imperial court, they have been expanding and annexing many tribes. I wonder if Ma Hongyun has become a slave of Ma tribe now. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts and found himself at the entrance of a gambling den. There were couplets on the door. On the left side, show a little courage, get 4 seasons. On the right side, display your skills, get wealth in all directions. On the horizontal side, luck changes. The gambling den's business was very good, and even Fang Yuan was moved. With my many years of experience, I might be able to make a small fortune. This thought made Fang Yuan laugh. He then thought of Ma Hongyun. This extremely lucky lad was cheated by someone who gave him the lowest quality rock to gamble. But in the end, he actually got a rank 5 Gu through pure luck. Fang Yuan still had matters to attend to, and was not in a hurry to enter the gambling den. He walked past the entrance of the gambling den and entered the central area of the market. This place was much quieter, and the human traffic was much less. Almost all he could see were Gu masters. Even if there were mortals, they were the Gu master's followers, following beside the Gu master with their heads lowered and holding things in their hands. There were also some young masters and young ladies who had yet to awaken their apertures. Although there were no guards, but between mortals and Gu masters, there was naturally a clear division between them. The formless threshold formed by the difference in strength, separating the two different lives. Fang Yuan walked leisurely, and everywhere he went, Gu masters looked at him with reverent gazes. Those who walked in front of Fang Yuan all stopped and gave way. Behind him, some whispers could be heard. Why is there a rank for expert? This person looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be from any of the large tribes. Be careful. Every time the market opens, there will be many demonic Gu masters coming in to sell their loot. Rank 4 and Rank 3 were on different levels. Rank 3 was the cornerstone, and the elders of the large tribes were all at this level. Rank 4 was the expert among Gu masters, and most of the tribe leaders were Rank 4. Thus they could move unhindered in the mortal world. The aura of Rank 4 initial stage made his every movement attract everyone's gazes. Some were reverence, some were curiosity, and some were wariness. This place specialized in Gu master businesses. There was a Gu refinement workshop that specialized in refining Gu for Gu masters, and also sold and purchased recipes. Fang Yuan lacked wolf enslavement Gu's recipe, and after a few trips, he successfully bought a recipe from Rank 1 to Rank 3. Rank 4 recipes were always guarded by the large tribes, and were rarely seen in the market. Next, Fong Yuan went to a restaurant, but he did not find any top-quality wine. He came to the largest shop. "Esteemed expert, your presence is our shop's honor. Please come in." The shopkeeper was a rank 3 old Gu master, and he personally came out to welcome him. "I need large amounts of wolf enslavement Gu." Fong Yuan went straight to the point. "All right, please go upstairs and discuss." The old man led Fong Yuan to a private room on the 3rd floor. To Fong Yuan's surprise, this shop actually had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, priced at 70,000 yuan stone. Fong Yuan immediately bought it. After some haggling, Fong Yuan bought 5 rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu and 38 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands in joy, knowing he had met a big customer. "Esteemed customer, what else do you need? Please let me know. What defensive Gu do you have here?" Fong Yuan asked. The old man reported a list of Gu worm names, and Fong Yuan shook his head slightly. There was a rank 4 Gu, but it did not fit his enslavement path. The rest were all ordinary Gu worms. Next, Fong Yuan asked about flying Gu. Flying Gu were rare, because flying techniques were hard to achieve. Under normal circumstances, only outstanding disciples of large tribes would be nurtured from a young age. But this way, they would have the resources of the tribe and would never lack flying Gu. As for other Gu masters, they would rarely try flying. The shopkeeper said proudly, "Customer, you came to the right place. In the entire market, only my shop has a rank 4 flying cloud Gu." But Fong Yuan shook his head. Although flying cloud Gu was strong in flying, its turning ability was poor, and its speed was average. It was suitable for Gu masters who were not good at flying. To him, it was better to use the rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu, allowing him to turn freely in the air. After buying an Eagle Wings Gu, Fong Yuan asked about the Bone Bamboo Gu and Ghost Fire Gu. He needed these 2 Gu to repair the rank 5 Gu Battle Bone Wheel. In the end, there were many rank 2 Ghost Fire Gu in the shop. On the contrary, there was not a single rank 1 Bone Bamboo Gu. The shopkeeper smiled bitterly. "Customer, I am sorry. All the Bone Bamboo Gu in the entire market have been bought by the external elder that Man Tribe recently recruited. Not only this shop does not have any, other shops also do not have any." Chapter 447. Man Tribe controlled Hong Yin Valley and had won several battles in recent years, expanding rapidly. Northern Plains was different from Southern Border. Southern Border was a mountainous area, easy to defend and hard to attack. A long journey would result in huge losses. Southern Border's clans operated slowly accumulating resources. They moved steadily and had pure bloodlines. But Northern Plains was a grassland. Battles were frequent. Northern Plains clans flourished quickly, but also declined quickly. A few victories could allow a small-scale clan to expand into a medium-scale clan. A medium-scale clan could expand into a large-scale clan. It could also cause a large-scale clan to split into many smaller clans after a huge defeat. Man Tribe had recently annexed Shi Tribe. Shi Tribe's elder Shi Wu had become Man Tribe's external elder. He was a Bone Path Gu master. He was the one who bought all the Bone Bamboo Gu in the market. It was said he wanted to research a new Bone Path recipe. Fong Yuan noted this person down and asked the shopkeeper about Soul Path and Strength Path Gu worms. "My shop has rank 1 gene Strength Gu. It can increase a Gu master's strength by 1 gene. Each Gu is sold for 220 yuan stone. There is rank 2 Strength of 10 gene Gu. It can increase a Gu master's strength by 10 gene. The price is 690 yuan stone. There is also rank 3 Strength of June Gu. 1 June is 30 gene. Each Gu costs 4,550 yuan stone. Although we do not have rank 4 Strength of 10 June Gu, if esteemed customer needs it, our shop can transfer the goods. Each Strength of 10 June Gu is sold for 36,000 yuan stone." The shopkeeper's mouth opened and closed as he skillfully listed a long list of prices. At the end, he added, "Of course, these are only Gene Strength Gu and June Strength Gu. If esteemed customer wants to walk on the ancient strength path and need Beast Strength Gu, our shop also has Wolf Strength Gu. It can increase the strength of a wolf and increase endurance. We also have Horse Strength Gu. It can increase the strength of a horse. It can be used best when running." Fong Yuan had used Beast Strength Gu before, walking on the ancient strength path. Gene strength goo and June strength goo were the mainstream in the last few hundred years in northern plains. Right now, the strength path was declining. It was no longer glorious, but there was development. The one who made this contribution was a famous rank 7 goo immortal in northern plains. Chu Du. He was called Domination Immortal. He was the one who developed Gene strength goo and June strength goo. He even single-handedly refined the rank 6 immortal goo strength, impacting 1,000 caddies. 1 June was 30 caddies. Qian Jun was equivalent to 30,000 Jin. According to the legends on Earth, the golden cudgel of the victorious fighting Buddha only weighed 13,500 pounds. Erlang Shan's three-pointed, double-edged saber weighed 25,200 Jin. Chu Du became a goo immortal 300 years ago. The recipes he researched were widely spread. Soon, it became the mainstream strength path in northern plains. Ancient strength path usually used beast strength goo, such as green bull labor goo, biao strength goo, dragon strength goo, and so on. Because materials from the olden antiquity era were very rare now, the cost of goo refinement was very high. As for Domination Immortal Chu Du's secret recipes, their advantage was that the ingredients were common and easy to gather. The cost was low, and the success rate of the goo refinement was also higher than beast strength goo. Northern Plains was probably the place where strength path was the most popular in the 5 regions. Northern Plains was embroiled in battles all year round. Large and small battles were frequent, and the cost of strength was low. For low-rank goo masters, the increase in battle strength was more obvious. Many Northern Plains goo masters also cultivated strength path. They often fought fiercely and exhausted their zhenqi. At this time, they needed to fight. Strength was very important. There was a saying on Earth, war was the catalyst for the advancement of technology. This saying, in this world, it was quite suitable. Northern Plains was also a place where new goo worms emerged endlessly. From that Sherwu elder who joined Man Tribe, one could see the trend of Northern Plains goo masters researching new goo worms. Domination Immortal later died in battle. He died at the hands of Feng Jiuge, who came to the lower realm from the celestial court. After his death, his descendants called him Afterglow of Strength Path. When news of his death spread, all the goo masters in Northern Plains cried bitterly. Sigh, the heroes in this world are as many as the stars in the night sky. The geniuses are as many as the carps in the river. The 5 regions are too big. Even the size of Earth cannot compare to one of them. Especially in the Great Era 500 years later, dragons and snakes will rise, heroes will compete. Old monsters will come out one after another, and new talents will emerge one after another. Countless heroes, ambitious people, different temperaments of the righteous path and demonic path, will collide with each other, engaging in intense battles of life and death. It is truly an unparalleled spectacle and magnificence. I had secretly used old pushing goo earlier. Not only did I get rid of the bronze skin, essence iron bones, and golden steel tendons, I even got rid of the remaining strength path beast phantoms on my body. Firstly, these strength path beast phantoms originate from southern border goo worms. They are suppressed in northern plains and are not practical. Secondly, once the beast phantoms appear, my identity will be exposed. My greatest advantage now is Dang Hun Mountain, the 500 years of experience from my previous life, and the blessed land's resources. I am suitable to walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path also has flaws, thus I need to cultivate strength path to prevent beheading the leader tactic. Since I am wearing Changshan Yin's skin and have to integrate into northern plains, I might as well choose June strength goo. Fang Yuan's thoughts flickered before he made up his mind, ordering the rank 4 strength of 10 June goo from the shop owner. Next, he looked at soul path goo worms. There were many more soul path goo worms than strength path goo worms. There were ghost fire goo, ghost cry goo, ghost face goo, ghost axe goo, and others used for offense. There were ghost cage goo, ghost hand goo, ghost hit wall goo used for imprisonment and confusion. For defense, there were ghost divination coat goo, soul shield goo, and others. For healing, there were ghost chi goo, ghost sob goo, and others. For reconnaissance, there were ghost eye goo. For movement, there were soul flying goo and elusive ghostly goo. There were also ghost soldier goo, ghostly impermanence goo, chi travel ghost, 9 child ghost mother goo, and others used enslavement path. This was the aura of the great Tao. Strength path was already declining, while soul path had not declined for a long time. This could be easily seen from here. Strength path goo worms only had Jin strength goo, Jun strength goo, and Beast strength goo. They were mostly used for offense. There were pitifully few in terms of defense, reconnaissance, and support. It was hard to form a complete set of pure strength path goo. But soul path goo worms were numerous and involved in all aspects. When they formed a set, they could amplify each other and achieve better results. Think of that domination immortal Chudu. Even though he was a strength path goo immortal, he used other goo worms for defense, reconnaissance, storage, and so on. Fang Yuan came with a goal. He ignored the dazzling array of soul path goo worms and only focused on the goo used to refine the soul. There were no rank for goo worms, but there were a lot of rank 3 goo worms. There were divine soul goo, dragon soul goo, ice soul goo, dream soul goo, moon soul goo, general soul goo, grudge soul goo, poem soul goo, horse soul goo, heroic soul goo, chi soul goo, body soul goo, cloud soul goo, wind soul goo, tiger soul goo, and so on. These goo worms could refine the soul, and they all had their own advantages. For example, by refining the soul and forming an ice soul, the goo master would have a huge boost when using ice-type goo worms in the future. Cloud soul and wind soul also had similar effects. If he used dragon soul goo to form a dragon soul, he would be able to use dragon strength goo, dragon scales goo, dragon travel goo, and so on in the future. There would be benefits. Fang Yuan looked around and saw that there was nothing more suitable for him. He chose wolf soul goo in his plan. Since ancient times, enslavement and soul were inseparable. Enslavement path was originally a branch of soul path. Later on, goo masters combined it with immemorial wisdom path and made enslavement path truly independent. Beast enslavement goo and slavery goo were used to control the soul. They were rulers of the mind. If Fang Yuan could refine a wolf soul, it would be of great help to him in enslaving the wolf group. Rank 3 wolf soul goo, one sold for 7,700 yuan stone. Fang Yuan went on a shopping spree, emptying the store's inventory and buying all 8 wolf soul goo. Wolf soul goo's effects could be stacked. A rank 3 wolf soul goo was not enough to refine Fang Yuan's 100-man soul. Wild goo worms had their own will and were hard to refine. But the goo worms Fang Yuan bought had already been refined by others. After the transaction was completed, these goo worms became Fang Yuan's. He stored these goo into his aperture. After leaving this store, he went to another store. The important ones were rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement goo, as well as rank 3 wolf soul goo. 1 million yuan stone was not much, but the goo worms Fang Yuan wanted to buy were all common rank 2 and 3. He also wanted to buy rank 4 goo. But this market was too small. There were few rank 4 goo, and none of them were what he wanted. After 3 days, Fang Yuan became a celebrity in the market. Every store knew that there was a rank 4 expert buying goo worms in bulk. On the 5th day, Fang Yuan spent 500 to 600,000 yuan stone lavishly. In the meantime, he would go to the farms in the market. On the farms, many livestock were sold, and the most popular were big stomach horses. Even mortals needed this kind of horse. And those who bought hump wolves as battle mounts were all goo masters. There were also many goo masters who caught wild beasts to sell, like wild bulls, wild horses, eagles, and so on. And in the grassland, the most commonly seen wolf was naturally among them. Fang Yuan asked around for prices, comparing goods, and gradually found a group of thick-back wolves. Fang Yuan had poison beard wolves and wind wolves. Poison beard wolves were hard to replenish, and their battle strength was weakened during the day. They were destined to be eliminated. Wind wolves excelled in speed, while thick-back wolves had thick skin and flesh. If they could be replenished and paired with the wind wolves, they would be able to form a proper wolf pack. But on the 9th day, Fang Yuan unexpectedly found a young mutated beast hidden in a group of water wolves. He immediately bought this group of water wolves without batting an eyelid, obtaining a small bargain. The market lasted for a total of 13 days. After Fang Yuan bought over 1,000 water wolves, he bought many materials for goo refinement, as well as food to feed the goo worms, and left the market on the 10th day. After this purchase, he only had over 3,000 yuan stone left. He spent money like water. Gu Guang clicked his tongue, inwardly admiring Chang Shan Yin. His heroic spirit surpassed ordinary people. Fang Yuan followed Gu tribe, returning to their original location and setting up camp. He concentrated on cultivating, using wolf soul Gu to refine his soul while refining Gu. After 2 failures, he succeeded in refining rank 3 golden back wolfskin Gu into rank 4 azure wolfskin Gu. Azure wolfskin Gu was used for defense, and although it was a common item, it made up for Fang Yuan's lack of defense. On this day, he finished refining his soul and stopped cultivating when he heard cries coming from outside. What happened? He pushed open the door and asked the guard Gu master. Chapter 448. After more than a month, Gu Yao's death was finally discovered by Gu tribesmen. When the news spread, many Gu tribesmen cried. Although Gu Yao was usually difficult, she had a kind heart and was the beauty of Gu tribesmen. Everyone liked her. She had many suitors in Gu tribesmen. My daughter, it was I who harmed you. Gu clan's old clan leader was so dejected that he fell ill. Gu Guang became the acting tribe leader, with the other tribe elders assisting him. Gu tribesmen were filled with grief. Their mood was heavy. Gu Yao's death had a huge impact. Man tribe leader's second son Man Duo fell in love with Gu Yao at first sight and had been asking for her from Gu tribe. Now that Gu Yao was dead, where would Gu tribe find her? Man tribe was a large tribe. They had expanded rapidly these years, swallowing many small tribes. After several victories, Man tribe's morale was high, and they were even more imposing towards the fallen Gu tribe, constantly pressuring Gu Guang after several negotiations. Gu tribe was a tribe that had migrated here. They were not as large as Man tribe, and after losing their home, they wanted to rely on Hong Yin Valley in the blizzard. Thus, Gu Guang was in a very passive situation. He was badly battered. In the room, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes slightly opened. On his right palm, there was a wolf soul Gu. This Gu was only the size of a thumb. It looked like a gray wolf puppet, silently emitting an eerie blue light. This is the 9th wolf soul Gu. Fang Yuan injected his primeval essence, and the wolf soul Gu expanded, turning into a gray wolf soul in a few breaths of time. The wolf soul opened its mouth, letting out a silent howl as it charged towards Fang Yuan's body. This collision was silent, but Fang Yuan felt that his body and mind were shaken. He was dazzled. The wolf soul collided with his soul, and the 100-man soul that was originally in human form tumbled, losing its human form, entangled with the wolf soul, forming a rolling soul fog. The soul fog did not dissipate, but moved around in Fang Yuan's body. Sometimes it showed the wolf head, wolf tail, and sometimes it turned into Fang Yuan's form. After 5 minutes, the soul fog stabilized, turning back into a human soul. However, this human soul had changed again. Fang Yuan's original 100-man soul was exactly his original appearance. His ears, nose, and eyes were exactly the same. However, after using the wolf soul Gu 9 times, although the 100-man soul was still in human form, it had a pair of wolf ears on its head. Its long hair hung down to its waist, and its eyes had turned into a wolf's eyes that were filled with wildness. His entire body became thinner, and his nose became taller. Originally, his 100-man soul was huge, almost bursting out of his skin. But now, it was much more condensed, and the color of the soul had changed from its original pale white to a deeper grayish white. Fang Yuan estimated that by the time he used all the wolf soul Gu he had, his 100-man soul would be condensed to its limit. At that time, his entire soul would become half human and half wolf, commonly known as the soul of a werewolf. The werewolf soul was several times stronger than the original 100-man soul. After obtaining the werewolf soul, Fang Yuan could once again strengthen his soul, raising his 100-man soul to a 1,000-man soul, or even 10,000-man soul. Of course, 10,000-man soul was not the limit. There was still 100,000,000-man soul and so on. In theory, the soul can become infinitely stronger. Back then, spectral soul demon Venerable, who created the soul path, had a soul that definitely surpassed 100,000,000-man soul. His demon Venerable soul had 1,000 arms and 3 heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes, and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair, and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fire ears, and a golden mouth. It was unbelievably strong, its might vast and boundless. Even now, this image is still worshipped and superstitious by many people. In southern border, there are many mortals who use clay to make statues that look exactly like it and worship it. Spectral soul demon Venerable soul was clearly the first in history. Feng Yuan's current werewolf soul was like an ant under the feet of a giant. It still needed to grow. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan took out the strength of Tinjun Gu. This gu was like an iron weight. It was very heavy in his hands. Feng Yuan bought a total of 5 strength of Tinjun Gu. Now that he was using the third one, his strength had risen to 20 Jun, which was 600 Jin of strength. The rank 4 strength of Tinjun Gu was slightly weaker than the same rank B strength Gu, but it could be stacked. Earlier, Feng Yuan had used a Kunlun Bull strength Gu and obtained the beast phantom of a Kunlun Bull. But when he used a second Kunlun Bull strength Gu, there was no effect. It would not create another beast phantom. But Jun's strength Gu did not have this restriction. It could be stacked continuously until it reached its limit. Of course, although Feng Yuan had 600 Jin of strength, he could not use his full strength normally. The common weakness of strength path, Jun's strength Gu, still existed. Otherwise, domination immortal Chu Du would not be called the afterglow of strength path, but the rise of strength path. Of course, the same beast strength Gu could also stack their strength, but they needed additional beast fetus Gu. There were many recipes for beast fetus Gu that had been passed down. Even if there were, the materials for Gu refinement were scarce. The cost of Gu refinement was too high, and the success rate could not compare to Jun's strength Gu, thus it was gradually eliminated. Feng Yuan mobilized his primeval essence and injected it into Jun's strength Gu. The Jun's strength Gu flew above his head and let out a profound light. The light covered Feng Yuan's body, slowly and steadily modifying his body. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Next, a voice was heard. Uncle Chang Shan-in, nephew Gu Guang requests an audience. Feng Yuan brought him in, but saw Gu Guang's face was covered in dust. There was a white bone feather arrow in his shoulder. He was in a sorry state. Seeing Feng Yuan, Gu Guang knelt on the ground. His eyes were red as he pleaded, "Uncle, please save nephew again." Feng Yuan's gaze shone. He had a guess in his heart, but he asked, "What happened? Could it be that Man tribe is going to attack Gu tribe's camp?" Gu Guang answered, "Uncle is half right. It is Man tribe's trouble. Man tribe leader's second son, Man Duo, heard that my father is bedridden and often unconscious, so he brought a group of Man tribe warriors to challenge me, asking me to hand over my sister Gu Yao. But my sister is already dead. How can I hand her over?" No matter how I explained, that Man Duo kid did not believe me. According to the rules of the grassland, we have to accept the challenge. Right now, he has already killed 3 of our tribe elders and injured 3 others. Even I was defeated. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, as expected, Man tribe had been pressuring them day by day. They could be said to be overbearing. Gu tribe was very tolerant, but it had instead encouraged Man tribe's arrogance. Although Feng Yuan had been cultivating all day, he was not working behind closed doors. He was very clear of the outside world situation. Speaking of which, Chang Shan-in has returned to Northern Plains. He needs a bigger stage to appear. I might as well use this chance to announce the return of the hero of the past. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan helped Gu Guang up, saying, "I have been staying here for the past few days. I have troubled Gu tribe. I cannot just watch by the side. Quickly bring me there." "Uncle, nephew thanks you." Gu Guang was overjoyed. The two quickly went out, but before they reached the camp, they heard cursing outside. "Gu tribe is full of cowards. Quickly come out and accept your death." This was the voice of a young man. "Manduo, don't go too far." A Gu tribe elder shouted angrily. "Hee. So what if I bully you? Wolves hunt their prey. Eagles bully birds. This is a matter of course. Quickly hand over Gu Yao. Otherwise, I will continue to challenge you until I kill all of you." Despicable. If it was the old tribe leader, would you dare to do this? Gu tribe elder retorted. Manduo was furious. "Humph, you are the despicable ones. You agreed to the marriage, but you can't hand her over now. Going back on your words. I know you were hiding Gu Yao, trying to stall for time. Earlier, you said she was escaping the marriage. Now you say she is dead. Do you think I, Manduo, am an idiot? A little rabbit dares to play with tigers and wolves. You will have to pay with your life. Shi Wu, continue to fight. Challenge me. Gu tribe, quickly send your people up. Ha ha ha. Gu tribe elders were pale. They looked at each other. No one dared to go up. Shi Wu was a burly man with a bald head and a fierce face. He walked up the stage with a sinister smile. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master. He had great strength. The elder that Gu tribe sacrificed was killed by him on the spot. He walked around the center of the stage, looking at Gu tribe's huge camp. Why is no one going up? Don't tell me you're afraid. Gu tribesmen were furious. Countless pairs of eyes spewed fire as they stared at Shi Wu. Gutless cowards, let me give you a little more courage. There are 100,000 yuan stones here. Whoever dares to win against me, I will give all these yuan stones to them. No one from Gu tribe responded. Shi Wu laughed maniacally. Gu tribe, you are just a bunch of rabbits and sheep. Have you laughed enough? With Gu Guang leading the way, Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd with a plain expression. Shi Wu's laughter stopped. His pupils shrunk as he looked at Fang Yuan in shock. Rank 4 Gu Master. Who is this person? Not only Shi Wu, but Manduo and the others also had the same question in their minds. Gu tribe still has a hidden rank 4 Gu Master? Manduo felt something amiss. The reason he came to find trouble this time was to take advantage of the fact that the old Gu clan leader was bedridden. But to think that Gu tribe had a second rank 4 battle strength expert. Before I came, I had already investigated. Where did this expert come from? With such doubts, Manduo jumped down from his horse. He changed his attitude. Placing his right hand on his chest, he bowed towards Fang Yuan. Friend, you are not from Gu tribe. Why are you here? Fang Yuan looked at Manduo. He felt this young man was interesting. He first learned of Manduo's existence from Gu Yao's description. Manduo was the third son of Man tribe leader, but he had been sickly since young. His aptitude was not good. He was only C grade. He was over 20 now, but only had rank 2 cultivation. He was dark and skinny, like a monkey. Chapter 449. In northern plains where the strong were respected, where fists were the most powerful, Manduo was actually doted on by his father, mobilizing the elders to challenge the entire Gu tribe. This showed his methods and courage. He was not an ordinary hedonistic young master. Fang Yuan smiled. I, Changshanin, am a guest of Gu tribe. I know the rules of northern plains. I should not care about other people's matters. But I just heard that this brother took out 100,000 yuan stone. I am lacking yuan stone recently. How can I not accept money that came to me? Shi Wu heard this and wanted to slap his own mouth. My mouth is really asking for it. It actually attracted a rank 4 expert. He was filled with bitterness. Manduo laughed dryly. This is easy. Senior lacks yuan stone. This junior is willing to offer 500,000 yuan stone. His meaning was to let Fang Yuan watch from the side. At once, Gu tribesmen looked nervously at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan might be a legendary hero, but how many heroes were there that could not live up to his reputation? Furthermore, there was a saying, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Gu tribe was in such dire straits, while Man tribe was so powerful. Changshan was an outsider. There was no reason for him to help. At this moment, Fang Yuan became the focus of everyone's attention. His attitude would decide the direction of the situation. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan smiled proudly. A gentleman takes wealth in a proper way. I feel that the 500,000 yuan stone that came to me is light. But the 100,000 yuan stone that came to me through battle, I feel that it is very valuable. Come, according to Northern Plains rules, I will accept this battle. Fang Yuan walked down the stage. Uncle Chong Shan Yin. Gu Guang was moved to tears. Not knowing what to say, he shouted behind Fang Yuan. Gu tribe's elders were also filled with emotions. As expected of Changshan Yin, a righteous hero, he is not moved by the benefits. What a righteous person. In this world, There are many who add flowers to embroidery, but few who provide timely help. Changshan-in will forever be our tribe's guest. Manduo's expression was dark and ugly. He also knew that it was pointless to say anything more, so he simply shut his mouth and looked at Shiwu. Shiwu felt extremely bitter when he felt Manduo's gaze. He had just joined the Man clan not long ago and became an external elder of the Man clan. Naturally, he was eager to make contributions. Although Manduo's cultivation level was not high, he was still the third son of the tribe leader. He also told him that old Gu tribe leader was seriously ill, so he followed Manduo to challenge. He did not expect to meet Changshan-in. The other party's aura was only at rank 4 initial stage. While he was already at rank 3 peak stage, there was not much of a difference. However, Shiwu was keenly aware of the chasm in strength caused by the difference in cultivation realms. However, the current situation had already reached a point where it was difficult to get off. If they avoided the battle, they would be strongly despised by the outsiders. In northern plains where bravery was revered, it was impossible to survive. Shiwu gritted his teeth and braced himself to enter the arena. Please enlighten me. He bowed deeply to Feng Yuan and forced a smile. Feng Yuan nodded lightly, standing on the spot without moving, but his body was rapidly growing light azure wolf fur. Wolf fur covered his entire body, his ears, face, and even his feet and palms. This is azure wolf skin goo. Shiwu's heart sank. Azure wolf skin goo was a common rank 4 goo worm. But even so, this defense was not something a rank 3 goo could easily penetrate. The Gu tribesmen behind Feng Yuan were all focused, their gazes shining as they waited for Feng Yuan to show his might. Someone even shouted, "This guy killed 3 of our tribe's elders." Shiwu heard this and his heart shook. He complained in his heart, feeling that he was in big trouble. Oh no! I had fought 2 battles earlier and my primeval essence is less than 30%. I was not his match even in my peak condition, not to mention now. Seeing Shiwu's stiff movements and flickering gaze, Feng Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. This person had already lost his fighting spirit. Even if he had 100% of his strength, he would not be able to use even half of it. Moreover, he had fought several battles. His primeval essence was already insufficient. Such an opponent, in Feng Yuan's eyes, was simply a fish on the chopping block. But Feng Yuan did not want to kill him. Why would he kill him? He was an external elder recruited by Man Tribe. Killing him was like giving Man Tribe a slap in the face. Although Feng Yuan was not afraid of trouble, he did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. Although Shiwu killed Gu Tribe's elder, what did Gu Tribe have to do with him? Come. Feng Yuan stepped on the ground, activating Wolf Sprint Gu. His whole body shot out like an arrow, leaving behind afterimages. Shiwu's mind was already in a mess. Seeing Feng Yuan's ferocious aura, he quickly retreated in fear. At the same time, he raised 3 spinning bone shields. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Yuan moved like a shadow, fighting in close combat, attacking fiercely 3 times and destroying the bone shields. Shiwu rolled on the ground, raising 3 more bone shields. Clap, clap, clap. Under Feng Yuan's lightning-fast attacks, these 3 bone shields broke again. He had 20 June of strength now. Although he could not use his full strength, it was a piece of cake to break these bone shields. What else do you have? Use them all. Feng Yuan did not attack again, giving Shiwu a chance to catch his breath. Shiwu's forehead was filled with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and rubbed his hands, taking out 2 iron bone axes. "Why ya?" he shouted. Holding the broad axe in his hand, he rushed forward to attack. Feng Yuan laughed lightly, but did not attack. He placed his hands behind his back, using Wolf Travel Gu to move. His movements were erratic, like a willow leaf in the wind. His broad back and thin waist made him look even more elegant. Shiwu roared. No matter how he swung his axes, he could not catch even a corner of Feng Yuan's clothes. He completely served as a foil to Feng Yuan. "Lie down." Feng Yuan sighed lightly. He suddenly stretched out his finger and pointed at the axes. Shiwu's head was spinning from Feng Yuan's movements, and with this force, he lost his balance and fell on his face. Gu tribesmen saw his pathetic state and cheered loudly, gradually forming into one voice. Kill him! Kill him! Shi Wu's face was ashen. His fighting spirit was almost completely gone. Fang Yuan had complete control of the situation. He was like a lion teasing a sheep. He felt he was not Fang Yuan's match. The more he felt this way, the more he could not display his full strength, and the worse the situation became. Manduo's heart also sank to rock bottom. Damn it! Shi Wu did not even have the chance to display his full strength. He was already scared out of his wits. But even so, this rank 4 Gu master is too strong. With just a casual stroll, he defeated Elder Shi Wu. Sigh, Shi Wu is going to die. I lost an elder in this trip. I am afraid my brothers will blame me when I return. But out of his expectations, Fang Yuan did not attack again. You are just a rank 3. If I kill you with rank 4 cultivation, people will think that I, the great Changshan Yin, am bullying you. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Uncle Changshan Yin, don't let this scoundrel off. Behind him, Gu Guang shouted. But Fang Yuan ignored him. Shi Wu reacted and immediately got up. His face was filled with joy and joy after surviving a calamity. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Thank you, Lord, for not killing me. Fang Yuan frowned. Get lost? Yes, yes, yes. Shi Wu turned around and left. Senior, farewell. Manduo bowed and mounted his horse. The group left dejectedly under Gu tribesmen's insults. Father, I have failed. I am here to ask for your forgiveness. Manduo knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Man tribe leader had a strong body. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. He sat on the tiger skin chair and looked at Manduo. Old Gu tribe leader is bedridden this time. And you brought several rank 3 experts with you, but you still failed? You did not do your job well, but I heard from my servant that Gu tribe suddenly invited a rank 4 expert? That is indeed the case. He was the one who defeated the stone martial elder. This person was only testing his strength, but he played around with our strongest elder Shi Wu. He is truly unfathomably strong. But I have been in charge of this. It is all my fault for not gathering information. That is why I failed. I am guilty, Father. Please punish me. Manduo's eyes were red as he choked with tears. Man tribe leader heard Manduo's words and his tone became gentler. Stand up. Even though you failed this time, you are still my son. Tell me the specifics. Manduo spoke and described the situation that day in detail. But just as he started, Man tribe leader stood up from his chair in shock, staring at Manduo. He called himself Changshan Yin? Which Changshan Yin? Are you sure his name is Changshan Yin? Even if I had 10,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to Father. Manduo quickly clarified. Man tribe leader was dazed. Father, Father. Manduo could not help but call softly. Is this Changshan Yin someone with a great background? Man tribe leader recovered from his daze. His gaze was solemn. It is hard to say now. He could be a fake. But if it is true, then Northern Plains will have one more person. You can leave first. I will deal with this personally. Manduo was shocked. His father was a busy man. But he had to deal with this personally. It showed how important Changshan Yin was. Changshan Yin, what kind of person are you? A few days later, in Gu tribe, thank you for your help in the past few days, Brother Shan Yin. This is 500,000 yuan stone. Please accept it. Old Gu tribe leader had a haggard expression. The pain of losing his daughter made him look like he had aged 10 years. Fang Yuan did not reject it. After saying a few words, he accepted it. I have been staying in your tribe these days. Helping is what friends should do. It's just that I'm indeed short on primeval stones, so I'll take these as a loan. Brother Shan Yin is of noble character and unquestionable integrity, as expected of a hero of Northern Plains. Old tribe leader was speaking when a subordinate came to report. He even brought an invitation card and a gift box. Chapter 450. Fang Yuan took a look at the invitation. The words were very polite. It was written in Northern Plains language. The semi-cursive script looked barbaric, but not arrogant. The inscription was Man tribe leader's name, Man Tuesday. This was an invitation personally written by Man to express his sincerity. The content expressed Man tribe leader's admiration for Changshan Yin. He also said that the previous matter was a misunderstanding between children, and that Changshan Yin did not kill Man Tribe's external elder Shi Wu. This kind of magnanimity made Man Tribe admire him even more. Thus, they held a banquet tonight, sincerely inviting Fang Yuan to come. At the same time, this gift box was an apology from Shi Wu Tribe's elder for offending the hero. Fang Yuan opened it and smiled. This Man Tribe is really considerate. In the gift box, there were over 100 bone bamboo goo. Evidently, after Man Duo returned, Man Tribe had investigated Fang Yuan and even found out about his purchasing in the city. Brother Shanin, this old man has a presumptuous request, the old patriarch said. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I know brother's intention. Don't worry. I will persuade you during the banquet and try to turn the hostility between Gu Tribe and Man Tribe into friendship. Ah, thank you, Brother Shanin. The old tribe leader was very moved. He stood up shakily and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. There was still some time before the banquet. Fang Yuan sent them off and closed the door. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He willed an array of light flew out of his aperture. The weak light faded, revealing the battle bone wheel. This rank 5 goo was huge, almost reaching the ceiling. Once it appeared, the spacious room immediately became very small. The wheel was covered in cracks, and there were several serious wounds that almost destroyed all the spokes. There was also a deep wound that was extremely serious, almost splitting the entire battle bone wheel apart. Only a white bone was left in the middle. It was a shocking sight. This rank 5 goo worm's luck was not good. It was already badly injured by Changshan Yin, and after its original owner Ha Tu Gu died, it became a wild goo, eating the corpses and bones of the battlefield to survive. Its injuries were never healed. Later, it was attacked by Fang Yuan and Gu Yao. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo. It could not suppress a rank 5 goo. Fang Yuan could only beat it to the brink of death before subduing it. It was precisely because of this that the war bone wheel was on the verge of shattering. When it landed in the room, a few pieces of bone fell from the wheels. It could be said that it couldn't be any more miserable. Fang Yuan took out a bone bamboo goo from the gift box and used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to refine it. This goo worm was like a bamboo pole made of bone. It was pale white, like a white candle. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo goo in his hand. His primeval essence moved according to his will and flowed out of his aperture, all the way up to the bottom of his tongue. The ghost fire goo was residing at the bottom of his tongue. It had already turned into a lump of blue fire. Fang Yuan puffed up his cheeks and lightly spat. With a whoosh, he spat out a lump of eerie blue ghost fire. The ghost fire accurately landed on the bone bamboo goo, adhering to its top and quietly burning there. Fang Yuan held the bone bamboo goo's bottom like it was a blue candle. The ghost fire continued to burn, emitting a bone-chilling cold. The top of the bone bamboo goo slowly melted under the burning of the ghost fire, turning into a trace of white bone smoke that floated out. Fang Yuan carefully placed the bone bamboo goo near the war bone wheel. The white bone smoke seemed to be attracted to it and floated towards the cracks of the war bone wheel. The war bone wheel shook slightly. The cracks started to repair bit by bit. After a while, the eerie blue ghost fire became smaller and smaller. Fang Yuan spat out a second lump of fire, making it burn even more fiercely. After a few minutes, this bone bamboo goo was completely burned. Fang Yuan took out a second bone bamboo goo from the gift box and continued to burn it with the ghost fire, creating white bone smoke. Like this, after using over 30 bone bamboo goo, Fang Yuan had completely repaired the deepest crack on the war bone wheel. A quarter of the bone bamboo goo in the gift box had been used up. To completely repair the war bone wheel, just these bone bamboo goo were not enough. And the war bone wheel was far from being usable in battle. The deepest crack had been repaired, but the other injuries were still all over the war bone wheel. It was like a patient. After Fang Yuan's rescue, he was pulled back from the precipice of death. But this patient's life was still in danger. He needed to continue repairing it. You can't become fat in one bite. The war bone wheel's injuries are too severe. But if not for that, I would not have been able to subdue it so easily. But even if I completely repair it now, I do not have enough primeval essence to activate it. There is no need to rush this matter. Fang Yuan got off the bed and stretched his numb limbs. Opening the window, it was already night time. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It is about time. Thinking of tonight's banquet, Fang Yuan walked out of his room. Walking out of the courtyard, Manduo and Gu tribe leader had been waiting for a long time. Manduo greets Lord Changshan. Manduo saw Fang Yuan and immediately bowed, showing great respect. How long have you been waiting? Fang Yuan nodded, asking casually. Manduo immediately replied, Just 6 hours, it is not worth mentioning. It is my honor to stand in front of Lord's door. Senior Changshan, my father is not far away. He has prepared a sumptuous banquet. We await your arrival. Gu tribe's father and son will be accompanying you. Fang Yuan looked at this Manduo, feeling a slight pity. This lad was indeed intelligent. Unfortunately, Providence made a fool of him. His aptitude was insufficient. He was like his previous self. All right, then let's go. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf and left Gu tribe camp with everyone. With Manduo's directions, the group of over 10 people rode hump wolves as they galloped far away. The cool night wind whistled by their ears. The vast grassland seemed to be running behind them. Moonlight poured down like water. It was a good view up close, but from afar, the moonlight looked like smoke. The grass on the ground was lush and verdant. The hills flowed slowly towards the sky. In such a moonlit night, wolves galloped. The land was boundless. The moonlight was beautiful. It was a feeling of freedom. After galloping for a while, they saw a group of hump wolves on a hill. A group of Gu masters were sitting on the wolves' backs. A Gu master was holding a huge flag. The flag was fluttering in the wind. There was a huge man character on it. Seeing Fang Yuan and the rest, this group of Gu masters rode their hump wolves and galloped over. Manduo saw this and smiled. Lord Changshan, the previous Fangjing is my father. He is here to welcome you. This was the rule of Northern Plains. If there was a banquet for an esteemed guest, the host would welcome them from 10 li away. The two groups of hump wolves met in the middle. Man tribe leader got off the wolf's back and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, tonight's moon is as bright as the sun. This is the return of our Northern Plains hero. Lord Chang, I have been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Man tribe leader was 9 feet tall. He had a muscular body and bulging muscles. He wore a large leather robe without sleeves. His shoulders were exposed and his bronze-colored arms were thick, comparable to an ordinary man's thigh. However, as soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the heavens were playing a joke on him. In the night sky, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking the moonlight and causing the grassland to fall into darkness. Man tribe leader's heroic laughter faded away. He was very embarrassed. But Manduo was astute. His eyes turned as he laughed heartily. Senior Changshan is a famous hero of Northern Plains. Father, you are the hero that we Man tribesmen respect the most. Tonight is the gathering of heroes. Look, the aura of a hero really causes the world to tremble and winds to blow. These words cleverly resolved the awkwardness. When Man tribe leader walked to Fang Yuan, his expression had already returned to normal. Fang Yuan and the rest also got off the wolf's back. Man too first bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan placed his right hand on his chest and returned the greeting. Next, Man too intentionally stared at Manduo, saying in a reproachful tone, Nonsense. How can I be mentioned in the same breath as Lord Chang? Lord Chang was famous in Northern Plains in the past. He was called Wolf King. His wolf enslavement technique was unparalleled in the world. He even killed the rank 5 Gu master Hatu Gu and exterminated a group of bandits, eliminating a great threat to Northern Plains. He is worthy of eternal praise. He, tribe leader Man too. Why are you being so humble? Fang Yuan also laughed. You are Man tribe leader, ruling over hundreds and thousands of Gu masters. You are a true pioneer, leading Man tribe to consecutive victories and controlling Hong Yin Valley. You are the overlord of a region. My cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage, while tribe leader's cultivation is at the peak stage, far surpassing mine. Although I have wolf enslavement technique, it is only used to control beasts, while tribe leader Man 2 controls humans. The difference between our realms is like heaven and earth. Tribe leader Man 2 is truly a hero. Man 2 was stunned. Wolf King was famous for being arrogant and difficult to deal with. To think he was so talkative and humble. But when he thought about it, he figured it out. This Changshan became famous at a young age. His personality was naturally arrogant. Now that he was middle-aged and had met with a calamity, his temperament had been tempered. It was normal for him to calm down. Mantu did not expect Fang Yuan to be so easy to talk to, but to be able to obtain such praise from Wolf King Changshan, he was secretly happy. In his heart, he had a higher opinion of Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan's cultivation had fallen to rank 4 initial stage, he had killed the rank 5 Ha-Tu Gu. Thus Mantu did not dare to underestimate Fang Yuan. He immediately smiled. Lord Chang had already reached rank 4 peak stage over 20 years ago. Now that his cultivation has fallen due to his injuries, he will recover sooner or later and even go up another level. At that time, what can my little cultivation count for? Right at this time, the dark clouds dispersed and moonlight shone down again. Hee, both of you are the heroes of Northern Plains. Good tribe leader spoke at an appropriate time. What is even rarer is that when tigers and wolves meet, they did not fight, but instead appreciate each other. We are fortunate to witness this grand event. It is like seeing the moon after the clouds have parted. His words caused everyone to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Gu, your words fit the occasion. Please, the banquet is prepared. It is not far away. Mantu looked at Fang Yuan, making an inviting gesture. He did not set up a banquet in his own camp, but rushed here. Setting the banquet in the wilderness near Gu tribe's camp showed even more passion and sincerity. All right, please. Fang Yuan smiled and agreed, but his heart tightened. Chapter 451. In the night sky, the bright moon shone brightly. An enormous dark cloud flew over Fang Yuan's group's head, moving 5,000 li towards the south and arriving above a nameless small hill. The dark cloud covered the beautiful moonlight, casting a large shadow. Darkness covered this hill. The dark cloud floated motionlessly, and a sword light flew out from it. It was the flying sword letter Gu. The flying sword letter Gu flew towards the hill and suddenly entered a certain space, vanishing. In a flash, the hill shook slightly, and a red light slowly blossomed. The red light was dazzling like the sunset, condensing into a lump as if a red sun had risen in the night sky. At once, the surrounding hundreds of li was illuminated in red. From this small red sun, a green jade bridge extended out. A rank 6 Gu immortal, a young man with a round face and fair complexion, stepped onto the bridge and walked out. He wore a snow fox fur robe. His face was flushed red as he raised his head and laughed heartily at the dark cloud. Gue Wang, how have you been? Guang guang guang. Following a hoarse and unpleasant laughter, a figure flew out from the rolling dark cloud. He emitted the majestic aura of a rank 6 Gu immortal. It was Gue Wang. Gue Wang rapidly descended and was about to crash into the ground. Suddenly, a pair of large green-black bat wings stretched out from his back. The bat wings slowly flapped, causing him to float in the air, facing the rank 6 Gu immortal on the bridge. Wanderer Hongyu, these are the lava bats I promised you. There's a total of 5 million of them. You can count them. The Ghost King spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears, giving people goosebumps. His appearance was also extremely ugly. His hair was disheveled. His forehead was bulging. His eyes were sunken and his eyes were tightly shut. His ears were large and conspicuous. One ear was almost half the size of his head. Loner Hongyu heard this and raised his head, looking at the dark cloud in the sky. His originally brown eyes began to gradually heat up and turn red, like the color of heated wire. His gaze became hot, as if it was solid. After piercing through the dark cloud, he saw the densely packed bats flying in the sky. These bats were dark red in color, emitting a huge amount of heat. Chirping noisily, they crowded together. Loose practitioner Hongyu swept his gaze across and nodded in satisfaction. There are indeed 5 million of them. With these lava bats, my red jade blessed land will no longer need to discharge lava into the ground every month. Not only will it be able to digest the lava, it will also benefit from it. I'll accept all of these lava bats. Heh, 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 heh. The Ghost King laughed a few times. The dark cloud broke. The bat was no longer restrained and immediately flew out. These lava bats didn't fly around randomly. Instead, they descended rapidly like a black and red waterfall, plunging into the little sun. Every blessed land's door was unique. This little sun was the door to the red jade blessed land. After leading the disorderly bat army into Hongyu blessed land, Ghost King said, "Loner Hongyu, since you have accepted these bats, it means that you have agreed to enter Langya blessed land with me. Of course, when have I, Wanderer Hongyu, ever broken my promise? He would definitely arrive at Langya blessed land in a month." However, the land spirit in Langya blessed land was still there. "With just the two of us, we might not be able to break through." Loner Hongyu said worriedly, "You don't need to worry about this. I have also invited the 3 Hua High Immortals." Ghost King said, "Oh?" The 3 Hua High Immortals of the righteous path were invited. Loner Hongyu was slightly surprised. What is demonic? What is righteous? They are just benefits." There were countless secret recipes stored in Langya blessed land. The 3 Hua High Immortals are tempted. Ghost King scoffed at these righteous path Gu Immortals. "Haha, that's true. I still need to make arrangements for these bats. Ghost King, I won't be sending you off." Loner Hongyu laughed. Ghost King snorted coldly. The pair of green-black bat wings on his back flapped, bringing his body along as he shot into the dark clouds like lightning. The dark clouds rumbled as they flew towards the north, covering the sky along the way. When they were above poison grassland, the dark clouds suddenly stopped. Ghost King stopped and had a puzzled expression. What's going on? There is the aura of an immortal Gu? He descended with an incredulous expression. The place he was standing at was the place where Fang Yuan and Gu Yao met for the first time. Although the aura of the immortal Gu is extremely faint, it is indeed a genuine immortal Gu. Strange, there is only the aura of an immortal Gu, but no aura of a Gu immortal. Don't tell me this is a wild immortal Gu? No, that's not right. There are traces of humans here. That means a mortal Gu master obtained an immortal Gu? Ghost King deduced this and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He had already advanced to Gu Immortal for over 50 years, but he still did not have a single immortal Gu. He only used rank 5 Gu worms. Immortal Gu were extremely rare. Many Gu Immortals would not have a single immortal Gu in their entire lives. Don't tell me I, Ghost King, have worked hard for most of my life, and finally, my luck has come today? The allure of an immortal Gu was huge. Ghost King couldn't help but be moved. He flapped his bat wings and flew towards the immortal Gu's aura. He wanted to find the melon by following the vine. After a while, he stopped. In front of him was a sea of ghost-face sunflowers. To think that there are so many ghost-face sunflowers growing here. Shoo, 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 shoo. Ghost King sneered a few times. Although he closed his eyes, it did not seem to obstruct his vision. With a single thought, the dark clouds that had followed him all the way here began to roll and fall from the sky. Like a giant beast, it bit down on the large patch of sunflowers. In an instant, countless ghost-face Gu flew up and countless ghost-cry Gu let out ghostly cries. Nether Ghost Claw. Ghost King stretched his hand forward. A huge green claw shadow formed in the blink of an eye and grabbed these ghost-cry Gu and ghost-face Gu. In an instant, countless wild Gu were captured. After a while, the dark clouds rose into the sky again. The sea of sunflowers on the ground vanished, only leaving behind a huge crater. Good harvest. Ghost King was in a good mood. Compared to a mortal Gu, this was an appetizer. Passing the crater, Ghost King frowned. What's going on? The immortal Gu's aura has become faint? Don't tell me it was sealed? He continued to fly, following the aura of fixed immortal travel. His speed was extremely fast. After 15 minutes, his brows rose. The immortal Gu's aura has moved from the ground to the sky. Why is there such a change? He inspected the surroundings. After a few breaths of time, he understood. So this is the territory of Earth spike rats. This mortal Gu master flew into the sky. His Gu worms are not bad. He actually has a flying Gu. Ghost King snickered, spreading his wings and flying into the sky. He followed the route that Fang Yuan had taken and was attacked by the shadow crows along the way. A bunch of small birds. Ghost King snorted in disdain. His body shook as 100 pale wandering souls flew out. Rank 5, 100 Ghost Night Travel Goo. The wandering souls flew everywhere, crashing into the shadow crows and shattering their souls. The shadow crows were unharmed. They fell down one by one, and after landing on the ground, they were quickly eaten by the earth spike rats. Ghost King's wanton slaughter caused the blood energy in this area to thicken, attracting even more shadow crows to hunt for food. At the same time, the entire earth spike rat group was alarmed. Countless earth spikes flew up from the hole, trying to pierce Ghost King. Gue Wong laughed heartily, activating 100 Ghost Night, Travel Goo, and hundreds of Ghost Face Goo. At once, countless wandering souls flew in the sky, mixed with the Ghost Face Goo, flying around. It was like a millstone, destroying everything. Hundreds and thousands of shadow crows fell to the ground like dumplings in a pot. The earth spike rats had a feast, but the flying wandering souls and Ghost Face Goo Master also caused damage to them. Earth spikes landed on Ghost King's body, but were blocked by the black profound light covering his body. Other than that, large numbers of shadow crows attacked with their steel claws. Ghost King did not dodge, he flew straight ahead. If it were any other rank 5 Goo Master, in this situation, they would be attacked every second, and their primeval essence would be expended after a while. But Goo Immortals had immortal essence. A bead of green grape immortal essence could be diluted into boundless primeval essence. It could fill the entire blessed land for decades, or even centuries. This meant that any Goo Immortal had endless primeval essence. They could use rank 5 Goo endlessly. After sacrificing thousands of shadow crows, the shadow crows retreated in fear. Ghost King did not chase them. After flying past the earth spike rat's territory, he landed at the place where Feng Yuan had landed. Here, Feng Yuan had used dust cover goo on bright pearl goo. The aura is fading again. How can immortal goo seal an immortal goo? No, there is another possibility. This immortal goo is heavily injured. It is on the verge of death. I need to hurry. Ghost King felt a strong pressure. He flew close to the ground. He used another rank 5 Goo Worm to accelerate. His speed was extremely fast. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the battlefield where Changshan Yin and Ha-Tu Goo fought. Here, Feng Yuan took out Changshan Yin's corpse and used Dark Throw Goo to suppress Fixed Immortal Travel's aura. Sensing that the Immortal Goo's aura was almost undetectable, Ghost King's patience was reaching its limit. He stopped for a while and used Investigative Goo to check the surroundings. After finding nothing important, he continued his journey. This immortal goo will definitely be mine. If it's alive, I want to see the goo. If it's dead, I want to see its corpse. The banquet had been going on for a long time. There were girls singing and dancing. Good wine and food were served. In the lively atmosphere, Feng Yuan and Man Tu were already calling each other brothers. Brother Man Tu, this cup of wine is a toast to you. Regarding Goo Tribe's matter, I hope you can give me face and make an exception. Feng Yuan raised his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Man Tu showed a difficult expression. After drinking the wine, he said, I do not dare to refuse Brother Chang's wine. But Hongyin Valley is small. Our Man tribe expanded quickly and has a huge population. If we add in Goo Tribe, I'm afraid. Furthermore, Goo Tribe went back on their words. They clearly agreed to the marriage but delayed it again and again, even going back on their word. This is truly infuriating. Man Tu's tone was furious, but he had a plan in his heart. He wanted to annex Goo Tribe, but he could not find an excuse to do so. At the same time, Goo Tribe leader was a rank 4 Goo Master. Goo Tribe's vitality was still there. Man Tribe could not swallow it. So, when Man Duo proposed the marriage to him, he readily agreed. Chapter 452. Speaking of Goo Tribe's matter, the lively atmosphere of the banquet turned cold. Old Goo Tribe leader quickly stood up and explained. Goo Guang sat at the side, looking at his father with bitterness and sorrow. His own sister had died, and his father was extremely sad. How he wished that all of this was not true. But now, he had to prove to outsiders that his daughter was truly dead. What a painful ordeal it was. But Man Tu pretended to listen attentively, not accepting it. Changshan Yin was a hero of the righteous path, and was a genius Gu master nurtured by Chang tribe. Ever since he killed Ha Tu Gu's group of bandits, he was praised by the people. His reputation was extremely high, and he was a household name in Northern Plains. Thus, to protect Chang Shanyin's face, Mantu pretended to listen attentively. But even if Chang Shanyin's reputation was 5 to 6 times higher, it could not compare to the benefits of annexing Gu tribe. Now that he had finally found a legitimate reason, Mantu would not let it go so easily. Thus, after he patiently listened to Gu tribe leader's explanation, Mantu looked at his third son. Manduo sneered inwardly. Standing up, he bowed deeply to Fong Yuan before taking out a Gu worm. "Senior Chang, please take a look." This Gu was like a dragonfly, but its body was like a stick of sandalwood. The tail of the dragonfly was still burning, emitting smoke. The smoke was colorful at times, colorless at times, colorless and odorless. Don't tell me this Gu is the chase smoke Gu passed down from ancient times? Fong Yuan's gaze shone. Manduo was stunned, before saying in an admiring tone, "Senior's eyes are truly sharp. You are very knowledgeable." Junior is in awe. "Indeed, I obtained this Gu by luck. As long as one is infected by this chase smoke, they will not dissipate for half a year. It is very convenient to track someone." After pausing for a while, he continued, "To speak the truth, the first time I met Gu Yao, I secretly used this smoke on her. Now, as long as I activate this chase smoke Gu, the smoke can be seen with the naked eye." Manduo had a pleased expression, continuing, "Gu tribe leader, if I use this Gu and find Gu Yao hiding in your Gu tribe camp, what will happen?" If he wanted to annex the Gu family, he naturally had to plan and make arrangements. The chase smoke Gu was suggested by Third Z Manduo to think it would be useful now. Facing Manduo's threat, Gu family father and son heaved a sigh of relief. This chase smoke Gu was good. This way, his words could be verified and his grievances could be cleared. On the contrary, Fong Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This chasing smoke could infect each other. He had once walked side by side with Gu Yao and even carried her in his arms. If chasing smoke appeared, wouldn't he be exposed? What should they do? Fong Yuan hadn't expected such a turn of events, and his heart sank. His set of Gu worms originated from Changshan Yin. They were enslavement path Gu worms that were good at fighting in battle, but weak at fighting alone. In this banquet, he was only at rank 4 initial stage. There were also Man tribe and Gu tribe leaders who had higher cultivation level than him. There were even some elders and guards who had rank 3 cultivation. Even if he brought his wolf group here, 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary wolves would not be able to turn the situation around. At once, thoughts flashed in Fong Yuan's mind. All sorts of thoughts flashed like lightning. Immediately, he laughed heartily. This is great. With the chase smoke Gu as a witness, the truth will be revealed. Nephew, quickly use it. It was impossible for him to delay or refuse to use it. Firstly, it was very strange for an outsider like him to refuse to use the chase smoke Gu. It was almost a confession. Secondly, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they both wanted to use the chase smoke Gu to confirm some things. The situation was already set, and they could not resist it. Thirdly, the chase smoke Gu was in someone else's hands. Even if Fong Yuan refused to use it, would Man tribe not use it? Thus, Fong Yuan took the initiative to request it, to give an impression that he was open and honest. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Man too was overjoyed. Since Brother Changshan Yin has spoken, son, use it. Manduo, however, was not happy. He observed Gu tribe's father and son's expressions and saw that they were looking forward to it. Is Gu Yao really dead? Manduo suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He willed and activated this chase smoke Gu. Immediately, the colorless and odorless chase smoke in the air turned black. What is going on? This is, as Fong Yuan expected. There was a lump of thick black smoke on his body, and in the brightly lit banquet, it was extremely conspicuous. At once, everyone's gazes were gathered on him. The lively atmosphere stopped. No one made a sound. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fong Yuan frowned. His expression was just the right amount of surprise and shock. It made people feel that he was an innocent person. As if he felt that he was not conspicuous enough, Fong Yuan stood up under everyone's gazes. He left his seat and walked a few steps. The lump of black smoke on his body followed him. leaving behind a thin trail of smoke in the air. Manduo's gaze flickered. Mantu said excitedly, "This means that Brother Changshan has seen Gu Yao before and even had intimate contact with her." Old Gu tribe leader had a complex expression. His expression kept on changing as he looked at Feng Yuan. Gu Guang was young after all. He could not keep his cool. He jumped up from his seat and stared at Feng Yuan with suspicion, questioning, "Uncle Changshan, what is going on? Could it be that you met my sister Gu Yao in the poisonous grassland?" Feng Yuan's expression was calm. He did not explain in a hurry. Instead, he walked back and sat on his seat, saying, "To speak the truth, you guys are curious. I am also curious. Why is there such heavy chasing smoke on me?" Manduo said eerily, "Senior Chong, you are a great hero of Northern Plains. I do not dare to guess your suspicions." Senior Chong Shan-in. Gu Guang could not restrain himself, his gaze burning as he stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan heard this and looked at Gu Guang calmly, before looking at old Gu tribe leader. "Brother Gu, you know my character. I will use my reputation as the Wolf King to guarantee you that I have never seen your daughter in poison grassland." Old Gu tribe leader placed his right hand on his heart, his expression solemn as he bowed. "Brother Changshan, I feel like old friends with you. I believe you." Gu Guang, who was standing at the side, wanted to speak but stopped. Feng Yuan knew that just this sentence was not enough to dispel everyone's suspicions. Next, he frowned, showing a pondering expression as he said, "I slept for 20 years. After I woke up, I left poison grassland. On the way, I subdued many poison beard wolves. It was cold at night, so I hugged the poison beard wolf to warm myself. It must be one of the poison beard wolves that ate Brother Ji's daughter. Thus, my body was also tainted by the smoke." "Is that so?" Gu Guang gritted his teeth, his gaze flickering. Feng Yuan's explanation was reasonable. He had seen Feng Yuan walk out of poison grassland with his own eyes. When he saved him from the wind wolves, he was controlling the poison beard wolf group. "It is very easy to prove this. My wolf group is being kept in Gu tribe's farm. Why don't you all go to the farm and check? Wouldn't the truth be revealed?" Feng Yuan suggested. This suggestion made everyone's heartbeat faster. "Then shall we go with Brother Chang's suggestion?" Mantu looked at Gu tribe father and son. He still did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. Gu clan leader stood up and said, "Everyone, please step forward and be a witness." Everyone boarded hump wolves and went to Gu tribe's farm. Feng Yuan's wolf group was kept here. They were all fat and strong. Under the night sky, the poison beard wolf group was even more energetic. Using the chase smoke Gu's black smoke, everyone found that several poison beard wolves in the wolf group were tainted with smoke that was even thicker than Feng Yuan's. "Longevity heaven above, immortal ancestors' blessing. My daughter's killer is here." Old Gu tribe leader cried bitterly. He turned around and bowed deeply to Feng Yuan. He was about to speak when Feng Yuan stopped him. "Brother Gu, I know what you want to say. I will leave these poison beard wolves to you." Feng Yuan said. Gu tribe leader was moved to tears. "Benefactor Changshan, thank you. Not only did you save my son, you even brought my daughter's killer to me. You will be the closest friend of my Gu tribe for generations to come." Gu Guang remained silent. It was true that Feng Yuan saved his life, but this evidence could not prove his innocence. If Changshan killed his sister and ordered the poison beard wolves to devour his sister's corpse, it would be too painful to explain. Mantu, who was at the side, was secretly anxious. From start to finish, he did not believe that Gu Yao was dead. If Gu tribe found out about the chase smoke Gu, they could easily cooperate with Gu Yao to create this fake show. Thus, his lips twitched. "Old Gu tribe leader, you have wronged Brother Changshan. Brother Chang is a great hero of Northern Plains. He is such a righteous and respectable person. How could he murder your daughter? In my opinion, we should follow this chase smoke and enter poison grassland, continue to collect evidence and prove Brother Chang's innocence." He used Feng Yuan as an excuse, but the truth was that he wanted to find out if Gu Yao was dead or not. If Gu Yao entered poison grassland, there would definitely be chase smoke on the grassland. But at this time, Gu Guang suddenly spoke. "No need to enter poison grassland. I have a way to prove Uncle Changshan Yin's innocence. Lord Father, You prepared a set of precious water path goo worms for my sister in the past. You used the rank 5 clues and clues goo on this set of goo worms and left an imprint on it. My sister also knows about this. If she was killed, she would follow your instructions and not destroy these goo worms, but leave them to the killer. This way, we can find the killer and take revenge for her. Now, you just need to use that clues and clues goo. Chapter 453. Gue Wang flew rapidly, following the faint aura of the immortal goo and arriving under a snow willow. The aura of the immortal goo is here. There is nothing further. Gue Wang's gaze was anxious as he searched the snow willow tree. No immortal goo. The snow wash goo on the snow willow had been plucked. Someone had clearly been here. But why did they not have immortal goo? If the immortal goo continued to move, its aura would naturally shift as well. But this aura stopped here. Don't tell me the immortal goo died? Gue Wang made a guess. But he refused to believe this conjecture. He used investigative goo and flipped the surrounding area upside down. No, still no. The Ghost King gritted his teeth, his heart full of regret and unwillingness. Wait. Suddenly, his gaze turned ruthless as he thought of another possibility. At the center of Poison Grassland is Zidu Blessed Land. The rank 7 goo immortal Lady Poison Scorpion lives there. Did she take away the immortal goo? Mortal apertures could not contain immortal goo, but goo immortals could. Once the immortal goo enters the aperture, its aura will not dissipate. This explains everything. This means Lady Poison Scorpion is sitting at home, and immortal goo will be delivered to her door? Damn it. Gue Wang stomped his feet in anger. He would rather believe that Lady Poison Scorpion took the immortal goo than think of the possibility of the immortal goo dying. But he did not expect that the true immortal goo was not destroyed, and instead its aura was sealed by Feng Yuan's iron coffin goo. Then, he went back the way he came and was buried halfway. The Ghost King followed the aura and moved forward. Feng Yuan purposely divided the seals into sections, causing the goo worm's aura to become weaker and weaker. This formed the inertia of thinking. Gue Wang was thinking of flying forward. He did not expect fixed immortal travel goo to be buried in a certain location along the way. When he thought of Lady Poison Scorpion, jealousy and hatred drove him into a dead end. Lady Poison Scorpion is a rank 7 goo immortal. She is very strong. I was able to gather the 3 deities of the Sea of Hua and Loner Hongyu to attack Langya Blessed Land because I promised them some benefits. However, he did not have the power to rally them to attack Purple Poison Blessed Land. How hateful. If I had come more than 10 days earlier, I might have gotten the immortal goo. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the Purple Poison Blessed Land to open its door and expel the poisonous gas. I'm no match for Lady Poison Scorpion. I'd better leave first. The Ghost King stomped his foot and flew up into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. The dark clouds billowed. The Ghost King stared at them for a while, unwilling to give up. Then, he flew back to his lair. Tonight was destined to be eventful. On the farm of the Gu family, everyone focused their attention on Feng Yuan again. If Feng Yuan killed Gu Yao and took her Gu, then the clues and clues Gu would expose him. Feng Yuan's previous lie would also be completely exposed. Since you have never seen Gu Yao, how did you get her Gu worm? At that time, no explanation would make sense. Bastard! Old Gu tribe leader stared fiercely at Gu Guang, extremely furious. Chang Shanyin's benefactor is so righteous and benevolent. How can you doubt him? Kneel down and kowtow to our benefactor to ask for forgiveness. Father. Gu Guang was shocked. He did not expect old Gu tribe leader to have such a reaction. Didn't he always want to take revenge for his sister? He forgot one point. I am helping him find out what he missed. I am not doing anything wrong. Man tribe father and son, on the other hand, were watching from the sidelines. Brother Gu, your young master's words are so convincing. You indeed have clues and clues Gu, right? Feng Yuan's expression was calm. His gaze was clear as water. Then please take it out and activate it in front of everyone. This old Gu tribe leader hesitated. Brother Gu, since you have a method to prove my innocence, why are you hiding it? Ha ha ha, I can't wait to be happy. Feng Yuan smiled warmly. Old Gu tribe leader observed his expression for a while before looking at Man tribe father and son. Man tribe father and son remained silent, as if they had become bystanders, but their gazes were filled with deep meaning. All right, since benefactor Chang Shanin insists, then I will offend you. Old Gu tribe leader gritted his teeth and took out clues and clues Gu. This Gu was shaped like a black spider. It was the size of a fist and had a plump body. Its 8 legs were black and furry. The tips of the legs were hard and shiny, like small horse hooves. Old Gu tribe leader instilled primeval essence into it, and clues Gu's body slowly let out a faint white light. As long as a Gu master used a Gu worm within a radius of 500 li, it would let out a red light and point out the direction. If a Gu master kept the Gu worm in their aperture, its detection range would only be 1,000 steps. However, from start to finish, it stayed in Old Gu tribe leader's hands without any changes. Seeing this, Gu Guang knelt down on the ground and kowtowed to Feng Yuan. Uncle Feng Yuan, I was wrong. I was too eager to prove my innocence and offended you. Please punish me. Please get up. I still need to thank you for clearing my name. What did you do wrong? Feng Yuan smiled, quickly taking a step forward and helping Gu Guang up. Back in time, to the night when Feng Yuan killed Gu Yao. Before the girl died, she cried to him, Chang Shanin, I don't know how I blocked your path to success, but even if you killed me, I don't hate you. Maybe you want revenge? I will leave all my Gu worms to you. I hope they can be of some help to your success. Cough, cough, cough. The girl coughed out a mouthful of blood. She smiled bitterly and pleaded to Feng Yuan, I am going to die. Before I die, I have a small request. I hope you can hug me. I miss your warm embrace. But Feng Yuan did not move. He looked at the girl coldly. He looked at the girl and saw her expression stiffen bit by bit as her life slipped away bit by bit. Eventually, the flower-like girl became a cold corpse. Feng Yuan looked at Gu Yao's face and fell into a long silence. You actually left all your Gu worms to me? What do you mean? It is true that she fell in love with Chang Shanin, but I killed her. How can she not hate me? Her love is just a young girl's love, brewed for a few days. Her hate is the hatred of losing her life and being killed unjustly. It is clear which is more important. Heh, this girl is still too young. Her acting is too bad. How can the hatred in her eyes hide from me? Although I lack Gu worms, her Gu worms are also of high quality. She purposely left them to me. For safety's sake, I cannot take them. Next, Feng Yuan willed and the poison beard wolves moved out, devouring Gu Yao's corpse. From start to finish, he did not touch the Gu worms in Gu Yao's aperture. Seeing this result, Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at Feng Yuan with endless praise. Brother Chang Shanin, I have finally seen something today. You are indeed the great hero of the grassland. Your conduct is like the moonlight tonight, pure like water without any impurities. No matter how dirty the ground is, it will not taint the moonlight. No matter how thick the dark clouds are, it will not obstruct the moonlight for long. Our Gu tribe owes you a lot. My son was ignorant and rash, but he still suspected you. Our Gu tribe only has this rank 5 clues and clues Gu. It is our apology for today. Please accept it, otherwise, I will never be able to rest in peace. Rank 5 Gu were hard to find. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Gu tribe leader handed the clues and clues Gu to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan tried to reject it several times, but Gu tribe leader insisted. He could only reluctantly accept it. This way, he would have a second rank 5 Gu from Northern Plains. After that, everyone continued the banquet until late at night, before parting under the moonlight. Mantu warmly invited Feng Yuan to his tribe as a guest. Feng Yuan expressed that he would be leaving soon to participate in the Heroes' Assembly. But before he left, he would definitely pay a visit to Man tribe. Looking at Feng Yuan and Gu tribe's father and son riding the hump wolf away, Mantu's smile faded, turning ugly. It seems that this Gu Yao is really dead. Mantu's tone was gloomy. Lord Father, don't worry, Manduo sneered. This Gu tribe wants to stay in Hongyan Valley. They need our help. They cannot run away. Being enlightened by his son, Mantu's expression eased up. He patted Manduo's shoulder. You can see this clearly. I was too stubborn. These years, Man Tribe has been expanding continuously. It is all thanks to you. Unfortunately, you are only C grade. Your aptitude is not good. When Father abdicates and your brother takes over Man Tribe, you need to assist him. Yes, Father. Don't worry. Man Duo's reply was crisp and clear, but he was snorting in his heart. He was also Father's son. Why could he not fight for the tribe leader position? Why must he give it to his brother? Was poor aptitude the reason why he could not become the tribe leader? No. If brother becomes the tribe leader, he will definitely kill me. Sigh, such a pity. I proposed to Gu Yao because I wanted Gu tribe to become my wife tribe, to become my force. Damn it, the heavens are playing tricks on us. Gu Yao is dead. Unfilial son Neil. Once in the secret room, only the father and son were left. Old tribe leader's face darkened. He roared at Gu Guang. Father! Gu Guang jumped in fright. Although he did not know why his father suddenly became angry, he subconsciously knelt on the ground. Father, I am your son. You can scold me however you want, as long as you can calm down. But I have a small request. After Father calms down, please tell me why you are so angry. I will change in the future. I will not make you angry anymore. Gu Guang said. Old Patriarch Gu chuckled coldly and stood in front of Gu Guang. He pointed at the bridge of his nose and said, I know you are very unconvinced in your heart. Father will tell you the reason now and let you know how dangerous tonight is. Do you think Manduo is really interested in your sister's beauty? Gu Guang was dazed. Is it not? Gu Yao is the beauty of our tribe. Many young men are pursuing her. Chapter 454. Ah, Man Tribe wants to annex our Gu tribe? Gu Guang gasped. Old Gu tribe leader heaved a long sigh. Sigh, your sister is dead. They are not willing to listen to my explanation. Why? It is because they want to use this excuse as a legitimate reason to attack. But I found Changshan Yin to help me. Changshan Yin is a hero of Northern Plains. He has great prestige and has Chang tribe as his backing. Man, too, does not dare to twist logic. Thus, he regretfully stopped tonight. Gu Guang was shocked. So there is such a twist behind this? But Father, I do not understand. Since you saw through Man tribe's intentions, why did you agree to this marriage and betroth my sister to that monkey man duo? Old Gu tribe leader bent his finger and knocked on Gu Guang's head. Do you not have a brain? Why did you agree to this marriage? Do you think I want to mistreat my daughter? It's all because of the approaching snowstorm. If we can marry into the Man family, we can stay in Hongyin Valley and protect our own tribe as much as possible. We can sacrifice your sister's happiness to protect the entire Gu tribe. This marriage is a transaction. Sigh. It is a pity that your sister escaped and died in poison grassland. Gu Guang frowned, blinking his eyes. Father, I understand now. No, you still do not understand. Old Gu tribe leader understood his son very well. He continued to explain in disappointment. Tonight, Man tribe father and son invited Changshan Yin on the surface, and we accompanied him. But the truth is, their true motive is to deal with us. And I will use Changshan Yin as a shield. That man duo took out the chase smoke Gu. He is extremely sinister. When all of you were suspecting Changshan Yin, I swore to Changshan Yin that I would trust him. Do you think I am not suspicious? I am not that muddle-headed. Old Gu tribe leader stomped his feet, saying with a bleak tone, but I do not dare to suspect him. We are able to resist Man tribe because of Changshan Yin's strength. If we suspect him, then Man tribe father and son will have succeeded in sowing discord between us and Changshan Yin. If Changshan Yin does not stand on our side, we might not even be able to return to tonight's banquet. Gu Guang's face was filled with shock. Ah, is the Man clan so daring to kill us? Why do you think you were surrounded by so many wind wolves when you went out to search? In Northern Plains, were there any lack of methods to use beast groups to kill others? But in this situation, the Man clan won't kill us, but they will definitely put us under house arrest. At that time, the Man tribe will use Gu Yao's matter as an excuse to swallow our Gu tribe. Without us, the Gu tribe will be like a group of dragons without a leader. After hearing his father's explanation, Gu Guang finally understood the danger tonight. and his face revealed an expression of fear. For the tribe, for the big picture, even if Changshan is the murderer, we cannot suspect him. Do you really think I have forgotten the hints and clues, Gu? How could this be? But you had to mention this. What if Changshan is really the culprit? Old Gu tribe leader spoke with deep sincerity. Gu Guang fell into silence. After a long while, he said, "That is why Father gifted the precious rank 5 hints and clues Gu to Changshan. Is it to mend the crack in our relationship and make him stand on our side?" Old Gu tribe leader nodded. "You finally have some understanding? Son, although your aptitude is outstanding and your cultivation is high, but to become the new tribe leader of Gu tribe, you are still far from it. Father, it is great to have you here. I will definitely learn from you in the future. Gu tribe can lose anyone, but you cannot." Gu Guang said sincerely. Old Gu tribe leader shook his head. "Time and tide wait for no man. I am already old. Gu tribe still needs to rely on you." Sigh. After this incident, I have finally understood Man Tu's character. He is a greedy jackal. No matter how much wealth we have, it will not be enough for him. Now that your sister is gone, we have lost the right to borrow Hongyin Valley. We cannot split up the tribe and join Man tribe, right? No, Gu tribe cannot be destroyed like this, otherwise, I will be the greatest sinner of Gu tribe. After this night, I have thought it through. I cannot stay here. I will be killed by Man tribe sooner or later. A few days later, we will set off for the Heroes' Assembly. Father, if we leave like this, will Man tribe let us off easily? Gu Guang asked worriedly. Of course they will not let us off, but we will follow Changshan. Man Tu is wary of Changshan. He will not dare to make a move. Old Gu tribe leader snickered. Then if we use senior Changshan like this, isn't it? Gu Guang was slightly embarrassed. You idiot. Why not use him? What is wrong with using him? A good hunter is good at making use of everything around them. When we lack strength, we will use intelligence to make up for it. All of this is for the survival of the tribe. Old Gu tribe leader stopped after reprimanding, a complex expression appearing on his face. But this Changshan is indeed a hero worthy of his reputation. Maybe he has already seen through it, but he is still on our side. Such righteousness, supporting the weak, this is the true role model of the righteous path. He is the light of the world. Son, rejoice that our Gu tribe met such a person. Time passed quickly. Several days passed. Inside the room, Fang Yuan looked at the bone bamboo Gu in his hand. It was burnt by the ghost fire. He let out a breath of turbid air. This is the last bone bamboo Gu. These days, he had been cultivating diligently, using up to 100 bone bamboo Gu in the gift box. After his vigorous repair, the 8 most serious injuries on the battle bone wheel were all healed. Although the war bone wheel was still full of scars, it was finally out of danger. After returning the battle bone wheel to his aperture, Fang Yuan started to inspect his aperture. He had rank 4 peak stage cultivation. Thus, the 4 walls of the aperture were transparent. 90% of his primeval sea was made up of true gold primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had just arrived in northern plains. He had not adapted to the environment yet, so his true gold primeval essence was only equivalent to initial stage light gold primeval essence. Thus, Fang Yuan's cultivation had stopped for the time being. Using light gold primeval essence, he could not break through the barrier and become a rank 5 Gu master. It is not like there is no way to speed up my adaptation. The most common way is to use third watch Gu to speed up my own time. But this way, the Gu master's remaining lifespan will be shortened by 3 times. This was a short-sighted move. Fang Yuan naturally would not take it. It was not because he treasured his lifespan, but because of spring-autumn cicada. If Fang Yuan used third watch Gu on himself, the flow of the river of time would be 3 times faster. Then, the spring-autumn cicada residing in his body would also recover 3 times faster. Other than his vital Gu spring-autumn cicada and the fixed immortal travel Gu hidden in poison grassland, Fang Yuan had many Gu worms on him now. The first were the 2 rank 5 Gu, both from northern plains. One was the battle bone wheel. It was currently being repaired and could not provide any help in the short term. The other was the clues and clues Gu. It could be used for reconnaissance and tracking. Gu tribe has quite the foundation. They actually have a rank 5 clues and clues Gu. This goo can be used to track goo worms. It is a powerful method to capture wild goo worms and prevent them from escaping. Unfortunately, although old goo tribe leader has this goo worm, he does not dare to search for his own daughter. Fang Yuan was clear about the conflict between Goo tribe and Man tribe. Man tribe's third son, Man Duo, had great ambitions. He wanted the tribe leader position. But due to his insufficient cultivation, he set his sights on Goo tribe. He wanted to marry Gu Yao and make Goo tribe his wife tribe to help him fight for the tribe leader position. Man Tu might not be able to see Man Duo's true intentions, but he had always been interested in annexing Goo tribe. Goo tribe, on the other hand, wanted to use the marriage alliance and sacrifice Gu Yao, using Man tribe's Hong Yin Valley to survive the once-a-decade blizzard and get through the current crisis. Goo tribe naturally did not want to split up the tribe, but Man tribe wanted to swallow this fat piece of meat. But they were afraid of being stuck in the meat. After Gu Yao escaped, Man tribe used this legitimate excuse to not let go. They might even attack Gu Guang in secret. As long as they killed Goo tribe leader and his son, Goo tribe would be leaderless and fall into internal strife. It would be easier for Man tribe to swallow them. Gu Guang was ignorant, but the old chief of Goo tribe was old and experienced. He gradually understood the situation and realized that he could not satisfy Man Tu's greed. But he was in deep trouble, so he could only endure it and stay in the tribe all day long, not giving Man tribe any chance to do anything. And Changshan Yin's arrival gave Goo tribe hope of escaping. Goo tribe leader might have thought of making use of Fang Yuan's Changshan Yin identity when he found out about it. Thus, he warmly received Fang Yuan and even gave him 1 million as a gift. Next, he made good use of it, borrowing Changshan Yin's strength to compete with Man tribe. That banquet under the moonlight seemed to be a joyous and harmonious affair, but in reality, the competition between the three parties was surging with undercurrents, hidden with the dangers of blades and axes. The result was, Man tribe suffered a setback. Not only did they not target Goo tribe, they even lost Gu Yao's legitimate excuse. But this side did not fail. They were still the strongest. On Goo tribe's side, Changshan Yin was sent out. Using his strength, they successfully defended their tribe and temporarily survived this crisis. They succeeded, but they were still in a weak position. As for Fang Yuan, he pretended to be ignorant. Using the competition between the two sides, he achieved his original goal of appearing on the stage, and at the same time, he benefited from it and strengthened himself. Man was the spirit of all living things. Battles between people were not just simple and desperate fights. Even in northern plains where people were fierce, there were battles of wits and schemes. As for Gu Yao, this innocent young girl was only a sacrifice in the political battle between the two tribes. And according to Fang Yuan's guess, Gu Yao's escape from the marriage was also very strange. To be able to escape from the Gu tribe camp, which was loose on the outside but tight on the inside, it might have been arranged by Gu tribe leader to probe Man tribe. Unfortunately, accidents always happen in reality. No matter how good the schemes were, they could not keep up with the changes. Maybe Man tribe leader's eldest and second son's forces made a move, afraid of Man Duo's influence and hoping for Gu Yao to die. In any case, Gu Yao escaped to Poison Grassland and met Fang Yuan, which led to the series of events. Shaking his head, Fang Yuan threw these guesses out of his mind. The foundation of any scheme is strength. Why did Man tribe not annex Gu tribe? It is because they are not a super tribe. They are only a large tribe with limited strength. Other than using me, the reason why the Gu family was able to turn the situation around was that they were once a large family and had a foundation. If Gu tribe leader had rank 5 cultivation, he would have taken out traces and clues Gu long ago. Chapter 455. The development of the matter was as Fang Yuan expected. A day later, old Gu tribe leader visited Fang Yuan, saying that he had thought things through. He did not want to stay in Hong Yin Valley, but wanted to migrate the tribe to participate in the Heroes' Assembly and fight for a place in the imperial court. Fang Yuan knew old Gu tribe leader's intention. He wanted to use Changshan Yin to escape from Man tribe's control. Fang Yuan agreed readily. If he traveled alone in the grassland, it would be troublesome. With the Gu clan traveling with them, the risk would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would be a cover for him. Brother Gu understands, but it is better to leave as soon as possible. Once there are any disturbances, Man tribe will sense it immediately. Fang Yuan instructed. Old Gu tribe leader's heart shook. Hearing this, he understood that Chang Shan-yin was an understanding person. Fang Yuan continued. I had agreed to Man tribe's request and wanted to visit them. But since Gu tribe wants to migrate to be safe, I will not visit them. Just say that I have been cultivating for the past few days and feel that my cultivation level is showing signs of recovering. So I will go into closed cultivation. I will write a letter now. Brother can find someone to pass it to me. If Gu tribe did not migrate, there was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan visiting Man tribe. But now that Gu tribe wanted to leave, Man tribe was not willing to let go of this juicy piece of meat. Man tribe was wary of Gu tribe and Changshan Yin's alliance. Man tribe might put Changshan in under house arrest and turn around to deal with Gu tribe. Earlier, when Gu Guang found the wind wolves, it was very likely Man tribe's handiwork. Man tribe was a righteous path faction. They would not kill Changshan Yin in consideration of their reputation, but Gu tribe was too juicy. They could use all sorts of reasons to put Changshan in under house arrest. Old Gu tribe leader heard Fang Yuan's words and looked at him deeply. He stood up and bowed. In front of brother, what is this bit of intelligence? I was muddle-headed earlier. Brother is still able to see the whole situation clearly. Heh. It's normal for one to lose oneself in a situation like this. You don't have to worry about it, old brother. As long as we leave this place, the Gu family will have a bright future. Fang Yuan comforted the Gu family patriarch. Then, he wrote a letter on the spot and passed it to the Gu family patriarch. Brother Gu, I still need to continue cultivating, so I won't be seeing you off. Today, I will give the order to prepare for migration. The letter will definitely be delivered. Goodbye. Elder Gu took the letter and left the room. After returning to the king's tent, he immediately summoned the clan elders and gave the order for the entire clan to prepare for migration. After Gu Yao's marriage, the elders of Gu tribe all had a bad impression of Man tribe. They all praised Man tribe's wisdom. Gu family's father and son returned to the study room. The old clan leader opened Fang Yuan's letter on the spot. Dad, your behavior is not very good, right? Gu Guang felt embarrassed. Hey, today I'll give you another lesson. This is Changshan Yin's letter to Man too, but he did not use the letter Gu. Do you know why? Gu tribe leader chuckled. Is it because he does not have a letter Gu? No. If he wanted to use a letter Gu, he could have borrowed it from our Gu tribe. Gu Guang thought for a moment before his eyes brightened. Did he do this on purpose? That's right. The reason why he used this ordinary letter is to let us see it. Gu tribe is going to migrate. He will be on the same path as us. This letter is to express his intention to cooperate with us. Come here, let us father and son take a look. Saying so, Gu tribe leader opened the letter. The content of the letter was simple. It stated that he needed to go into closed cultivation to recover his cultivation. He expressed his regret that he could not visit Man tribe personally and said that he would make up for this regret in the future. At the latter part of the letter, Fang Yuan requested to purchase bone bamboo Gu from Man tribe, expressing that he was willing to buy it at 20% higher than the market price. At the same time, he wrote a large pile of Gu refinement materials, as well as third watch Gu and other Gu worms, hoping to trade. So Uncle Changshan needed these things. Dad, I feel that our Gu tribe should try our best to satisfy him. After all, he has helped us so much. Gu Guang said. Gu tribe leader, however, stared at the letter in his hand, his eyes shining brightly as he felt a chill in his heart. Gu tribe and Man tribe's battle was mostly done in the dark. They did not fight openly. This was the rule of the righteous path. There were many sacrifices. A Gu tribe elder died because of Man duo's challenge, and Gu Yao also died in poison grassland. Other than that, there were also many Gu masters who died in the wolf's mouth. In this battle, be it Man tribe or Gu tribe, they were not the victors. Man tribe did not achieve their goal, and Gu tribe had many sacrifices. There was only one person who truly benefited from it. This person was Changshan Yin. Think about it. Changshan Yin came from poison grassland. He was penniless and did not even have a complete collection of Gu worms. But now, in this battle, he earned a lot. Just the Yuan stone alone was worth over 1 million. Not to mention that rank 5 hints and clues Gu. Gu tribe leader suddenly understood. Gu tribe made use of Changshan Yin But wasn't Chang Shanin also making use of Gu tribe? Chang Shanin looked like he was innocently sandwiched between the two tribes, falling into the whirlpool of battle and getting into trouble that he should not have. But the truth was, neither side wanted to offend him. He instead benefited from both sides. We do not need to prepare these things for Chang Shanin. Man tribe will send the things in this letter to him, and they might even give them to him for free. Gu tribe leader let out a breath of turbid air, as if trying to get rid of the chill in his heart. Gu Guang was extremely shocked. This is impossible, right? Uncle Chang Shanin is clearly helping us. Man tribe can't be so stupid, right? Those who are in high positions have different views. How much can these things be worth? Just over 100,000 yuan stone. To Man tribe, it is not even worth mentioning, not even a drop in the ocean. Paying such a price to befriend an expert. Why not? Think about it. How much did we give Chang Shanin? Gu Guang immediately thought of the 1 million yuan stone, as well as the traces of that rank 5 Gu. Gu tribe leader heaved a deep sigh. There was a deeper meaning in this. It was too early to explain it to Gu Guang. Why did Chang Shanin want to make a deal with Man tribe? This was not a deal, but a friendship. Using this method, Chang Shanin expressed to Man tribe that although he went against the agreement and did not visit Man tribe and was in Gu tribe, he was not Man tribe's enemy. He did not want to become enemies with Man tribe, but wanted to be friends, thus he could make a deal. Man too was not an idiot. He could understand the goodwill in Chang Shanin's letter. If Man tribe rejected this deal, it would be rejecting Fang Yuan's goodwill. If they traded according to the price, they would be expressing their dissatisfaction. If they gave it to Chang Shanin, it would mean Man tribe accepted this goodwill and was willing to befriend Chang Shanin. This deal was not the main point. The main point was the meaning behind the deal. This kind of obscure and hidden communication was something the righteous path higher-ups often played. Gu tribe leader suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a thought. This Chang Shanin is helping Gu tribe not because of his righteous nature, but because he can only obtain the greatest benefits by standing together with Gu tribe. Man tribe was powerful. Chang Shanin was only the icing on the cake. But Gu tribe was weak. With Chang Shanin, he was a timely help, an important factor that could tip the scales of strength. This thought made Gu tribe leader's body shudder. He felt a chill in his heart, almost to his bones. Old tribe leader subconsciously denied this guess. If a hero like Chang Shanin is so scheming, then what justice and light is there in this world? I am gauging the heart of a gentleman with my own mean measure. 3 days later, Man tribe's father and son stood on a hill, watching Gu tribe slowly move south. Lord Father, I have something I don't understand. I would like to ask you. Man Duo spoke. Speak. You gave all the things you mentioned in the letter to Chang Shanin. I can understand that. But why did you give 30,000 loads of rations to Gu tribe? Gu tribe, this fat piece of meat, flew away, but we still have to stick to it. This. Man Duo had an unwilling expression. Man Two's gaze was deep. Looking at Gu tribe's departing figures, he only said one sentence. Man Hao, you explain? Elder Man Hao, who was standing at the side, smiled and explained. Third young master does not need to worry. Lord tribe leader has already made arrangements. If Gu tribe wants to leave like this, they are too naive. Among the 30,000 loads of rations, many wolf lure Gu have already been secretly used. At the same time, tribesmen are already luring them. There are about 3 myriad wolf groups waiting for them. So that's it. Man Duo immediately understood. Father is wise. Once Gu tribe cannot resist the wolf groups, we will move out and save them, using this chance to annex them. Even if people question us in the future, these 30,000 loads of rations will show Lord Father's sincerity and sincerity. It will shut their mouths. But, at the end, Man Duo's tone was hesitant. Man Hao sighed, continuing. But this way, Gu tribe will also suffer heavy losses. Our gains from annexing Gu tribe will be much lesser. We will even need to invest a portion of our wealth to take care of the injured. But Man Duo shook his head. Man Hao is not talking about his worries. Gu tribe has that Chang Shanin. He is called the Wolf King. Can these wolf groups stop him? Man Tu frowned slightly. Man Duo's words were what he was thinking. He had the same worry. But Gu tribe left too decisively. Man tribe was a righteous path cultivator. They had to consider the impact of their actions. They could only lure out these 3 myriad wolf groups in a short period of time. If Gu tribe survives the attack of these wolves, then Man tribe can only watch as they leave. But if Gu tribe suffered heavy losses during the attack, Man tribe would have a reason to send troops to save them. The biggest variable in this plan was Changshan-in. Third young master, don't worry. Although this Changshan-in is called the Wolf King, that was 20 years ago. His cultivation has already fallen to rank 4 initial stage. During the banquet, we also secretly investigated him. His soul is no longer 1,000-man soul. Now, it is only 100-man soul. Broodhouse said with a disdainful tone. Hee, even if he is the Wolf King, he is just an old Wolf King struggling at death's door. Furthermore, what trump cards does he have? Only over 1,000 wind wolves, over 1,000 poison beard wolves, and over 1,000 water wolves. Ha ha ha, against tens of thousands of wolf groups, what can these troops do? In my opinion, his reputation will be ruined soon. Let's wait to annex Gu tribe. Chapter 456. Urgent report. 3,000 li ahead. A large group of turtleback wolves have appeared. There are so many of them. It seems to be a myriad wolf group. Gu tribe's investigative Gu master rushed over and reported to old Gu tribe leader. Gu tribe leader's expression was solemn as he waved his hand at the person. Continue investigating. Not long ago, he had already received the letter Gu sent by the investigative Gu master. But in the battlefield, to prevent the letter Gu from being intercepted by the enemy, there would usually be investigative Gu masters rushing back and forth to personally deliver the letter. Turtleback wolves have the strongest defense among wild wolves. 10,000 turtleback wolves are a tough bone to chew. Gu masters had attracted them earlier, but there was no effect. This wolf group is still coming towards us. How many days has it been since we started migrating? This wolf group is already here. It seems Man tribe doesn't want to let us off. Fortunately, their speed is not good, giving us time to set up the formation. The elders of Gu family discussed among themselves. In this chaotic northern plains, Gu masters who could climb to a high position were not fools. By now, they had already reacted and recognized the reality. Gu tribe's troops had already stopped moving, forming a circular formation. Large numbers of Gu masters were nervously using Gu worms to build high walls, arrow towers, and many layers of defense. And Gu tribe's higher-ups were guarding the central area. My son, Gu tribe leader softly called. Lord Father, your son is here. Gu Guang immediately received the order. Go and invite Lord Changshan over. This was a battle of life and death for Gu tribe. Old Gu tribe leader was not willing to let go of any battle strength. Yes. Gu Guang bowed and left. Just as he left the main tent, he saw Fang Yuan. Uncle. Gu Guang happily called out and bowed. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward, his tone slightly anxious. I already know about the wolf group's invasion. How is it? How is the situation? There is still about 7 minutes before the wolf group attacks. Since our tribe migrated, to prevent Man tribe from playing any tricks, Father has sent light cavalry and expanded the scouting range to 600 li. Gu Guang followed Fang Yuan's footsteps and reported. The two arrived at the main tent, which was situated on a hill. The mound was also raised by Gu worms. Gu tribe's higher-ups stood on the mound and had a good view. If they were attacked by a group of eagles, or crows, the Gu family would dig a hole in the ground. In short, there were different ways to deal with it. Seeing the higher-ups of the Gu family, everyone hurriedly bowed. The atmosphere was tense, as though a storm was brewing. With Brother Wolf King's help, Gu tribe is so honored. I am also at ease. Old tribe leader of Gu tribe sighed. His gratitude was beyond words. The fate between me and the Gu family is not shallow. Friends should help each other. It's only right. What's the situation? Fang Yuan asked. Wolf King, please take a look. Gu tribe leader led Fang Yuan to the table, pointed at the sheepskin map, and introduced the surrounding terrain, Gu tribe's defense line, and the movement of the wolf pack. Your Highness has made the appropriate arrangements. There is nothing wrong with your response. Fang Yuan first complimented. He then extended his finger and pointed at the markings on the map. Everyone looked over. This was a river beside the camp. Since there is such a danger zone, why don't we use it for defense? Fong Yuan suggested. Brother, you might not know. We had the same idea before. But the large group moves slowly. There is not enough time to set up camp and defense line after reaching the river. Old tribe leader smiled bitterly. When tribes migrate, most of the tribesmen use big stomach horses. But big stomach horses are loaded, and their speed is slow. Gu tribe Gu masters ride hump wolves and can quickly move to the river. But most of the mortals can only fall behind. When the wolf pack comes, the mortals will be slaughtered. No tribe has mortals. How can there be future Gu masters? Mortals are the foundation of all tribes. But Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Brother, I am also a northern plainsman. I know this. We cannot get close to the river, but we can make the river water come to us. Once he said this, Gu tribe's higher-ups' eyes brightened. That's right. We can dig a canal and draw the river water to assist in defense. Turtleback wolves have heavy bodies and are unable to swim. Once they fall into the river, they will sink to the bottom and drown. Lord Tribe Leader, quickly give the order. Old Tribe Leader also said straightforwardly, Yes, Gu Chui Team 1, Gu Xiang Team 7 and Gumi Team 18. Immediately stop what they are doing and go to the river to dig the canal. Next, order Team 3, 5 and 16 to take over the construction tasks of Team 1, 7 and 18. Yes, the investigative Gu masters outside the tent immediately received the order. After a few breaths of time, 6-letter Gu flew out and towards the distance. Fortunately, brother is here to guide us. Old tribe leader bowed towards Fong Yuan, his expression of gratitude coming from the bottom of his heart. Just based on Fong Yuan's suggestion, he could save hundreds of Gu tribe Gu masters, or even more sacrifices. He is the Wolf King after all at once. Gu tribe's elders' gazes towards Fong Yuan also faintly changed. They were filled with admiration and admiration. Time always passes very quickly amidst nervousness and busyness. Investigative Gu masters returned to the camp one after another and reported the wolf group's location. At the same time, the number of turtleback wolves was also clearly investigated. There were over 38,000 of them. When the wolf group was only 800 li away from the camp, Old Gu tribe leader started to gather the investigative Gu masters in an orderly manner. At 500 li, the ditch was dug and the river water was drawn in. At 300 li, the 3 defensive lines were completed and the combat teams were urgently in position. The support Gu masters and logistics Gu masters in charge of construction retreated to the rear and used Yuan stones to quickly recover their primeval essence, not daring to relax for even a moment. When the battle line is not able to hold on, they would be the backup team, the reinforcements. At around 100 li, there were vague shadows of wolves in the horizon. In the main tent, 8 investigative Gu were activated and smoke rose, showing the scene in all directions. The turtleback wolf group was mainly charging from the north, but there were also many in the northeast and southeast. The wolf group was getting closer and closer, even mortals could see them. Turtleback wolves had broad bodies. Their whole bodies were dark green and their eyes were eerie blue. On their backs, there was a turtle-like carapace. This carapace was very heavy. About a third of the weight was concentrated inside. Other than defense, it was also similar to a camel's hump, having the effect of storing nutrients. 10,000 wolves galloped. The ground started to tremble. Fong Yuan walked out of the main tent and gazed at the grassland, only to see the boundless wolf group covering the ground. Looking down at the camp, Gu tribesmen were busy but not in a mess. Living in northern plains, encountering beast attacks was a common thing. Thus, be it Gu masters or mortals, they all had strong mental fortitude. The first defensive line in the north was the first to engage in battle. Attack! The Gu master leader on the tall tower shouted loudly and sent out a wind blade. Soon after, the surrounding Gu masters attacked at the same time. A row of wind blades flew out and slashed, instantly knocking over dozens of turtleback wolves. The wolf group got closer and closer. The Gu masters gave up on using the wind blades and switched to the more powerful fire Gu, lightning Gu, and so on. For a moment, the battlefront was filled with countless colorful lights and shadows, like fireworks. The roars of humans, the furious howls of the wolf group, and the sharp whistling sound of the wind blades piercing through the air. All of them merged into one. The wolf group withstood the rain of attacks and successfully charged forward. They first collided with the earth wall. The earth wall was thick, and the base was reinforced with a layer of copper and iron. Countless turtleback wolves were smashed until their heads bled and died on the spot. But the wolf group advanced wave after wave. Some stepped on the corpses of their comrades and jumped up. Some clawed at the earth wall, trying to break it. Next, the southeast and northeast defensive lines also started to engage in battle. Battle cries shook the sky and casualties started to appear. Healing Gu masters started to display their usefulness. Because of the ample preparations, the whole Gu tribe camp started to operate in an orderly manner. Look, it's the myriad beast wolf king. Someone pointed in a direction and shouted. Everyone immediately looked towards the direction of the voice. This turtleback myriad wolf king was so huge that even if an ordinary turtleback wolf expanded by 10 times, it would still be slightly inferior to it. Its domineering aura manifested as it squatted on the ground and howled, commanding the wolf group to split up. The turtleback wolf group split into 5 to 6 groups and started to attack Gu tribe camp, trying to find a loophole in the defense. Like this, wolf shadows appeared all around Gu tribe, and the whole periphery of the camp started to fight. On a nameless hill outside the battlefield, Man tribe used Gu worms to conceal themselves and used investigative Gu to observe from afar. Heh, they are fighting. Elder Man Hao laughed in schadenfreude. Gu tribe actually diverted the water into a canal. That old man Gu is really an old fox. But this is over 30,000 turtleback wolves. Even if Gu tribe can resist them, they will suffer heavy losses. Man Hong sneered. He looked very similar to tribe leader Man Tu, and was the eldest son of Man tribe, with rank 3 middle stage cultivation. Young tribe leader is right. Even if Gu tribe blocked the first wave of wolves, there will still be the second and third wave. Man Hao flattered. Although Man Hong was the eldest son, Man tribe had not officially appointed a young tribe leader. But Man Hao had already submitted to Man Hong and was his hardcore supporter. He called Man Hong young tribe leader, which was both flattery and expectation. Young tribe leader? Man Hong did not refute, instead nodding and continuing. Father gave me this important mission. After I complete it, I will have made a great contribution. Once I return to the tribe, I will probably become the young tribe leader. Unfortunately, that scoundrel Man Duo did not come along. Otherwise, I will borrow someone else's knife to kill him and get rid of that treacherous kid. Although Man Duo is smart, his aptitude is insufficient. He is not young tribe leader's match. Look, the 100 wolf kings have entered the battlefield. Man Hao said. 100 beast kings had ranked 2 Gu worms on their bodies and had great battle strength. Their participation in the battle immediately increased the pressure on Gu tribe's front line. The number of casualties soared, and even 200 to 300 wolf kings smashed through the mud walls, fiercely stabbing into Gu tribe's defensive line. Hee. Seeing Gu tribe Gu masters dying one after another, Man Hong's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. This group of ignorant fools, they actually didn't join Man tribe. Now they are suffering. Man Hong's laughter stopped. Using his Gu worm's investigative ability, he saw 100 wolf king was implanted with wolf enslavement Gu. It immediately changed sides, and after letting out a howl, it caused chaos in the wolf group around it. Next, these turtleback wolves followed the wolf king into Gu tribe's camp and gathered at the feet of a Gu master. Looking at this Gu master, Man Hong squinted. Is this wolf king Changshan? Yes. Man Hao confirmed. Man Hong sneered. Father said that he's the biggest variable. I want to see what ability he has. Chapter 457. Look over there. It is the great hero of Northern Plains, Changshan. Changshan has made his move. He is truly extraordinary. Gu tribe's camp was filled with cheers. Not only Man tribe's Gu masters, even Gu tribe's Gu masters were looking at Feng Yuan. Just now, Feng Yuan had made a small demonstration by taking 100 wolf king as his subordinate, immediately causing hundreds of turtleback wolves to submit to him, turning the situation around for the better. Changshan. On a tall hill, Gu tribe leader stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. Everyone had a question in their hearts. The former Wolf King, the once famous genius of northern plains, how much strength did he have left now? Fang Yuan looked at these tens of thousands of turtleback wolves with a fervent gaze. In other people's eyes, these wolf groups were scourges. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, these were gifts that came to him on their own initiative. He was worried that he did not have enough wolves. If he could subdue these wolf kings, his strength would definitely rise sharply. Right now, the sky was blue and the sun was shining brightly. It was the time for a great battle. Gu tribe had made ample preparations. They had 3 earth walls as a defense line and also channeled water into a canal. The wolves would be separated layer by layer when they entered and would not be surrounded by the wolves. This was the geographical advantage. Looking at his side, Gu tribe's Gu masters were guarding him, and young tribe leader Gu Guang was the leader, ensuring his safety. Gu tribe's unity in resisting the wolf group was like a stronghold. All of them were united. This was human harmony. If I were to travel alone, I would definitely retreat if I met such a myriad beast group. But now, the timing and geographical advantage are right. This is a peerless opportunity. The opportunity is already in front of me. How can I not grab it? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan laughed heartily, his battle intent surging as he said to his left and right, "Everyone, follow me." Gu Guang and the others loudly responded. Under Fang Yuan's lead, the group of Gu masters started to move their camp and soon arrived at another part of the battlefield. Rumble. The tall arrow tower fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. The main culprit of this disaster let out a roar and was fighting fiercely with more than 10 rank 2 Gu masters beside him. This was 100 Wolf King. By the time it reached here, the wolves around it had all died, leaving it to fight alone. The surrounding Gu masters continued to use Gu worms to attack it from afar, trapping it here and whittling away its life force. There were already 3 Gu masters' corpses on the ground. At this time, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the scene riding on hump wolves. Wolf enslavement Gu, go. Fang Yuan pointed his finger, and the rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke, landing on the 100 Wolf King's body. The Wolf King roared again and again. It resisted with all its might, unwilling to be enslaved. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. 100-man soul, suppress. The Wolf King whimpered as the light smoke completely descended and fused into its body, instantly turning it into Fang Yuan's personal pet. The 100 Wolf King was lying on the ground, its claws and teeth withdrawn. Its body was covered in wounds, and blood was flowing out. Healing Gu Master. Fang Yuan lightly instructed as a person walked out from behind him and activated a Gu worm to heal this 100 Wolf King. This damned beast. He killed my brother. A young Gu master who had just joined the battle wanted to attack again. Gu can. Gu Guang shouted, staring at this person. The young Gu master straightened his neck and walked to the 100 Wolf King, kicking it fiercely, but did not attack again. Next, he covered his face and cried, making muffled sounds. The surrounding Gu masters were all sorrowful. The young Gu master cried a few times, before raising his head and wiping his tears. Go! Let's continue killing wolves. Okay, let's follow Big Brother Gu Can. This ordinary small team once again entered the front line of the battlefield. Let's go to the next stop. Fang Yuan urged his wolf forward. At the northwest direction, 300 Wolf Kings broke through the earth wall and were wreaking havoc in the defensive line. Fang Yuan rushed to the scene. I am Wolf King Changshan Yin. All Gu masters listen to my commands. With Gu Guang beside him, he smoothly took over the commanding authority. These 300 Wolf Kings, what Gu worms do they have? Fang Yuan asked. Immediately, someone reported. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he split everyone into 3 groups. First group, lure the 100 Wolf King on the left and let it enter the second line of defense. Fang Yuan ordered. Let it go? A Gu master was shocked, expressing his doubts. Fang Yuan stared at him fiercely. I said let it go, so let it go. Carry out my orders. Yes. Second group, you are in charge of restraining the Wolf King on the right. You must destroy its defensive Gu. Yes. Third group, follow me. Fang Yuan commanded, going into battle personally. After a while of intense battle, he used the wolf enslavement goo. Just as the smoke was about to fall, the Wolf King suddenly spat out a flame from its mouth and burned the smoke away. Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. Losing the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo caused his heart to ache. Gu Guang scolded. Why does it still have a firelight goo? Young tribe leader, please forgive us. This is the first time this wolf is using this goo. The subordinate quickly reported. Gu Guang, you are in charge of this firelight goo. Use all methods. I will come back later. Fang Yuan saw that he could not deal with this Wolf King in a short time, so he immediately ordered his subordinates to deal with the problem. He then moved his target to another Wolf King, using another wolf enslavement goo. This Wolf King's defensive goo was destroyed by the goo masters. Without any accidents, Fang Yuan successfully subdued it. Turning around, Gu Guang had already succeeded. The 100 Wolf King's mouth was tightly bound by the green vines, unable to spit out any more fire. Good binding, Fang Yuan praised, activating another wolf enslavement goo. The 100 Wolf King watched as the smoke landed on its body. It resisted for a while, but its soul lost to the 100-man soul, becoming Fang Yuan's pet. After subduing these 200 Wolf Kings, Fang Yuan turned around and charged back. He also subdued the 100 Wolf King at the third line of defense. In the blink of an eye, these 300 Wolf Kings were split up and subdued by Fang Yuan, resolving this crisis. Everyone was convinced, continuing to follow behind Fang Yuan, waiting for his orders. They had already found out that as long as they followed Fang Yuan's orders, they would have the least casualties. This Chang Shanin does have some skill. Outside the battlefield, eldest Ziman Hong looked at Fang Yuan's performance through the investigative goo, his expression turning grim. His soul is a 100-man soul. It is not hard for him to subdue these 100 Wolf Kings. However, this alone was not enough to change the outcome of the battle. We still need to see his wolf enslavement skill. Man Hao consoled. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, holding 2 yuan stone in his hands, replenishing his primeval essence. Activating wolf enslavement goo did not expend much primeval essence, but the crucial point was the soul. Fang Yuan subdued 100 Wolf Kings, using his 100-man soul to suppress the 100 Wolf Kings. The collision between the souls caused Fang Yuan's soul to tremble and become restless. The vexed feeling in his heart became heavier and heavier. If he ignored it, he would feel dizzy, and in more serious cases, his soul would be damaged. He would lose his memory and his intelligence would drop. Fang Yuan closed his eyes to rest, calming his heart and soul. After resting for a while, the 100-man soul stabilized. All the vexed feeling vanished into thin air. Everyone, follow me and continue the battle. Fang Yuan rode on his hump wolf. Gu Guang and the rest followed closely behind. Like this, after a while, Fang Yuan subdued 300 Wolf Kings and over 800 ordinary turtleback wolves. Howl! Fang Yuan's actions thoroughly angered 1,000 Wolf King. Seeing its subordinates surrender to someone else, this 1,000 Wolf King roared and led its wolf group to charge towards Fang Yuan. 1,000 Beast King could control thousands of wild beasts and had several hundred Beast Kings as its subordinates. On its body, there was a rank 3 goo worm. Disregarding the wolf group, it needed at least 3 goo master groups with good coordination to hunt a single 1,000 Beast King. Perhaps 3 rank 3 goo masters would be needed to barely fight one of them. Seeing the 1,000 Wolf King leading its group to attack, Gu Guang and the rest's expressions changed. Most of them were rank 2 elites. Only Gu Guang was a rank 3 goo master. Young tribe leader, don't panic. We are here to lend you a hand. At this time, 3 Gu tribe elders flew over. Fang Yuan had made an agreement with Gu tribe's higher-ups in the main tent. He needed Gu tribe's help. Haha, with your help, this wolf can be captured. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. A fierce battle immediately broke out. This 1,000 Wolf King's attacks were berserk. As it pounced, bit, and clawed, it could actually produce wolf phantom images. It rampaged on the battlefield, tyrannically and unreasonably, wreaking havoc to its heart's content. But Fang Yuan's side was even more powerful. There were 4 rank 3 goo masters, 1 rank 4 goo master, and several rank 2 elites. After paying the price of light injuries to 2 elders, Fang Yuan finally found a good opportunity and used a rank 3 wolf enslavement goo. The rank 3 wolf enslavement goo turned into a light smoke, much thicker than the rank 2 wolf enslavement goo, and landed on the 1,000 Wolf King's body. Feng Yuan used his 100-man soul to suppress it, and after a stalemate of over 10 breaths of time, the light smoke successfully landed and completely fused into the 1,000 Wolf King's soul. This was the first 1,000 Wolf King that Feng Yuan had subdued in this battle. As soon as the 1,000 Wolf King surrendered, the 200 Wolf Kings under its banner, as well as thousands of ordinary turtleback wolves, also followed suit. Such a large number of turtleback wolves rebelled and entered Gu tribe's camp, wiping out the entire battlefield. The whole wolf group only had 15,000 Wolf Kings, and now Feng Yuan had taken one. This time, even the myriad Wolf King sensed something amiss and howled. A huge 4-leaf wind blade spun rapidly and flew towards Feng Yuan. 3-claw water dragon Gu. A tribe elder roared and pushed with both hands. A light blue water dragon flew out and collided with the wind blade, immediately shattering into pieces and turning into rain. Fist stone Gu. The second elder punched with his right fist, and instantly a huge rock condensed in the air like a tightly clenched right fist. As it flew over, it was cut off by the wind blade. Lightning net Gu. The third elder threw out a large net with lightning coiling around it, temporarily trapping the wind blade. The wind blade was continuously weakened, and after falling into the lightning net, it continued to spin, and although it finally cut the lightning net, it was already at the end of its tether. It flew in the air and gradually dissipated. Feng Yuan did not make a move during the whole process. Gu tribe's Gu masters were extremely careful to protect Feng Yuan, even though he was a rank 4 Gu master and had a higher cultivation than them. The safety of an enslavement path Gu master was extremely important. When fighting, there would often be other Gu masters protecting them. Chapter 458. Myriad Wolf King's attack made Gu tribesmen nervous. Far away, Man Hong's eyes shone. Don't tell me this Myriad Wolf King is going to join the battle now? But soon, his eyes dimmed. After Myriad Wolf King's attack on Feng Yuan failed, it did not continue, but continued to command the wolf group from the rear. Another 1,000 wolf group rushed over, making up for the lack of manpower on this battlefield caused by the surrender of the 1,000 Wolf King. This 1,000 Wolf King's body was burning with scarlet flames, and black smoke was spewing out of its nostrils. This is rank 3 burning body Gu. Feng Yuan recognized this Gu worm. With this Gu worm protecting the 1,000 Wolf King, wolf enslavement Gu smoke would be burned to ashes before it could even land. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched as he took a deep look at the distant Myriad Wolf King. Myriad Wolf King also seemed to be staring at him. At Myriad Beast King level, their intelligence would far surpass their own kind. This was clearly targeted at Feng Yuan. Gu Guang, stay behind and cooperate with the 3 elders to kill this wolf. The rest, follow me. Feng Yuan turned around and left. It was not impossible to subdue this 1,000 Wolf King, but it was troublesome and a waste of time. If this one did not work, then he would change to another one. The battlefield was so big, Feng Yuan did not believe that all the Wolf Kings had methods to restrain wolf enslavement Gu. Sure enough, he moved to a few places and reaped great profits. In just 2 hours, he had subdued another 1,700 Wolf Kings and 2,000 Wolf Kings. Adding the wolf groups from before, Feng Yuan had 4,000 Wolf Kings, over 3,000 Wolf Kings, and over 8,000 ordinary wolves, close to 10,000. Among them, most were turtleback wolves, but there was also 1,000 beast-level Wind Wolf King. Among the 100 Wolf Kings, there were Poison Beard Wolf King, Water Wolf King, and Wind Wolf King. After his drastic measures, the situation had changed. The difference in military strength on the battlefield was also increasing. The myriad wolf group that had over 30,000 was subdued by Feng Yuan, and countless more died, leaving only around 20,000. The battle was in full swing. Gu tribe leader's eyebrows loosened as he saw the hope of victory. With Chang Shanyin's help, the pressure on our front line has lessened by a lot. As expected of a legendary hero, this ability is really impressive. This is not strange. He is a rank 4 Gu master. It is also enslavement path. It is most suitable for this kind of battlefield. The elders praised him, and the atmosphere in the king's tent became relaxed. Don't be careless. The myriad wolf king hasn't made a move yet, so the outcome of this battle has yet to be determined. The Gu clan elder spoke in a timely manner. He warned, Lord Patriarch is right, we still can't relax. However, in my opinion, this myriad wolf king might not participate in the battle. It's very common for the wolf king to retreat after losing more than half of the wolf pack. Not good. While they were talking, the myriad wolf king suddenly howled. All the wolves on the battlefield heard this howl. At the same time, he launched a wild attack. More than 20,000 turtleback wolves risked their lives and charged towards the camp. For a moment, the Gu clan was caught unprepared and was defeated. Order the front line. Quickly retreat to the second line of defense. Gu clan elder immediately ordered. The wolf group has launched an all-out attack. Gu Guang, who was at the front line, had a change of expression. You guys go help the front line Gu masters retreat. I will return to the ranch to rest and reorganize. Wait for my reinforcements. Fang Yuan's expression was like iron. Lord, we are here to protect you under the tribe leader's orders. Some Gu masters were hesitant. Fang Yuan stared with his eyes wide open. His eyes shone with a sharp light. Everywhere his gaze passed, the Gu masters lowered their heads. Gu Guang. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Gu Guang gritted his teeth and said, I will listen to uncle. Saying so, he waved his hand. Everyone, follow me. Fang Yuan rushed back to the ranch alone, surrounded by wolves. He gathered all the wolves together. Close to 10,000 wolves squeezed together, making this temporary ranch seem extremely small. Fang Yuan willed, and a vigorous water wolf scuttled out from the wolf group. In the eyes of ordinary people, this was a water wolf. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a white-eyes wolf. White-eyes wolves were mutated beasts, like Biao in a tiger group, Thunderboar in a pig group, and so on. Any ordinary adult exotic beast would automatically attract wild Gu insects to live in its body, and it would possess battle prowess comparable to a myriad beast king. But this white-eyes wolf in front of him was only an infant and had not matured yet. Its fur was like water with a hint of blue, resembling an ordinary water wolf. But as long as one observed carefully, they would find that its pupils were less black and more white, very different from ordinary water wolves. When it fully matured, its entire wolf eyes would turn white. At the same time, their vision would increase greatly, comparable to some rank for investigative Gu. Even at night, their vision would not be affected. In the market, Fang Yuan accidentally found this ingrate and bought the entire water wolf group it belonged to without batting an eyelid. Now, this white-eyes wolf had already been successfully planted with rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu by Fang Yuan. At the same time, to speed up its growth, he used third watch Gu. This caused the white-eyes wolf's appetite to increase sharply, 13 times that of an ordinary water wolf. At the same time, its lifespan would be shortened correspondingly. Go. Fang Yuan ordered inwardly, and this white-eyes wolf's speed surpassed the wind wolves, quickly leaving the farm and arriving at a high spot. Wolf care Gu. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and covered his right eye, looking at the white-eyes wolf with his left eye. At the same time, he activated his primeval essence and injected it into Changshan Yin's investigative Gu. In an instant, the scene in his left eye changed. It was like he was standing at a high spot, looking down at the battlefield. This was the effect of wolf care Gu, shifting a certain wolf's vision to the Gu masters. Fang Yuan opened his right eye, and 2 different scenes appeared in his mind at the same time. On the left was the battlefield, allowing Fang Yuan to observe the situation at all times. On the right was the farm, with wolf groups huddled together. Fang Yuan summoned the wolf kings one by one, and searched their bodies for Gu worms. If there were any rare Gu worms, Fang Yuan would keep them himself, to prevent them from being destroyed in the battlefield. Of course, his main focus was still the wolf enslavement Gu. Wolf enslavement Gu was a one-time consumable Gu. After capturing so many wolf kings, Fang Yuan had expended a lot of wolf enslavement Gu. Normally speaking, a beast king's body would have a corresponding beast enslavement Gu. As expected, Fang Yuan found a rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu from these wolf kings. 5 rank 2 wolf enslavement Gu. As for the other Gu worms, they were ordinary, and there were 1 or 2 premium goo worms, but Fang Yuan was not interested in them. Thus he left them on the Wolf Kings to preserve their battle strength. Wolf Smoke Goo. Fang Yuan activated this rank 4 healing goo. This goo was specially used to heal wolf injuries. Wolf smoke shrouded the whole farm, not dispersing for a long time. The primeval sea in Fang Yuan's aperture. It rapidly descended and soon reached the bottom. Healing so many wolves at once consumed a lot of primeval essence. After his primeval essence reached the bottom, Fang Yuan took out Yuan's stone and quickly recovered. Like this, he healed them twice. Fang Yuan saw Gu tribe leader leading a group of elders, hurriedly rushing to the front lines. Not long after, intense explosions could be heard from the front lines. Through his left eye, Fang Yuan saw that the unmoving myriad Wolf King had also entered the battlefield. Gu tribe leader and the rest were fighting it with all their might. Once the myriad Wolf King appeared, its influence was huge. The wolf group attacked even more crazily under its lead. Gu tribe's second line of defense was thus broken through. Fortunately, with the canal blocking the way, most of the Gu tribe Gu masters successfully retreated. They retreated to the third line of defense. At once, the atmosphere of the battle was extremely heavy, and everyone was panicking. The third line of defense was the final line of defense. Behind it were the mortals with low battle strength. Once it was lost, the consequences would be unthinkable. There is no time to heal anymore. He recovered 90% of his primeval essence in his aperture. Fang Yuan looked around. After 3 rounds of healing, the heavy injuries on these wolves became light injuries. The light injuries on the wolves were completely healed. Wolf Howl Gu. Fang Yuan howled towards the sky, letting out an angry howl like a wolf king. The wolf group in the farm, under the effect of the goo worms, had their bodies swell up. Their spirits were roused, and their battle strength rose sharply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, riding on the hump wolf, and with a thought, the wolf group howled together. Howl! Right now, the setting sun was like blood in the sky. Strong winds blew, and the battle flags fluttered. The wolf howl could be heard even in the clouds, spreading for 1,000 Leo. Changshan is finally making a move. Outside the battlefield, Man Hong and Man Hao's expressions became solemn. Gu tribesmen were overjoyed. Changshan, it is Lord Changshan. We still have Lord Changshan. Lord Changshan is coming to reinforce us. Everyone hold on. Move aside. Quickly open up a path for Lord Changshan. At once, Gu tribesmen's morale rose sharply. Fang Yuan sat on the hump wolf, waving his hand as 10,000 wolves charged through the simple fences of the farm. But they did not go to reinforce the north, but to the south. Like a dam collapsing, a torrent of water gushed out. The entire wolf group quickly charged out of the camp, with the 1,200 beast kings as the arrowhead, charging into the battlefield. The wolf group had fought for a long time. They were already exhausted. Under the charge of such a large force, there were countless casualties. With just one charge, Fang Yuan caused the turtleback wolves in the southern battlefield to collapse. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Wolf Enslavement Gu. Under the protection of the wolf group, Fang Yuan attacked repeatedly. 3 wolf enslavement Gu turned into smoke and attracted 300 beast kings. Turn left, charge. With a thought, the entire wolf group army changed direction, charging towards the southeast battlefront of the camp. Fang Yuan's gaze was like an eagle, locking onto the 1,000 wolf king on the battlefront. The 1,000 wolf king howled, trying its best to mobilize the wolf group. But most of the wolves were stuck at the front lines, unable to turn back immediately. This 1,000 wolf king only managed to mobilize a few hundred wolves before they were overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's army. Rank 3 wolf enslavement Gu. Fang Yuan found an opportunity, and a puff of smoke descended. This 1,000 wolf king might have been scared stiff, it whimpered, but its soul did not resist as it went under Fang Yuan's command. This was the 5th 1,000 wolf king. The wolf group that was fighting with the Gu masters turned around and joined Fang Yuan's army under its call. Chapter 459. The Gu masters were fighting with great difficulty, but in the blink of an eye, the whole battlefield had calmed down. Their mortal enemies had instead become their allies. This is Lord Chang Shan Yin's method? So powerful, so powerful. Using his own strength to lead a myriad wolf group. No wonder he is called Wolf King. The Gu masters stared at Fang Yuan with dazed gazes. They watched his back as he left this place and charged towards another battlefield. Rampage, rampage. Anyone who dared to block his path would be swept away. With a thought, countless wild wolves would charge forward. With a finger, the sharp edge of a weapon would be unstoppable. Using his own strength to turn the tide and change the situation, this was the style of the enslavement path. Outside the battlefield, Manhong, Manhao and the others turned pale. Under their complicated gazes, Fang Yuan's wolf group expanded like a rolling snowball, increasing in number as he killed. Wherever he went, he swept away the battlefield. After a while, he left behind a mess and a group of dazed Gu masters. Such a wolf enslavement technique was tyrannical and tyrannical to the extreme. Under his immense strength, the slightest obstruction was directly crushed. Fang Yuan intentionally avoided the myriad Wolf King battlefield and circled around Gu tribe's camp, subduing another 3,000 Wolf Kings. Adding on the previous ones, the number of 1,000 Wolf Kings had already risen to 8. As for the number of 100 Wolf Kings, it had nearly doubled, reaching as many as 59. Fang Yuan's wolf formation was like a monster, devouring almost all the turtleback wolves along the way and strengthening itself. After subduing these wolf kings, Fang Yuan's soul also received a backlash, making him feel restless and nauseous. Fang Yuan endured this uncomfortable feeling as he gathered the wolf group and returned to the ranch. The ranch could no longer hold these wolves. There were too many wolves. Fang Yuan could not count them all in a short time. He roughly estimated that there were definitely more than 12,000 wolves. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to join the battle. Now that the situation was settled, he got off the hump wolf and closed his eyes to rest. During this period of time, he would open his eyes to take a look. With the ingrate monitoring the battlefield, Fang Yuan was constantly paying attention to the situation of Gu clan's patriarch and the others. These higher-ups of the Gu family could not die. Once he died, the Man family would be tempted. It was very likely that they would make a move. After resting for a while, Fang Yuan rejoined the battlefield. Although he had not fully recovered, he was no longer lacking in strength. This time, he only mobilized 8,000 Wolf Kings to participate in the battle. An ordinary wolf pack. To the myriad Wolf King, the threat level was too low. Along the way, the Gu clansmen all shouted his name. Chang Shan Yin is here to help. Hearing such a commotion, the Gu tribesmen's higher-ups who were attacking myriad Wolf King became energized. Members of the Gu clan, please retreat and rest for the time being. Let me handle this. Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield. With a thought, the 8,000 Wolf Kings surrounded Zhang Xian. The myriad Wolf King already had the intention to retreat, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through the encirclement. Such a wolf taming technique. Seeing the myriad Wolf King being easily toyed with by Fang Yuan, Manhao, Manhong, and the others finally showed expressions of shock. Earlier, when Fang Yuan charged into the formation, it was only a grand formation that pushed everything in its path. He did not have the foundation of the wolf taming technique. Now, he was manipulating it meticulously. Northern Plains' first-rate beast taming technique was on full display. Merely 8,000 Wolf Kings, 7 of them. Due to the myriad Wolf King's influence, they could not display their full strength. But under Fang Yuan's manipulation, the myriad Wolf King felt like it was trapped in a huge army, or like a fly trapped in a spider's web. Eventually, the myriad Wolf King was exhausted to death by Fang Yuan, and its counterattack at the last moment also took away the life of 1,000 Wolf King. Wolf King. Lord Chang Shan Yin is the true Wolf King. Looking at the myriad Wolf King's enormous body collapsing, a Gu master shouted, "Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King!" After this battle, everyone felt that the title Wolf King was truly too appropriate. Shouts came one after another, soon forming into one. Many people raised their arms and cheered. Some had fervent gazes, and some had tears streaming down their faces. This was a kind of emotion, a kind of worship towards a hero and reverence towards strength. With this person here, it will not be easy for us to annex Gu tribe. Man Hong's expression was ashen. This battle had completely dispelled his ambitions and plans. Wolf King. Man Hao, who had always looked down on Changshan, muttered absent-mindedly, muttering this title. There had never been a moment like this when he felt the weight of this title was so heavy. On the battlefield, Gu tribe leader led a group of elders and surrounded them. The past hero is still as glorious as ever. Today's battle has truly made me prostrate myself in admiration. On behalf of Gu tribe, I am extremely grateful to you for your help. Gu tribe leader bowed deeply towards Fang Yuan. Brother Gu, you are too serious. Let's clean up the battlefield as soon as possible. Fang Yuan smiled. The myriad Wolf King's corpse was lying on the ground, but to avoid arousing suspicion, Fang Yuan did not overstep his boundaries. If I had a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, this turtleback myriad Wolf King would be my subordinate. What a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. Rank 4 beast enslavement Gu could control myriad beast kings. Once they had a myriad beast group, it would be a huge force to a tribe. Thus, in Northern Plains markets, rank 4 beast enslavement Gu were not sold. Many Gu worms would have their value rise sharply when they reached rank 4 and above. Beast enslavement Gu was one of them, and there were also relic Gu. Thus, in the market, Fang Yuan only bought rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu, and did not buy a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. I have large numbers of rank 2 and 3 wolf enslavement Gu now. I do not lack them. As for rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu, it seems I will have to refine it myself. Fang Yuan currently lacked a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. With a rank 4 Gu, he could directly control the myriad Wolf King, and indirectly control the wolf group through the Wolf King, reducing the burden on his soul. As for his mutated beast White Eyes Wolf, it was still an infant and could be enslaved with rank 3 Gu. But once it matures, it would need a rank 4 Gu, otherwise it would not listen and might even escape. Lord, we found a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. At this time, a Gu master who was searching the myriad Wolf King's corpse shouted, "Oh!" Old Gu tribe leader's eyes shone with brilliance as he laughed, "Ha ha, a treasure Gu goes with a hero. This Gu was prepared for you, Brother Chong." Although the myriad Beast King's body had a higher chance of having a rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, Fang Yuan was still happy. In today's battle, although there were some flaws, he was still very satisfied with the result. Although a myriad Wolf King died, it was a pity, but he obtained a rank 4 wolf enslavement Gu. This Gu worm came at the right time. Fang Yuan had not encountered such a good thing in a long time. Carefully receiving this Gu worm, Fang Yuan bade farewell to Gu tribe's higher-ups. He did not even participate in the following celebration banquet. They all used the excuse of refining this rank 4 Gu as an excuse to avoid it. Night fell. Outside the house, the celebratory bonfire was blazing. The laughter of victory, the crying of the dead, mixed together, it faintly entered Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, calming his mind as he looked into his aperture. 90% of his primeval sea was calm. The sea water was like gold, shining brilliantly. Unfortunately, he had not completely adapted to Northern Plains, and was still under the suppression of the foreign region, causing Fang Yuan's cultivation to temporarily stagnate. His true gold primeval essence looked impressive, but was useless. But cultivation, it was only a portion of his strength. If Fang Yuan wanted to raise his strength, he had other ways. For example, he took out the strength of Tenjun Gu. This Gu was also rank 4, but compared to the rank 4 beast enslavement Gu, its value was much lower. Because it was easy to refine and its cost was low, it was also commonly seen in the market. The strength of Tenjun Gu's appearance was not eye-catching, like an ordinary iron weight. When Fang Yuan activated it, it floated above Fang Yuan's head, emitting profound light that shone on Fang Yuan's body, engraving the Tao mark of a certain strength onto Fang Yuan's body. A moment later, the strength of Tenjun Gu suddenly exploded, only leaving behind some iron scraps that landed on Fang Yuan's hair. The strength of Tenjun Gu was also an expendable Gu. This was the third strength of Tenjun Gu that Fang Yuan had used. Fang Yuan shook off the iron scraps on his hair, clenching his fists, feeling the increase in strength. The increase in strength has reached a bottleneck. Next, I need to modify my bones, skin, muscles, tendons, and so on. I need to make the bucket deeper, bigger, and more sturdy so that it can hold more strength. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, taking out wolf soul goo. This is the last wolf soul goo. Fang Yuan activated his primeval essence again. The wolf soul goo exploded, turning into a gray wolf soul that crashed into his body. The 100-man soul and wolf soul intertwined, but this time, it was several times more difficult than before. Earlier, when Fang Yuan used wolf soul goo, he only had over 3,000 wolves. In today's battle, he had subdued many wolf kings, and the burden on his soul was huge. Fang Yuan frowned. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, the 100-man soul and wolf soul fused together. Boom! A soft sound echoed in his ears, and at the moment of Fang Yuan's plan, the long-term accumulation finally caused a qualitative change. The 100-man soul completely turned into a wolfman soul. The whole wolfman soul was dark gray in color, condensed to the limit. The soul's appearance was Fang Yuan's original appearance, but the bridge of the nose was taller, the eyes sharper, and the body thinner. 2 sharp wolf ears grew on the top of the head, and long hair hung down to the side of the waist, while a furry wolf tail grew on the butt. Once the wolfman soul was formed, Fang Yuan immediately felt relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. In his mind, the connection with the wolf group became even closer, and there was even a faint sense of familiarity coming from the Wolf King's souls. This was something that the 100-man soul did not have before. After forming the Wolfman soul, Fang Yuan had the aura of a wolf, and the Wolf Kings mistakenly thought that he was one of them. Thus, it was no longer the simple suppression of the 100-man soul, but a sense of recognition. The 100-man soul has almost reached its limit when it enslaved so many wolves. Now that it has become a Wolfman soul, I can still subdue 3 times the Wolf Kings. It is just that such a good opportunity like today will be rare in the future. But the grassland is so big, and there are so many wolf groups. On the way to the heroes' assembly, I can at least double the size of this wolf group. Chapter 460. The stars in the sky were sparse. The night wind on the grassland was bone-chilling. 2 hump wolves were carrying Gu Tribe's investigative Gu masters, one old and one young. Huff, huff, huff. So cold. The young Gu master curled up his body and breathed out hot air. I told you to wear more clothes, but you refused to do so. This is called not listening to the advice of the old and suffering losses. The old Gu master laughed. He was wearing a thick leather robe, long sleeves and boots, as well as a felt hat, so he did not feel cold at all. Uncle, this is my first time scouting. I lack experience. The young Gu master mumbled and swore. Damn it, when I go scouting tomorrow, I will definitely wear the thickest clothes. Don't be too thick. Clothes that are too thick will affect your movements in battle. Also, if it is too warm, you will fall asleep easily. We are Gu Tribe's eyes. We need to be vigilant at all times. It is best to keep warm, or you will feel cold after staying still for a long time. This is the best. It can invisibly urge you to continue scouting. The old Gu master's expression was solemn as he imparted his experience. 3 days had passed since the Turtleback Wolf Group's defensive battle. The old Gu master's partner had died on the battlefield. The young Gu master had replaced him. He was still immature and needed the old Gu master's guidance. Uncle. The young Gu master was about to speak. Shoo. The old Gu master suddenly raised his hand to stop him. He squinted his eyes and stared at the bright light in the distance. What is that? The old Gu master immediately became vigilant and activated his investigative Gu, but he did not see anything. Lad, quickly use your hand-ear Gu to listen, the old Gu master ordered. Yes. The young Gu master did not dare to be careless. He quickly got off the hump wolf and stretched out his right hand. As he infused his true essence into it, his right palm began to sprout like grass, producing a granulation. The flesh blossomed and formed an ear. The young Gu master stuck his right ear to the ground and listened to any movements. Nothing much, just the sound of the wind. The young Gu master listened attentively, but there was no result. He laughed. Uncle, you are really scary. There is no fart at all. Maybe the battle just ended and I was too nervous. The old Gu master sighed. He had looked again, and there was no abnormality. He felt his eyes were playing tricks on him. What are you nervous for? Our tribe has the old tribe leader and wolf king Changshan-in. Even if another group of turtleback wolves comes, I am not afraid. When the young man talked about Feng Yuan, his eyes flickered and he could not help but reveal a look of reverence. Yes, it is our tribe's fortune to have Wolf King's help. The old Gu master sighed as he recalled the scene on the battlefield. So. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow piercing through the air could be heard. Who is it? The old Gu master shouted, subconsciously jumping down from the hump wolf's back and rolling a few times. Thump, thump, thump. A series of sharp bone spears stabbed into the ground. Enemy attack. The old Gu master's mind immediately had this thought. He quickly stood up and glanced at the young Gu master. The young man had already been pierced by the bone spear and died on the spot. The old Gu master's heart twitched. He did not have time to grieve and immediately took out the signal Gu from his aperture. But before he could activate it, he suffered a fatal attack. He was like a stone statue, standing there in a daze. A line of blood gradually appeared on his neck, and then it became more and more obvious. Finally, his head tilted and separated from his neck, falling on the grass. Blood gushed out from his neck like a fountain. Several figures walked out from the darkness. Leading was Man Tribe's external elder Sherwu. He looked at the two corpses in front of him and said proudly, "Ants of this level, killing them is as easy as flipping my palm. Elder is mighty." With Elder, these investigative Gu masters of Gu tribe are practically useless. Several accompanying Gu masters immediately flattered him. Sherwu squinted his eyes in pleasure and looked towards the direction of Gu tribe's main group. Humph, Gu tribe could win earlier because their reconnaissance was effective and they made a lot of preparations. This time, Lord Tribe Leader has sent almost all the elders here. Gu tribe cannot escape this calamity. I really want to see the panicked expressions of those Gu tribesmen when 10,000 night wolves attack the camp. Although Gu tribe had already moved for several days and left Hongyan Valley, and even successfully repelled the turtleback wolves, Man Tribe did not intend to give up. 3 days after the turtleback wolves attacked, Man Tribe's Gu masters secretly led the second wave of night wolves towards Gu tribe. At the same time, Man Tribe's elders also moved out and killed large numbers of Gu tribe's investigative Gu masters. A huge plot had already started against Gu tribe. When this myriad wolf group was discovered, they were only 100 li away from Gu tribe's camp. Wolf assault! Wolf assault! The investigative Gu master on the tower shouted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several signal Gu were shot into the sky and exploded into dazzling fireworks. Wake up, there are wolves, 10,000 night wolves. Gu tribe's camp woke up from its deep sleep. Quickly report to tribe leader. The investigative Gu masters ran with all their strength. From every part of Gu tribe's camp, people gradually walked out, asking questions in confusion and shouting in panic. In the main tent, Gu tribe leader's expression changed when he heard the news. These investigative Gu masters deserve to die. This was the old tribe leader's first thought. But soon after, he frowned deeply. Night wolves were hard to detect in the night. But with so many night wolves, why didn't any investigative Gu masters report in advance? The astute him could smell a trace of a plot. He quickly tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Now was not the time to think about this. The night wolf group is so close to the camp, it is too late to set up defenses. What should I do? In the boundless night, the situation of the enemy was unclear. Gu tribe leader only knew that this wolf group had a large number, at least 10,000 wolves. But he did not know if there were other wolf groups. Would Man Tribe's Gu masters be hiding in the surroundings? Unable to think of a countermeasure in this urgent situation, Gu tribe leader could only shout, "Quickly send my order. All Gu tribe's Gu masters are to gather in the main tent." The night wolf group's speed was extremely fast, rushing to Gu tribe's camp. "The wolf group is here. Block them. We must block them. Quick, activate Lightball Gu." A Gu master at the front line shot a rank 2 light ball Gu towards the sky. Under the light ball's illumination, the densely packed night wolf group was revealed. These night wolves were tall and strong, with glossy black skin and no fur. Their black wolf eyes and claws were emitting a cruel and cold light. 100 Wolf King howled and charged over. Oh my God! The Goo Master only had time to scream before he was killed by the Wolf King. The Night Wolf group was like a torrent, destroying the simple wooden pillars around the camp and ruthlessly charging into the camp. At this time, Goo Tribe's Goo Masters were still gathering in the main tent. The huge outer camp had already fallen into hell. The wolf group's excited howls, the mortals' cries of death, and the terrified screams erupted together. The night wolves moved quickly, destroying the tents one by one. Many mortals were still in their dreams when they were brutally killed. They used death and fresh blood to give a warning. In the inner camp, the mortals rushed out in fear, tangling together, trampling on each other as they ran around crazily. The camp was howling. Goo tribe leader stood outside the main tent and saw this scene. His eyes were bloodshot and his heart was bleeding. The wolf group's slaughter did cause casualties, but the greater casualties were caused by the stampede of the mortals. Such a chaotic situation had already gone out of control, causing Goo tribe leaders' plan to organize the mortals and counterattack to fail. Most of the Goo masters were trapped in the chaotic crowd. Only most of the tribe elders and a few elite Goo masters managed to gather in the main tent. The situation is hopeless. Goo tribe leader closed his eyes in pain, his limbs turning cold as he fell into deep despair and regret. After this battle, even if we manage to gather the remaining mortals, Goo tribe will fall to a small-scale tribe. Goo tribe declined in my hands. I have let down my ancestors. I am the sinner of Goo tribe. In the main tent, some elders were shouting. Some had lifeless expressions and some were panicking. Goo tribe is not finished yet, everyone. There is only one way to turn the tide. Following a voice, Fong Yuan charged into the main tent. Goo tribe leader's eyes brightened, like a drowning man who had grabbed onto the last straw to save his life. Brother, speak quickly. He looked at Fong Yuan and asked anxiously. Fong Yuan went straight to the point, resolutely saying, Goo tribe is in chaos now. We simply cannot defend ourselves. The situation has already collapsed. Only by attacking instead of defending can we have a chance of survival. Wolf King, what do you mean? Goo tribe leader muttered. Everyone looked at each other. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. Brother Goo, have you forgotten that I have a rank 4 wolf enslavement Goo? He looked around and saw everyone's expression. He continued, here in the main tent are the elites of the Goo family, the strongest fighting force. We will set off immediately and form a group to go against the current and take down the Myriad Wolf King. In the battle formation, I will subdue the Myriad Wolf King and the situation will turn around. The elders' expressions changed. This was the worst idea ever. One had to know, Goo masters had always defended against beast groups and fought a battle of attrition, but even so, they still suffered huge losses. Now, they actually wanted to use their bodies to charge against the Myriad Beast formation and assassinate the Myriad Wolf King amidst the Myriad Wolf group. This was simply courting death. This method was too risky. If anyone else said it, they would probably be scolded and mocked mercilessly. But now that Chang Shanin suggested it, everyone could only remain silent. Crazy, this is too crazy, an elder mumbled. The others showed hesitant expressions. Going against the wolf group was a near-death experience. Frankly speaking, they had to sacrifice their lives to exchange for the tribe's survival. Chapter 461. Old Goo tribe leader was also hesitating. He was not afraid of death, but at his age, his cultivation had stagnated and he was indifferent to life and death. What he was hesitating about was whether he should use this method. Goo tribe's power was gone now, but that did not mean it was exterminated. If the mortals died, they could just rob them. In the eyes of Goo masters, mortals were just numbers. As long as the Goo masters and elders were alive, the tribe's prestige would remain. But now that they retreated and gave up on the others, only Goo tribe's higher-ups would remain. They would have to rely on Man tribe for the time being. And Man tribe already had the intention of annexing Goo tribe. This night wolf group's arrival was probably one of their schemes. But if they used Fong Yuan's method, the risk was too high. Once they failed, Goo tribe's higher-ups would be finished, and no matter how many mortals they had, they would just be sheep to be annexed by outsiders. Father, uncles, I feel Uncle Chang is right. This is the only way to save the tribe. Gu Guang spoke. Looking at the hesitant people, he felt a chill in his heart. He was still young and hot-blooded. At the crucial moment, he saw everyone's true colors. He had never found Gu tribe to have such a weak side. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. When he learned of the wolf group's attack, he was first shocked and then joyful. If he could take this chance to subdue this myriad beast king, his strength would double from his current foundation. This was a great opportunity. He wanted to grasp it. But to enslave the myriad wolf king under this situation, he needed Gu tribe's help. Charging into the formation was risky, but to Fang Yuan, it was not a big problem. He was a rank 4 Gu master and also had rank 3 Eagle Wings Gu. If the situation was unfavorable, he could just fly and escape. It would be too much of a pity to let Gu tribe decline like this. Since he wanted to make use of them, he had to make the best use of them. Everyone! Fang Yuan shouted, attracting everyone's attention. He shouted like thunder. What are you waiting for? What are you hesitating for? Are Gu tribe's men so afraid of death? Listen outside. Those are the Gu tribesmen's screams. These hateful night wolves are slaughtering our parents, our friends, our wives, and our daughters. If Gu clan is annihilated tonight, all of you will become stray dogs. Can you bear to see our loved ones die in front of our eyes like this? I can't. Even though I, Chang Shan-in, am only an outsider. In these days that I have interacted with you, I have felt warmth. I have felt the deep love in Gu tribe's bloodline. For my friends, for the sake of justice in the world, I will charge forward and fight for a chance of survival for everyone. Men of the Gu family, do you still have your sabers? The spirits of your ancestors are watching over you. Could it be that cowardice and cowardice are flowing in your blood? Fang Yuan was filled with righteousness as he roared furiously. His momentum was astonishing. His voice was very loud. Even the Gu masters outside the main tent were attracted. The elders all stared at him with astonished gazes. What is a hero? It was only the power of a hero to turn the tide. And at every critical moment, at the juncture of danger, he would step forward bravely and face the difficulties head-on, bringing confidence and courage to others. This was the demeanor of a hero. Gu Guang heard Fang Yuan's roar, and his whole body trembled slightly. At this moment, Fang Yuan's image was so tall that it was deeply engraved in his heart. His eyes shone and the rims of his eyes turned red, his heart pounding as he felt his blood boiling in his chest. With a swoosh, Gu Guang activated Saber Gu, his right hand tightly gripping the saber as he raised it high. Then, the young patriarch of the Gu clan roared, "No, Gu tribe's bravery is still here. Gu tribe's saber is still here. Our ancestors are watching over us, our descendants. O Wolf King, other people are afraid of death, but I, Gu Guang, am willing to die with you." These words immediately provoked a few of the hot-tempered elders to the point that they roared in anger and humiliation. At worst, we will just die. What's there to be afraid of? Bullshit Night Wolf Group, I will kill you. Wolf King, young tribe leader, count me, Guda, in the charge. Not only did these people agree, but they also looked around with disdain and contempt. Even more people's killing intent was aroused. Northern Plains people had always been valiant. Kill. Use our blood to prove the bravery of Gu tribe's men. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Count me in. I also want to fight. A fanatical atmosphere gradually filled the main tent. Even the elders who did not want to participate in this action said they wanted to count them in. They did not want to have a reputation of being afraid of death. In Northern Plains, which revered martial arts, once they had such a reputation, they would be spurned by others. The situation developed so quickly that the old tribe leader who had been hesitating was caught unprepared. He was old and prudent, not willing to gamble. Originally, he was already thinking of retreating. As long as there were higher-level Gu masters, Gu tribe would have a foundation and could start over again. But if they charged, the risk was too high. Who knew how many night wolves there were in the dark night? Besides that, there might be Man tribe's sneak attack, and Changshan-in might not be able to subdue the myriad Wolf King. Even if everyone charged, What if the Night Wolf King did not fight them head-on and moved away on its own? Fang Yuan's plan had too many loopholes. It was not reliable at all. Damn it! Gu tribe leader saw the surrounding elders' bloodshot eyes and immediately understood that their earlier hesitation was useless. They could only fight now. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. At this moment of life and death, it will depend on our bravery and hot-bloodedness. Inside and outside the main tent, there was an uproar. The morale rose sharply, and the morale of the troops could be used. Fang Yuan's few words led the situation to the direction he wanted. Everyone's wills were strong. Gu tribe leader could only go with the flow and bowed deeply to Fang Yuan. Wolf King, you have the spirit of a true hero. Tonight, Gu tribe's future is in your hands. We will follow your wolf group and kill our way out, taking down the myriad Wolf King. Everyone accepted the order. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed. Gu tribe leader's meaning was to sacrifice the wolf group to protect Gu tribe's Gu masters. But it did not matter if they sacrificed some. As long as they obtained the myriad Wolf King, it would be a profit no matter what. Everyone, follow me in charge. Fang Yuan shouted and led all the Gu masters out of the main tent. Some 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings also gathered. Brother Chong, why are there only these? Where's your myriad Wolf King? Where's your wolf group army? The old tribe leader questioned, his heart sinking. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. Why should he sacrifice his own Wolf King to reduce Gu tribe's sacrifices? All living beings lived in this world. All living beings were equal. No one was born noble, and no one was born lowly. Wolves and humans were essentially living beings. Putting aside their standpoints, wolves and humans were equal. Why should they sacrifice the lives of wolves for the sake of humans? Could it be that humans were born nobler than wolves? That was not the case. Any kind of nobility or lowliness was a class, and class was derived from the difference in strength. Be it Earth or this world, the greatest law was survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. The so-called nobility had a foundation, and that was great strength. Without this foundation, no matter how pure and elegant a lady was, she would only be a prostitute who could be married to anyone. Fang Yuan needed Gu tribe to travel with him earlier because he had few wolves, and traveling alone would be risky and difficult. But now, he had the myriad wolf group, and Gu tribe's value was greatly reduced. The wolf group listened to him. They would live and die if he wanted them to. But could Gu tribe do it? Sacrificing my trusted aid for an outsider? Do you think I am really like you, a hot-blooded idiot? Although he felt such disdain in his heart, Fang Yuan smiled warmly and confidently, saying to old Gu tribe leader, Brother Gu, don't worry, the situation is chaotic now. The ranches have been destroyed, and the wolf group has been separated. I have already ordered the turtleback myriad wolf king to regroup, and soon, we will have reinforcements. Gu tribe leader looked deeply at Fang Yuan and was about to speak. But Fang Yuan did not give him the chance. He shouted, Everyone, Gu tribe's survival depends on this moment. Charge with me. Saying so, he clamped his legs together and urged the hump wolf under him to take the lead. Kill these wolf cubs. For Gu tribe, for tomorrow. Everyone followed and shouted. Young tribe leader Gu Guang followed closely behind Fang Yuan. Gu tribe leader angrily grabbed his son and shouted in his ear. Remember, you are Gu tribe's young tribe leader. Next, the father and son charged towards the night wolf group under everyone's encirclement. 2 rank 4, 17 rank 3, and several rank 2 elites gathered into a powerful force, like a steel blade, directly stabbing into the battlefield. They were aggressive, and no wolves could stop them. They quickly charged out of the camp and towards the night wolf myriad beast king. Once out of the camp, everyone felt the pressure increase greatly, especially the Gu masters at the periphery. Their eyes were filled with night wolves. Wind blades, water dragons, fist stones, golden awls. All kinds of attacks were like cheap fireworks, fiercely blossoming. The wolf group was caught unprepared and countless sacrifices were made. Everyone fought their way out a bloody path. Howl. With a howl from the myriad wolf king, 12,000 wolf kings and dozens of 100 wolf kings gathered together and charged towards Fang Yuan and the others from all directions. Myriad Wolf King saw through Fang Yuan's thoughts and fought tit for tat, using elites against elites. Unknowingly, Fang Yuan had already shrunk to the innermost area of the group. He shouted enthusiastically, "Charge! Charge! Charge! Speed up! If we don't charge, we will all be finished. If we enslave the Myriad Wolf King, we can turn defeat into victory." A moment later, 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings joined the battle. The group's speed fell by a large margin. Many rank 2 elites were sacrificed. "Oh no, we don't have enough primeval essence. We can only activate self-detonation goo for the tribe." An elder suddenly shouted and jumped out of the group, throwing himself into the wolf's mouth. The Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and bit him. This elder laughed malevolently and self-detonated, killing this 1,000 Wolf King on the spot. This was Gu tribe's first elder's death since the start of the battle. Old tribe leader saw this and felt like his heart was bleeding. Chapter 462. The old tribe leader was even more dissatisfied with Fang Yuan, shouting, "Wolf King, where are the reinforcements you promised?" "Brother Gu, don't worry, they will arrive soon. Everyone, follow me and kill. We will take revenge for our dead elders." Fang Yuan shouted as he charged towards the front lines. "Quick, protect Lord Changshan Yin." Gu Guang immediately shouted, "Wolf Wangda, you are the key to our victory. Please retreat to the middle of us. We will protect you. Kill all these beasts." The eyes of everyone in the group were bloodshot. They had already forgotten the worry of death, falling into some sort of frenzied state. Even if they died, they would bite off a piece of the wolf group's meat. The valiance of Northern Plains people could be seen at a glance. Gu Guang, who was charging at the front, was pulled back by the old tribe leader. "Follow behind me." Gu Guang shouted loudly. After charging for a while, he went to the front again. Old Gu tribe leader was anxious, grabbing him back and slapping him. "Follow behind me. Don't forget you are our Gu tribe's young tribe leader." This old man. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly as he saw this. In the whole group, he and the old tribe leader were the only 2 clear-headed people. "You guys go. I will restrain these damned wolves." The battle hall leader shouted. His body suddenly expanded, turning into a giant stone man. He was a rank 3 peak stage Gu master, but now he had rank 4 battle strength. Battle hall elder. Old Gu tribe leader felt great heartache. The battle hall elder was the second expert in Gu tribe after him, but he died here. Lord Battle Hall elder used this Gu and sacrificed his life. Everyone had an intense feeling of sadness. Don't let the Battle Hall elder's life be in vain. We must turn defeat into victory. Fang Yuan shouted, "Come, beasts, let this old man play with you." "Ha ha ha." The Battle Hall old man laughed. With his own strength, he temporarily restrained almost all the 100 Wolf Kings and 1,000 Wolf Kings. With his help, the group finally reached the Myriad Wolf King. Kill. Since it had come to this, the Gu clan elder did not say anything else and was the first to attack. The rest of the people followed closely behind, bursting forth with powerful attacks. The Night Wolf King spat out acid and shot out poisonous needles. Its entire body was covered in a layer of golden light, making it extremely ferocious. "This is Golden Shield Gu. They had to get rid of it. Only then can I activate Wolf Enslavement Gu." Fang Yuan shouted. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the wolves howled and surrounded him. Beside the Night Wolf King, other than Gu Masters, there were also large numbers of Night Wolf Guards. The Gu Masters had to deal with the Night Wolf King as well as these ordinary Night Wolves. More and more Gu Masters died. They used their lives and blood. He composed a solemn and stirring battle song. The Night Wolf King moved extremely quickly, even faster than a cheetah. Its entire body was hairless, and its black leather armor was shiny and flickering with dim light. It possessed quite a bit of defensive power to begin with. It charged left and right, and every time its sharp claws struck, an unfortunate Gu Master would be smashed into meat paste. A wolf tail that was as long as a whip. Every time it lashed out, it would sweep through an area and clear the surrounding battlefield. Gu Masters died one after another, and the Night Wolf King's body was riddled with injuries. But the Golden Shield Gu had not been destroyed yet. The siege did not last long. A large group of night wolf kings rushed over from the back. The battle hall elder died and could no longer stop these wolf kings. Wolf King, where are your reinforcements? Gu tribe leader shouted anxiously. They will be here soon. Fang Yuan hurriedly replied. He then ordered, Gu Guang, bring a portion of people to restrain these wolf kings. Understood. Uncle Chang, don't worry. As long as I still have a breath left, I will not let these wolf kings disturb you. Those who are willing to follow me, come over. Gu Guang shouted, turning around and bravely charging towards these wolf kings. Gu tribe leader's face turned purple from anger. Fang Yuan shouted again, Brother Gu, don't be in a daze. Quickly destroy the night wolf king's golden shield Gu. Once we enslave the wolf king, not only us, even the whole Gu tribe will be saved. Changshanin, if anything happens to my son, I will not let you off. The old tribe leader cursed in his heart. Under everyone's gazes, he did not dare to call Gu Guang back. This was blatant favoritism. He could only suppress his anger and attack the night wolf king in a frenzy. Tribe leader is mighty. The elders saw the old tribe leader erupt with power, and their morale rose. This old guy's battle strength is out of the ordinary. He hit it really deeply. Even Fang Yuan had a whole new level of respect for him. A person with a high position would definitely have something outstanding about them. The old tribe leader had led Gu tribe for so many years. He was smart and capable. He was not a simple person. The Wolf King was beaten up by the old tribe leader. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out countless eerie blue ghost fire. Ghost Fire Gu was a rank 2 Soul Path Gu. To advance, there was a rank 3 Ghost Fire Gu. And the one showing its might right now was the rank 4 Ghost Fire Gu residing in the Night Wolf King's body. The Ghost Fire surged and surged. The coldness was bone-chilling. The Gu Masters had no choice but to retreat. The tight encirclement loosened. The Night Wolf King thus obtained precious time to breathe and immediately prepared to retreat. Don't even think about it. Gu tribe leader roared, suddenly opening his mouth and sucking the whole ghost fire into his stomach. Rank 4, Swallow Fire Gu. This Gu was not an attack Gu. To be precise, it was a storage Gu. It was specially used to store flames. This old guy has a lot of good Gu. Fang Yuan was inwardly astonished. Gu tribe leader swallowed all the ghost fire, and his belly swelled up by 2 or 3 times, turning him into a deformed fatty. At the same time, his skin was dyed eerie blue. Blood was flowing out of his eyes, nose, mouth, and other parts. Rank 4, Vine Claw Gu. Gu tribe leader roared again, stretching out his left hand. His left hand expanded by 5 times, turning into wooden roots. His 5 fingers turned into strong purple vines, like snakes or whips, slithering onto the Night Wolf King's body. The purple vines quickly spread and tied up the Night Wolf King. The Night Wolf King's attempt to escape was destroyed. It struggled crazily, using its enormous brute strength to tear at the vines. Gu tribe leader's expression changed. Although he also cultivated strength path, how could he compare to a wild beast like the Night Wolf King? The purple vines were violently torn off, and Gu tribe leader cried out in pain. His left hand returned to its original shape. His 5 fingers were all torn off. Wolf King, the old tribe leader roared. Fang Yuan knew he wanted to ask where the reinforcements were, so he rushed to his side and shouted, Brother Gu, be careful. Right at this time, the Night Wolf King's tail swung over. Fang Yuan activated Azure Wolf Skin Gu and moved in front of the tail, acting like he was blocking the attack for Gu tribe leader. Slap. With a crisp sound, he was sent flying by the wolf tail, flying far away. This, I can dodge. The old tribe leader was shocked. Quickly go and save Wolf Wangda. The academy elder shouted furiously. He rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The Night Wolf King charged over. It felt that Gu tribe leader was the greatest threat to it, so most of its attacks were aimed at the old tribe leader. Bam bam bam. The old tribe leader dodged and continuously used Gu worms to bombard the area. One man and one beast engaged in a life and death battle. Dragon Head Drill. The old tribe leader retreated as he fought. Suddenly, he shouted and activated 3 Gu worms at the same time, using his killer move. A 4-clawed wood dragon roared. The dragon head turned into a spear tip, continuously rotating and crashing into the Night Wolf King's body. The golden shield goo on the Night Wolf King's body flickered. It was finally broken. The dragon head drill's might did not stop, piercing into the Night Wolf King's body. The Night Wolf King let out a painful howl. Its voice was so loud that it almost broke everyone's eardrums. Even the noises on the battlefield were drowned out by it. The Night Wolf King suffered such a heavy injury, its speed fell and blood flowed out. But before the Goo Masters had time to rejoice, this Night Wolf King's eyes suddenly turned red. Its battle intent burned fiercely, forgetting all pain. It counterattacked crazily. Its battle strength did not fall, but instead rose to about twice its original strength. This is a rank 4 bravery Goo. Damn it! Where is Changshan'in? Changshan'in! The old tribe leader shouted. Wolf Wangda is unconscious. We are saving him. The Academy Elder and the others were protecting the unconscious Wolf King, surrounded by the Wolf Group. Of all times to fall unconscious? Of all times to fall unconscious. The old tribe leader heard this and almost spat out blood. His eyelids twitched as he furiously shouted, Then we won't wait for Changshan'in anymore. We will kill this myriad Wolf King. Once we kill it, the Wolf Group will also collapse. Although the Night Wolf King's battle strength rose, it did not have the Golden Shield Goo's defense, so it was easier to get injured. The battle became extremely intense. Almost at every moment, there were rank 3 Goo Masters who were heavily injured or even killed. At this point in the battle, the Goo Masters' apertures did not have much primeval essence left. To win, they had to put their limited primeval essence into attacking. Exchanging injury for injury, it depended on who could last longer. The side that could last until the end would be the victor. The Night Wolf King felt the aura of death and became even more frenzied. The Goo Masters were in a mess. Only the old tribe leader was holding on. Hold on. Hold on. The old tribe leader charged left and right, acting as a firefighter on the battlefield and saving an elder in time. He roared again and again, causing his voice to be extremely hoarse. His speed was getting slower and his mind was starting to slacken. He was old after all. Old tribe leader, be careful. An elder not far away shouted. The old tribe leader turned around in time and saw the Night Wolf King pouncing down from the sky, its berserk killing intent surging towards him. Retreat. The old tribe leader thought this in his heart, but his body staggered. The accumulated fatigue finally made his old body unable to bear the burden. He was exhausted. Bam! At the next moment, the Night Wolf King pounced down and ruthlessly slammed him to the ground. Old tribe leader! Everyone shouted, rushing over without any regard for their lives. Goo tribe leader poured his primeval essence into the defensive Goo crazily, erecting a thick wooden shield. Bam bam bam! The Night Wolf King's claws slammed again and again. The wooden shield lasted for a few breaths of time before collapsing. The huge wolf claws directly slammed on Goo tribe leader's body. The old tribe leader had also used Goo worms like bronze skin and essence iron bone, but they could not withstand the Night Wolf King's brutal attacks. Old tribe leader! Everyone cried out in shock and attacked crazily, trying to attract the Night Wolf King's attention. But the Night Wolf King only had Goo tribe leader in its eyes. It endured the fierce attacks and wanted to kill the old tribe leader to vent its anger. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.